Chapter 621, Two Great Techniques. Outside the Longevity Wood Dojo, a beam of azure light descended, revealing Meng Hong's figure. The former sect leader's originally aged face seemed to have been rejuvenated at this moment. His skin became smooth, and all the wrinkles disappeared. Although he tried his best to hide it, he couldn't help but reveal his excitement in his eyes. Upon receiving Meng Hong's message requesting an audience, Chen Mobai had no choice but to stop studying alchemy. The room was filled with various herbs, some of which were not suitable for a meeting. At this moment, Chen Mobai remembered Gu Yan's kindness. In the past, she would come over to extract the sap of the longevity tree whenever she had free time, and she would also help Chen Mobai with tidying up. Sometimes when meeting with sect disciples, Chen Mobai would ask her to open the formation to help bring them in. Therefore, in the hearts of everyone in the Shenmu sect, Gu Yan was someone close to Chen Mobai, and they usually respected her very much. Luo Yixuan was quite willing to do this, but Chen Mobai thought about how she had wasted 10 years because of him, so he gave her the wooden hut on the top of Zionan Mountain where he originally practiced, so that she could focus on her cultivation. These trivial matters would not be allowed to be brought over, lest they interfere with her cultivation. Fortunately, Gu Yan will be back soon. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai felt that he might need to test the quality of the external golden core later, so he simply went down directly. Having just broken the array restrictions of the Longevity Wood Taoist Temple, Meng Hong, who had transformed from an elderly man into a middle-aged man, walked in with a respectful expression, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. The external golden elixir is half elixir and half magical artifact. As long as the attributes match, it is very easy for cultivators to refine. Therefore, Meng Hong successfully completed his seclusion in just 1 month. However, the next step, the golden core transformation technique, is a life-or-death test. Taking this step means either success or death. Reporting to the sect leader, after refining the heretical golden core, I discovered an unexpected gain. After thanking him, Meng Hong explained another reason why he had rushed over. He would have an extra 60 years of lifespan. As for the reason, the two of them quickly figured it out. It's simply because the longevity scripture has broken through to the 15th level. Theoretically, this level can only be reached by forming the golden core. Meng Hong, however, used the power of the external golden elixir to forcefully break through this major bottleneck that had been hindering him for so long. It was precisely for this reason that even someone as experienced as Meng Hong, who had seen countless storms, could not contain his excitement. You must know that he was already over 200 years old, and the failure to form his core damaged his vital energy. If it weren't for the extra 60 years of lifespan he gained during the foundation establishment stage, he would probably be exhausted and waiting to die by now. Since the golden core of the outer path is not the cultivator's own realm, it will not add 4 Jiazi of lifespan to the cultivator's golden core realm. As the first cultivator in the eastern wilderness to break through to the 15th level of the longevity scripture without forming a core, Meng Hong's example of becoming younger made Chen Mobai marvel. Unfortunately, once the external golden core is refined, it has already been tainted by the cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit, and can no longer be used on a second person. Otherwise, Chen Mobai was thinking about whether he could use this method to extend the lifespan of all cultivators in the sect who had reached the foundation establishment stage of the longevity scripture by 60 years. You currently have about 80 years of lifespan, which is close to the end of your physical peak. If you try the golden core transfer technique in this state, there is a glimmer of hope. Meng Hong's foundation-building lifespan is 4 Jiazi, 60 years, plus the additional Jiazi from the longevity scripture, theoretically giving him a lifespan of 300 years. However, due to his failure to form his core and his youthful ruthlessness in vying for resources, which led to several battles during the internal family conflicts, his actual lifespan was only around 250 years. If he hadn't cultivated the Longevity Sutra, even if he had obtained the core formation combat power through an external golden core, he would only have 20 or 30 years of lifespan left at most. If he were to attempt core formation in this aged physical state, he would basically face certain death. But now, with an extra 60 years of lifespan, the situation is different. If the golden elixir transformation method is combined with the golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir, Meng Hong might actually succeed in forming his elixir. However, after using the formless puppet to deduce the process, Chen Mobai discovered that Meng Hong still faced many difficulties in forming his core. Firstly, his lifespan was depleted too much. Even if he were to live an extra 60 years, he would still not be at his peak. Moreover, in order to quickly improve his cultivation level, he had taken a lot of pills. Although he had taken away a lot of them when he first tried to form his core, there were still a lot of pill toxins remaining in his body. I had several near-death experiences with serious injuries when I was young, which depleted my vital essence. But these are problems that can be solved. Now that Chen Mobai has enough longevity tree sap, Meng Hong only needs to cultivate the first level of the longevity Dao body to solve various problems with his physical body and blood, and also be able to restore his original nature. As for the matter of the poison, it just so happens that he transplanted the green jade spirit tree, which allows him to give Meng Hong the best quality tea leaves from the flying dragon pool. Thank you, sect leader. After hearing Chen Mobai's plan for him to form his core, Meng Hong was extremely excited. Chen Mobai, I'll test your current level of skill. During Meng Hong's reign, he took great care of Chen Mobai. Now that Chen Mobai has the hope of forming his core, he will definitely repay his kindness. As they spoke, they each took to the air. Meng Hong immediately unleashed his trump card, a third-tier tree seed, transformed into a lush golden sun spirit tree standing tall in the void under his core formation level longevity scripture, displaying his most powerful domain. Seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, eager to test the renowned and powerful defenses of the eastern wilderness. Then he raised his hand, grasped a ball of golden flame, and in an instant he unleashed it, transforming it into the blazing sun slash that flew out. After the golden flames burst forth, Meng Hong's face turned deathly pale. The once lush and verdant golden sun spirit tree was now reduced to a few scattered leaves, indicating that Chen Mobai had tested his defensive limits with this single move. The sect leader is so powerful, I am no match for him. Meng Hong stood in his golden sun spirit tree domain, admitting defeat with a wry smile. If it weren't for the fact that this spirit tree itself had been tempered and upgraded by the azure sun fire, giving it tolerance to the blazing sun slash, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move. Chen Mobai, go ahead and attack me with all your might. I will only defend and not attack. Upon hearing this, Meng Hong immediately perked up. After refining the heretical golden core, he had already tested his skills with his disciple Mu Yuan. The difference in their cultivation levels was indeed something that talent alone could not overcome. Mu Yuan couldn't even withstand a single move from him. Therefore, Meng Hong doesn't know where the bottom line of his cultivation level is. Its defensive capabilities have already been tested under the blazing sun slash. It can withstand one of the sect leader's attacks. Now you can check your attack power. Just as Meng Hong was thinking this, he suddenly saw Chen Mobai on the other side wave his long sleeves, and 7 golden flame balls flew out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, forming a ring of flames that enveloped him. Upon seeing this scene, Meng Hong's lips twitched slightly. I just fought with all my might and only managed to parry one fiery sun slash. If the sect leader were to unleash 7 slashes at once. Fortunately, Meng Hong was an old hand at the game and quickly adjusted his mindset. He began to practice the spells from the longevity scripture on Chen Mobai. The fluctuations in spiritual energy generated by their battle naturally attracted many foundation establishment cultivators from the divine wood sect. Several beams of light flew over immediately, but they all stopped very quickly. Before long, the 2 deputy hall masters, Quan Shanlin and Luo Zuer, also flew over. After watching for a while, they showed envy on their faces. After refining the heretical golden core, Meng Hong did indeed possess power surpassing the foundation establishment realm. although it still couldn't shake the sect leader's position. About 15 minutes later, the two people performing the ritual in midair stopped. Then, Chen Mobai's divine sense surged out, instructing Quan Shanlin and Luo Zuer to lead the people of the 3 palaces and 12 departments to wait for him at the Divine Wood Palace. Half an hour later, all the high-ranking members of the Divine Wood sect in Giant Wood Ridge had arrived. When Chen Mobai brought Meng Hong in, everyone bowed to them. Their gazes toward Meng Hong were filled with envy. Meng Hong will lead a group of people to Yunmeng's to replace senior brother Fu in guarding Feng Yuwu. After Chen Mobai came in, he didn't waste any time and just got to the point. Meng Hong, who was standing to the side, immediately nodded in agreement. Although he was at the bottom of the core formation level, he was still able to hold off a third-tier demon beast on the front lines by relying on the longevity scripture. Fortunately, the number of demonic beasts in Yunmeng's has been gradually decreasing over the past year, allowing some sect disciples who have been fighting for a long time to withdraw and rest. After Chen Mobai set the tone, he let Meng Hong choose the foundation establishment cultivators from the sect himself. After all, he was a core formation cultivator and had once been a sect leader, so he was quite adept at arranging these matters. The addition of a core formation level combatant is undoubtedly a great boon for the Divine Wood sect. For Chen Mobai, this would also make things much easier. In a moment of comfort, Chen Mobai recalled the 2 powerful techniques he had obtained from the Divine Tree Secret Realm. He had previously refined the Qi of Creation, and his Earth Spirit root had undergone 2 transformations, allowing him to choose 2 major techniques from the Longevity sect within the Divine Tree Secret Realm. His primary goal, of course, was the secret to immortality. According to his understanding, this longevity technique must be related to trees, so he chose green leaves and the illusory shadows of branches. However, his luck seems to be not so good. The 2 great techniques they obtained were named blinding the view with a leaf and pulling up seedlings to help them grow. This blinding the view with a leaf is a method of stealthily trapping people. It can be used to benefit oneself or to deal with enemies. If applied to oneself, it becomes the ultimate invisibility technique for concealing one's tracks. According to Granny Ming, it is absolutely impossible to see through someone of the same realm, even against a cultivator of a higher realm, unless they have cultivated a special spiritual eye technique. They can remain undetected. However, if used against an enemy, it can blind the opponent. This depends on the cultivation levels of both parties. If their spiritual power and spiritual awareness are not too different, this move will generally be effective. However, if this is all the effect it has, then this blinding the view with a leaf technique would not be worthy of being called one of the 24 great arts of the Longevity sect. If one cultivates this great technique to its ultimate level, one can even conceal and disappear from the heavenly tribulation. Even if the spell is cancelled, the heavenly tribulation will still come knocking. However, for cultivators, this can be used to delay the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Once the major realm breakthrough is stabilized, and one's own condition returns to its peak, and with the help of some specialized magical artifacts, dealing with the heavenly tribulation is practically a sure thing. Therefore, cultivators of the ancient Longevity sect would generally practice blinding the view with a leaf, as long as conditions allowed. However, in Chen Mobai's view, this great technique was of no use to him. He broke through to a higher realm, so he must have done so through the immortal sects. There's no need to worry about things like heavenly tribulations. Moreover, he was upright and honest in his life, so he didn't need any invisibility techniques. Needless to say, when facing an enemy, no matter who the opponent is, he will cut them down with one sword. If one sword is not enough, he will use another. However, while this blinding the view with a leaf technique was of no use to him, he was overjoyed by another great technique. It's called pulling up seedlings to help them grow. This great technique, however, is specifically designed to work on spiritual plants. It can help spiritual plants at the critical point to break through a small level unconditionally. For example, A third-grade mid-level spiritual plant can break through to the third-grade high-level after applying this, helping the seedlings grow. But this great technique also has huge side effects. That is, once a spiritual plant breaks through using this great technique, it will exhaust its potential and will be unable to continue to improve. For this reason, the ancient longevity cult was basically used at the most critical moment when spiritual plants broke through. For example, the third-grade high-quality immortal peach tree that he transplanted to Zion Ancient could break through to the fourth-grade low-quality tree with the help of this, pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Of course, while a leap in social class can certainly lead to a breakthrough, it cannot guarantee 100% success. When Chen Mobai obtained this great technique, the first thing that came to mind was the fourth-grade, high-quality jade parasol tree in Dengxia City. If we use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique on it, I wonder if it will be able to successfully break through to the fifth-tier low-grade level. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai was naturally eager to start cultivating. Once he entered the first stage, he would be able to directly achieve perfection with the help of the great Tao tree. Unfortunately, reality dealt him a heavy blow. These two great techniques were actually exclusive to practitioners of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. Chen Mobai tried them out of disbelief. Although he could understand them, he lacked the crucial Azure Emperor's longevity spiritual power and was unable to master them. He then consulted Grandma Ming, who said the same thing. However, within the ancient longevity cult, there is a method that allows practitioners who are not practitioners of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to also master these two great arts. But the key is still to have a practitioner of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. Greetings, Godfather. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about the jade phoenix tree, Yin Qingmei, holding his token, passed through the restrictions of the longevity wood dojo and flew to the door of his wooden house to greet him. Come in. Fortunately, he has this goddaughter. Otherwise, Chen Mobai would be able to possess a mountain of treasures but not be able to use them. With a creak, the door of the wooden house opened, and Yin Qingmei, with her graceful figure and radiant smile, walked in. She seemed to have put on delicate makeup, which explained why she was a little late. Godfather, here you go. Yin Qingmei held the Hayashan mirror in her fair and slender hands, knelt before Chen Mobai, and bowed as she presented it. She had assumed that Chen Mobai had summoned her using the Tangxiani, a magical instrument, because of this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 622, Success. Bonus chapter for 11,200 monthly tickets. Chapter 622, Success. Bonus chapter for 11,200 monthly tickets. Yin Qingmei has a beautiful face and clear eyes. It has been a while since I last saw her, and her cultivation has improved a bit. She truly deserves to be called a heavenly spiritual root. Chen Mobai took the Hayashan mirror from her hand, took out a spirit sealing tube, and extracted strands of pure yang purple energy. He then coughed lightly and revealed the real reason he had called her over. It is my honor to be able to help my godfather. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingmei's eyes lit up, and she indicated that she had no objections to Chen Mobai's arrangements. The method Grandma Ming mentioned is still a technique practiced by fellow practitioners. When cultivators are in a state of shared cultivation, their spiritual energy is shared, which is equivalent to one person possessing two different types of spiritual energy. That's why Chen Mobai was able to help Zhuo Ming, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, condense the myriad virtues cauldron. If he and Yin Qingmei cultivate wood and fire together, he can borrow the spiritual power of her Azure Emperor longevity scripture in that state. Therefore, before they can master it, the two need to maintain a state of simultaneous cultivation of wood and fire. This was a very simple matter for Yin Qingmei. She only needed to continue her cultivation at her usual pace. However, Chen Mobai needs to control his cultivation level, since he is a core formation cultivator, and even 1/10 of the spiritual energy intake would be too much for Yin Qingmei to handle. This is unlike Zhuo Ming, whose progress from qi refining to foundation establishment has been under Chen Mobai's watchful eye. He knows her bottom line best, so using the same cultivation technique in combination allows him to perfectly control the situation. To prevent Yin Qingmei from being injured by the massive amount of spiritual energy, Chen Mobai only allowed himself to absorb 1% of the energy during their first formal cultivation session. This was naturally a bit little for a foundation establishment cultivator, and Yin Qingmei even said she didn't feel anything special about it. As Chen Mobai gradually improved, the spiritual energy throughput of the two gradually became more consistent. After 2 days of adjustment, Chen Mobai finally grasped Yin Qingmei's limits, which were about 1/20th of his own. However, this would require Yin Qingmei to be in her peak mental state at all times, which would be fine in the short term, but would be a huge burden in the long term. So Chen Mobai lowered the price a bit more, determined to find the point where she would feel most comfortable. When they reached 1/22nd mark, the two finally achieved the most perfect state of joint cultivation. However, this was an experiment by the two in the Longevity Tree Dojo. If a practitioner of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture is near their natal spiritual plant, they can be elevated to another level. Upon hearing Yin Qingmei's words, Chen Mobai immediately took her back to Qingdai Mountain. As expected, with the blessing of her natal spiritual plant, Yin Qingmei was able to maintain a balance with 1/15th of him. After spending another 3 days getting to know each other at Qingdai Mountain, the two established the most harmonious state of fellow practitioners. On this day, the handsome and refined Chen Mobai sat upright under the verdant jade-green parasol tree. Before him knelt a beautiful young woman with dignified features and extraordinary grace. Her skin was fair, like the first snow, and her lips were as red as cherry blossoms. She listened attentively with a respectful expression. This is Chen Mobai imparting his teachings to Yin Qingmei. Besides the 5 great immortal scriptures, the longevity sect also has 24 great techniques. Since I'm using your spiritual power to cultivate, I might as well pass them on to you as well. Chen Mobai was always rather casual about imparting his skills, but Yin Qingmei, a local from the eastern wilderness, was delighted upon hearing this and immediately bowed deeply to him. At this time, Yin Qingmei had no concept of the so-called longevity cult's great technique, thinking it was a powerful spell similar to the heavenly wood divine needle. After Chen Mobai finished teaching blinded by a leaf and pulling up seedlings to help them grow, Yin Qingmei was shocked and sat kneeling under the tree in a daze, not getting up for a long time. There are actually mysterious spells in the world. Those legendary immortal techniques passed down in holy lands are probably nothing more than this. Yin Qingmei muttered to herself. As someone with a heavenly spiritual root, forming a core was basically not a problem for her. Her only worry was the heavenly tribulation. But if she masters this, blinding the view with a leaf, even if it only delays the situation for a few days, then it's practically a sure thing. Thank you, Godfather, for bestowing upon me the great Tao. Yin Qingmei bowed with unprecedented solemnity. This act of being blinded by a leaf will benefit her for a lifetime. With this great technique, her chances of forming her core are practically guaranteed. Even the chances of achieving fertility in the future increase by 20%. The thought of not having to worry about heavenly tribulations when she breaks through to a higher realm in the future made Yin Qingmei feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and she felt relaxed from the inside out. No need for formalities. Just focus on your cultivation and don't let down the training that I and the sect have given you. Chen Mobai waved for Yin Qingmei to stand up. Although the 2 great techniques of the longevity sect were quite precious, they could only be practiced by those who had mastered the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, so it was most appropriate to teach them to her. Yes, Godfather, I will never forget your kindness to me. When Yin Qingmei stood up, she spoke these words with genuine sincerity. In her view, Chen Mobai had essentially passed on all his knowledge and experience as the holy son of the longevity sect to her, a kindness akin to giving her a second life. In the days that followed, Chen Mobai and Yin Qingmei practiced the 2 great arts of the longevity sect together, using the same cultivation method. After solving the most crucial problem, Chen Mobai, with his core formation realm, easily mastered the first level of these two great techniques in just 1 month. However, Yin Qingmei has not yet mastered the skill. Chen Mobai thought that he might have been a burden to her, so he decided to leave and let her cultivate these two great arts in peace. The main problem is that he has been staying in Qingdai Mountain for a long time and has not left. Yin Qingmei is not his apprentice, and if word gets out, it may affect his reputation. Godfather, I'm seeing you off. When Yin Qingmei heard that Chen Mobai was leaving, a slight look of disappointment appeared on her beautiful and dignified face. She thought that she had disappointed him because she had not mastered the two great techniques. Practice on your own first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me anytime using the Tangxiani. After saying this, Chen Mobai extracted the pure yang purple energy that Hayashin Mirror had condensed over the past month, left the magic weapon with Yin Qingmei, and left Qingdai Mountain where he had been cultivating for a month. Having mastered the techniques of being blinded by a leaf and pulling up seedlings to help them grow, Chen Mobai first wanted to try them out. He secretly arrived at Xiaonanshan. As expected, neither Zhuo Ming nor Luo Yixuan noticed him immediately. But just as he was about to clear his eyes of the problem, Zhuo Ming, who was observing the rice seeds, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked up at where Chen Mobai was standing, then looked around with a puzzled expression, finally shook her head, and bent down to work with the rice stalks. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Luo Yixuan was using her rain-making magic to irrigate the acre of newly hybridized spirit rice grown by Zhuo Ming. She found it strange to see Luo Yixuan get up and then lower her head again. The land suddenly felt much heavier, and I thought someone had come, but after looking around, I didn't find anyone. To be honest, Zhuo Ming felt that Xiaonanshan was her home turf. Although Chen Mobai had concealed himself, he had only just mastered the one leaf obscures the view technique and was only at the first level. He was not yet able to completely eliminate all traces of himself, so Zhuo Ming, who was very sensitive to this land, noticed something amiss. She had barely finished speaking, and before Luo Yixuan could even open her mouth, a familiar laugh rang out. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw that space seemed to have been lifted up, and Chen Mobai's figure appeared before them out of nowhere. "Greetings, master." The two quickly bowed, but their faces betrayed their surprise. "This is a spell I recently mastered." After Chen Mobai mentioned being blinded by a leaf and trying to help seedlings grow faster, the two women's eyes widened, but upon hearing that neither of them could cultivate, they both looked disappointed. "Is this a new variety of spirit rice?" Chen Mobai pointed to the emerald green and golden rice ears next to Zhuo Ming, who nodded gently. "This is a hybrid of King Yu Lingmi and Han Yu Lingmi. The latter was one of the 5-grain rice seeds that Zuding gave to Chen Mobai during his core formation ceremony. This spiritual rice grows on the cold lands of the snow country and frost country, absorbing the essence of frost. It has a refreshing taste and a smooth texture. Long-term consumption by cultivators can help purify their blood and qi. However, insufficient cultivation may lead to cold blood and qi, and a cold constitution. This cold jade spirit rice is of great use to the disciples of the Snowfall Palace in their cultivation, but because of this drawback, it usually needs to be mixed with fire spirit rice. Before the availability of fire spirit rice, cultivators of the Snowfall Palace would typically consume it only once every few days. Only after Zhuo Ming achieved the great perfection of the mother qi of all things was he able to successfully cultivate the cold jade spirit rice, which requires the qi of frost to grow, on the soil of Xiaonanshan. Although the main body of this newly hybridized spirit rice is second-tier green jade spirit rice, it is incompatible with cold jade spirit rice and is only a first-tier high-grade, and some are even only first-tier mid-grade. It's a good opportunity to try pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, reached out and waved a beam of greenish-yellow spiritual light from his palm, which soon covered the entire acre of spiritual field. Then, as if time had sped up, the wheat stalks that had already formed ears of rice became even thicker, and Luo Yixuan timely sent down spiritual rain to help this acre of spiritual rice transform and advance. A gentle breeze blows, and the rice paddies ripple, their original verdant hue fading into a golden harvest. After Chen Mobai withdrew his spiritual light, he saw what appeared to be a golden ocean before him, with a faint fragrance of rice wafting by, which made him nod in approval. Master, most of these have already transformed into the second tier. Zhuo Ming used the Earth Mother technique to inspect all the spiritual rice on this acre of land. More than 30% of the rice stalks failed to break through due to the forced growth and withered and fell onto the soil. However, the vast majority of them broke through to the second level under the guidance of spiritual light, and the plump grains of rice floated and emitted a fragrance. Chen Mobai asked Zhuo Ming to cook a pot of it. After the three of them tasted it, they felt an unprecedented refreshing taste and couldn't help but praise it. Let's bring some over to Zuding too. It'll be a taste of our hometown. Chen Mobai casually mentioned something, and Zhuo Ming immediately nodded. The latter recuperated in her Tingshan mountain and also helped Zhuo Ming take care of the terraced rice fields and feed the spirit beasts such as the blue ox. Master, if I cultivate this forced growth technique to the 4th level, will I be able to upgrade the spirit tree I'm tending to the 5th level? Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Zhuo Ming suddenly asked a question. The sacred tree she cared for. Which one? Chen Mobai was puzzled at first, then suddenly remembered. Zhou Shenking's Dharma body, nascent soul nourishing wood. It's exactly a high-grade 4th-tier item. End of this chapter. Chapter 623, External Avatar. Bonus chapter for 12,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 623, External Avatar. Bonus chapter for 12,000 monthly tickets. Zhou Shenking's soul resides within that peak 4th-tier soul-nourishing wood, and Chen Mobai instructed Zhuo Ming to tend to it periodically. Once a spiritual plant master reaches Zhuo Ming's level, after several attempts, they will naturally recognize what kind of rare treasures they are cultivating. The fact that 5th-tier soul-nourishing wood can be used to transform a Dharma body into a nascent soul is also recorded in the Divine Wood, sect's spiritual plant scriptures. Therefore, among all the members of the Shenmu sect, besides Chen Mobai and Fu Zhanju, Zhuo Ming was the 3rd person who knew about Zhou Shenking's condition. However, this is mainly because Zhou Shenking often gives her guidance when she takes care of herself. Over the years, the two have become both teacher and friend. Therefore, after learning about the great technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, Zhuo Ming's first thought was whether it could trigger the breakthrough of that peak 4th-tier soul-nourishing wood. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai was also extremely excited. Xuaner, stay here and watch the house. Minger, come with me. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, the colorful clouds swept up Zhuo Ming, carrying him as a beam of light towards the Longevity Wood Dojo where Zhou Shenking was located. Such divine arts exist. When Chen Mobai called out Zhou Shenking's illusory image, it couldn't help but become excited after hearing about the pulling up seedlings to help them grow incident. At this moment, he no longer cared about pretending to be a hermit in front of Zhuo Ming, and nervously paced around the soul-nourishing wood. Minger, try communicating with this spiritual plant, and see what the chances are of success if you use this technique to trigger its breakthrough. It's almost a 5th-order soul-nourishing wood. There's probably only one of its kind in the entire eastern wilderness, so Chen Mobai couldn't afford to be careless. Zhuo Ming nodded solemnly, and then unleashed his myriad spirits connection. A short while later, she opened her eyes with a slight sense of relief and nodded heavily under Zhou Shenking's tense gaze. It was originally at the peak of the 4th rank and had long accumulated enough power to break through. It was only because it was brought out of the underworld that it was trapped in this bottleneck. According to Zhuo Ming's communication, as long as the soul-nourishing wood can break through, there is a 70–80% chance of it advancing to the next level. Well, Minger, you should prepare for the breakthrough of the soul-nourishing wood. I will also consult another expert. After returning to his Longevity Wood Dojo, Chen Mobai took out the soul-nourishing wood that Granny Ming had parasitized and asked her about the soul-nourishing wood's advancement. "I have a peak 4th-tier soul-nourishing wood. If I take it into the Yellow Springs Road and use the great technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow to break through, do you think it will be successful? Whether it's the soul-nourishing wood or forcing seedlings to grow faster, Granny Ming is an expert among experts, and she nodded confidently as soon as Chen Mobai mentioned it. At the peak of the 4th tier, if there is enough yin qi from the Yellow Springs to absorb, one can basically break through successfully." Hearing Granny Ming's words, Chen Mobai felt relieved. He was about to teleport to the great Dao tree to upgrade the grade of his great technique when Granny Ming hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and called out to him. "Holy Sun, if the soul-nourishing wood were to break through to the 5th rank in the underworld, it would trigger a raging torrent of yin energy, and that kind of commotion would easily attract the 4th-rank Ghost King from the depths of the underworld to descend. A 4th-tier Ghost King is equivalent to the nascent Soul Realm." Although Chen Mobai was very confident in his pure Yang scroll, he was still unwilling to face such an existence for the sake of advancing his soul-nourishing wood. After all, although the pure Yang scroll is the #1 demon-slaying technique of the immortal sects, the difference between a major realm is like heaven and earth. Chen Mobai didn't want to take that risk. If one doesn't break through in the Yellow Springs, will there be no 100% success rate if one tries to break through using the soul-nourishing wood in the mortal world? Chen Mobai hesitated before asking, and Granny Ming nodded, but then she offered a solution. "If I were to enter the body of your disciple, I could harness the spiritual power of the Yellow Springs and artificially create a small underworld to assist the soul-nourishing wood in its breakthrough. It would be a sure thing." After hearing what Granny Ming said, Chen Mobai finally understood why she had reminded him of this matter. He couldn't help but frown. "Holy Sun, rest assured, I can swear an oath of Tao heart that I will never do anything to harm your disciple. As soon as the soul-nourishing wood successfully advances, I will immediately leave her body." After hearing her assurance, Chen Mobai shook his head. "I need to discuss this matter with Xuaner." After saying this, Chen Mobai recalled Granny Ming and then activated the turtle treasure to teleport to the great Dao tree. Looking at the towering great tree before him, he felt as if he had returned to his own backyard. He manipulated the formless puppet to demonstrate the strength of the foundation establishment stage and reached the 10th step. As green leaves fall, a powerful sense of purpose merges with them. This time, he finally possessed the great art of the longevity sect, which allowed him to receive the great Dao tree's empowerment. The forced growth quickly advanced to the 2nd tier. He then pulled out the formless puppet and walked to the 10th step in front of the great avenue tree for the 2nd time. After 4 consecutive attempts, he easily upgraded both of his 2 great techniques, blinding the view with a leaf and pulling up seedlings to help them grow to the 3rd tier. Then came the 5th time. He took out a celestial abacus bead with a slight crack. The 4th order extreme Yang/true meaning originally stored here had long been thoroughly comprehended and integrated into his own cultivation. All that's missing is the right external materials to cultivate the Crimson Flame Sword technique to its peak. However, Chen Mobai has never been able to comprehend the sword intent of cutting through the sky over the years. This level of swordsmanship has long surpassed the limits of the Eastern wilderness. Even Zhuo Gong, the head of the sword control department of the Dance Weapon Academy in the Immortal sect, is far beyond his reach. Therefore, Chen Mobai had no one to consult and remained inside the heavenly calculation bead. After clearing the memory of the extreme Yang/, Chen Mobai used this bead to save the 4th order pulling up seedlings to help growth realm. However, this great technique seems to be much more profound than the extreme Yang/. The 3rd tier heavenly calculation bead, which originally had a slight crack, has now become deeper. Chen Mobai estimated that it would be worn out after 2 or 3 more uses at most. He made up his mind that he would not use the great Dao tree to empower him in the future, unless it was an important major technique. After all, for him, the 4th tier extreme Yang/ was enough. although we don't know exactly what the sword intent of cutting through the heavens is for. Since it is a sword that can generate all things, it's always good to keep it. Maybe in the future we can use it to maintain our image as an unparalleled sword genius in the immortal sects. With his mind on how to get the Heaven Mending Academy to make him another third-tier heavenly calculation bead, Chen Mobai activated the turtle treasure again and returned to Giant Wood Ridge. Master, I'm willing. At the summit of Zionan Mountain, after Chen Mobai finished telling Luo Yixuan about the soul-nourishing wood, the latter was shocked to learn the sect's greatest secret. She nodded, indicating her willingness to contribute to this matter. The sect and your master will never forget your contributions. Chen Mobai nodded solemnly to Luo Yixuan, and then handed her the soul-nourishing wood that was parasitizing Granny Ming. Holy Sun, the yellow spring spiritual energy of the Foundation establishment state, might not be enough to upgrade the soul-nourishing wood to the 5th tier. After they each made their vows of faith, Granny Ming suddenly said something else, which made Chen Mobai frown and feel displeased. You want to take this opportunity to form a core using the yellow spring spiritual power. If that happens, won't Xuaner only be able to walk the path of ghosts in the future? All the effort I put into having her seal the yellow spring spiritual power was for nothing. Holy Sun, there is actually a way to achieve the best of both worlds. You can teach her the great technique of avatar. After I form my core with the spiritual power of the yellow springs, she can use this technique to refine me into an avatar. In this way, I can not only become her protector, but also get out of my current predicament and cultivate again. Granny Ming said something that left Chen Mobai completely baffled. What is an external avatar? The myriad Dharma bodies cultivated by the Holy Sun are external avatars, which is also one of the 24 great techniques I taught. Because the Heavenly Venerable's true body cannot move, he often uses this great technique to travel in avatars. And when this external avatar is cultivated to its ultimate level, it becomes law of heaven and earth. After listening to Granny Ming's explanation, Chen Mobai finally understood. However, he really didn't expect that the strongest myriad Dharma bodies of the Eternal Gate, the former overlord of the Eastern Wilderness 5-element sect, were actually a legacy of the Longevity sect. This is truly feasible. Holy Sun, I can swear an oath of faith that as long as I can get out of my current predicament and continue my cultivation, I am willing to become Miss Luo's protector and support her for the rest of my life. Grandma Ming was going all out. This was the only way out she had come up with after years of thinking within the soul-nourishing wood and observing the limited time she had gone out for fresh air. Swear an oath first, but whether or not I will actually do it, I need to think about it carefully. Chen Mobai remained very calm and was not swayed by Granny Ming's few words. Master, I'm willing. At this moment, Luo Yixuan, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. But Chen Mobai glared at her and shook his head. You are my disciple. You were transformed into a Japanese embryo because of me. I am responsible for the rest of your life. I need to fully demonstrate the feasibility of this matter and make sure that it will not harm you before I make a decision. Despite hearing Chen Mobai's somewhat stern words, Luo Yixuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She knew that this was because her master cared about her safety. Write down a detailed document about what you want to do and show it to me. Chen Mobai said to Granny Ming that if things really turned out as she said, then Luo Yixuan would be able to get a protector at the core formation stage, which would be a good thing. But this matter is definitely not something that can be believed just because she says it. Yes, Holy Sun. Grandma Ming was very open about this. She had been thinking about this for 6 whole years. I'm confident that as long as I follow her instructions, there won't be any problems. However, it was fortunate that she had the opportunity presented by the soul-nourishing wood. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to bring up this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 624, Heavenly Essence. Chapter 624, Heavenly Essence. Yumeng Marsh, Qingguang Island. Gu Yan handed over the island, which she had been overseeing for a year, to Mei Jingjun, who came from the sect. Mei Jingjun carefully inspected the heavenly wood divine light array, spirit stones, and other resources, and only signed the acceptance form after confirming that there were no problems. After leaving Yunming's, junior sister Gu is going straight back to the sect, right? After completing the formalities, Mei Jingjun's slightly stern face revealed a smile. When Meng Hong led this group of Foundation establishment cultivators here, he also brought with him an order to send Gu Yan back to the sect. Most people in the Divine Wood sect knew that this young junior sister was someone close to sect leader Chen, so they were all willing to give her face. I still need to go back to the Rain Kingdom to hand over the matter of cultivating spirit rice for my family. Gu Yan had not forgotten that she had stayed in the Rain Kingdom to monitor the Red River, the reason being to help her family cultivate Phoenix Tier bamboo spirit rice. Now that the sex transfer order has been issued, she naturally has to go through the entire process. Take care, junior sister. I'll come find you again when I return to the sect. Gu Yan nodded slightly after hearing Mei Jingjun's polite words, then turned and walked into the teleportation array. In a flash of silver light, Gu Yan was teleported to land. Without lingering in the market, she was teleported again. 3 days later, she finally returned to her family in the Rain Kingdom. After spending some time explaining things, Gu Yan bid farewell to the Gu family's eldest elder and flew towards Liuhua Market, intending to use the teleportation array there for transit. Unfortunately, all the teleportation arrays in the market have been booked for the past few days. The one who made the reservation was none other than Hong. He led the cultivators of the Rain Kingdom in a year-long battle in the Cloud Dream Marsh. Now that the sect has issued a transfer order, he can return to rest. Naturally, he also needs to transport back all the resources he has hunted during this year. Large quantities of goods were transported using treasure ships, mythical beasts, and so on. Some of the more precious items require a teleportation array to transfer them. Gu Yan inquired and discovered that, for at least the past half-month, the teleportation arrays of the 3 markets near Yunming's had been requisitioned by Hong. After thinking for a moment, she decided to fly to Huangshifeng City on the border of the Rain Kingdom and use the teleportation array there as a transit point. Eager to return to her sect, Gu Yan immediately took action. After leaving Liuhua Market, she rode her silk magic artifact toward her destination. 5 days later, she arrived at Huangshi Market, travel-worn, and then took the teleportation array there to Nangxi Market in the neighboring Yun Kingdom. Gu Yan plans to rest for 2 days here. But after stepping out of the teleportation array, she saw someone who shouldn't be there. Hong. Gu Yan frowned slightly, then used the large group of cultivators who were also using the teleportation array to cover her movements. She secretly cast an invisibility spell and followed the Red River. Gu Yan has disappeared. Upon hearing Yue Xudao's report, Chen Mobai put down the document written by Granny Ming, and his expression became serious. Yes, sect leader. Yesterday was the last day to send junior sister Gu back to the sect, but she has not returned yet. I sent someone to investigate and found that the last time she was seen was in Nangxi Market. Of the Foundation establishment cultivators who withdrew from Yunming's from the Shenmu sect, only Gu Yan had not yet returned to report. In addition, since she was Chen Mobai's confidant, she immediately attracted Yue Xudao's attention. I understand. You don't need to worry about this anymore. I'm going out for a bit. As Chen Mobai spoke, he transformed into a ray of light and left Giantwood Ridge. Because Gu Yan was under his orders to monitor the Red River, Chen Mobai considered that she might encounter danger and gave her many talismans, one of which could be used for tracking. As long as she has a trace of spiritual power, it can be activated, allowing Chen Mobai to find her location using the Mother Talisman. As expected, after Chen Mobai stepped out of the teleportation array in Nangxi Market, the talisman in his hand automatically flew up and headed west. He silently cast the Blinding the Eyes spell, without alerting anyone, and followed the talisman. Half a day later, Chen Mobai actually arrived at Yunming's. On a desolate reef island, he saw Gu Yan trapped in a maze. Powerful pure yang spiritual energy surged out and instantly shattered all the array flags. Sect leader Gu Yan, who was struggling to hold on with 2 spirit stones, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his figure and stood up to pay her respects. Is the person all right? Seeing that Gu Yan seemed very weak, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask her a question out of concern. Hong absorbed all my spiritual power, but he did not harm my essence. After doing this, he knew he could no longer stay in the sect, so he asked me to deliver this letter to the sect leader. Chen Mobai took it and frowned upon seeing it. He then put it into his storage bag and asked Gu Yan, "How did you manage to witness him using demonic arts?" Reporting to the sect leader, when I left Nangxi Market, I followed him into the cave of a rogue cultivator. Soon after, I sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations of a battle emanating from inside. I risked using an invisibility talisman to enter and saw Hong, covered in blood, his right hand pressed against the rogue cultivator's dantian, draining all his spiritual energy. Gu Yan recounted her discovery that day, but because she got too close, Hong He discovered her presence with a rare treasure. If the two were to fight, she would naturally be no match for Hong. However, she possessed the purple fire sword talisman bestowed upon her by Chen Mobai, and due to the elemental conflict, she actually managed to injure Hong. However, Hong possessed a powerful treasure, which, after being activated, still managed to suppress Gu Yan. When Hong drained her spiritual power, Gu Yan almost thought she was going to die. Please forgive me, sect leader. To save my own life, I told you that you knew he practiced demonic arts. In the end, he seemed to be frightened by your reputation, so he brought me here and trapped me in a maze, and then left that letter for you. After listening to Gu Yan's story, Chen Mobai asked her to extend her hand so he could take her pulse and check her physical condition. As expected, the dantian were empty, but the source was not damaged. It could be restored after a few days of rest. Just keep this to yourself and don't mention it to anyone. Chen Mobai's words made Gu Yan nod slightly, and she even made a vow of Dao heart on the spot. In Hong's letter, he expressed that he had indeed practiced the devouring sea demon art, but he did not know that it was a demonic art when he first started practicing it. Later, relying on his demonic powers, he became the chief disciple of the Divine Wood sect, and even became famous in the eastern wilderness, so he could not give it up. He was grateful that Chen Mobai knew about this matter but did not take action to capture him directly, so he did not absorb Gu Yan's essence. He promised that from this day forward, Hong would disappear from the eastern wilderness. He also hoped that Chen Mobai would give him a way out and not kill him outright. If the Divine Wood sect were to go all out to eliminate Hong, they could offer a high bounty, and even if he left the eastern wilderness, he would still be hunted down by other cultivators, living a life of constant fear and uncertainty. Because the matter was of great importance, Chen Mobai did not make a decision directly. After bringing Gu Yan back to the sect, he handed the letter left by Hong He to Fu Zhangju, who had just returned from Fengyuwu. After reading it, Fu Zhangju was furious and wanted to personally hunt down and kill Hong. But after a long while, under the persuasion of Zhou Shenking and Chen Mobai, he sighed dejectedly. In fact, when he learned that Hong might be practicing demonic arts, he knew this would be his fate. However, since he was his most prized disciple, Fu Zhangju couldn't bring himself to kill him. Fortunately, Hong He didn't disappoint him. At least none of the disciples under the Shenmu sect had their life essence drained by his demonic arts. When Hong finally escaped, he did not kill Gu Yan. The sect will issue a notice later, saying that Hong encountered a third-tier demon beast in Yunmeng Marsh and unfortunately died in battle. Zhou Shenking spoke up, saying that he also had high hopes for his disciple Hong. At least before Chen Mobai's sudden emergence, Hong was the most likely genius to form a core, besides Yin Qingmei, and was highly anticipated. Then let's do as my senior brother says. Chen Mobai shared the same idea, and then went to the Divine Wood Hall to arrange this matter. Yue Zhudao was unaware of the truth. When he heard Chen Mobai say that Hong had actually died in battle, he couldn't help but show a look of shock. Let's make the announcement like this, and make sure the entire eastern wilderness knows. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yue Zhudao instinctively sensed something was amiss, but he wisely refrained from asking further questions and left with a sorrowful expression. As expected, the news of Hang's death in Yunming's quickly became the focus of discussion among all cultivators in the entire eastern wilderness. In fact, besides the Red River, the Five Elements sect and the Divine Wood sect also lost a total of 5 Foundation establishment cultivators in the battle against the demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh. There are 2 of them in the Shenmu sect. However, Hang's identity is different. As the leader of the 5-colored immortal seeds before Chen Mobai, he has the title of the #1 Qi refiner in the eastern wilderness and has a great reputation among rogue cultivators. Many people say that his death signifies the beginning of the decline of the Shenmu sect's fortune. Among them, Mo Duguang and Nujiang, 2 core formation cultivators who heard about this matter, both sent letters to Chen Mobai to inquire about it. After all, Hang perished in Yunmeng's, so the 2 people in charge were considered to have failed in their duties. Chen Mobai could only reply with a wry smile, saying that Hang was just unlucky. No wonder the 2 of them were like that. Meng Hong, who had just arrived at Fengyuwu, was deeply saddened upon hearing about this. He then led the Foundation establishment cultivators from the 3 lineages to begin sweeping away the demonic beasts in Yunmeng's. This can be considered as avenging Hong. Regardless of the circumstances, Hong's departure from the Shenmu sect relieved Chen Mobai of a worry. This way, we won't have to worry about the 9 Heavens Demon Slayer sect coming after us because of this matter. After arranging for Gu Yan to recover from her injuries, Chen Mobai also finished reading the feasibility report written by Granny Ming regarding her becoming Luo Yixuan's incarnation. From an operational standpoint, it is indeed feasible. But Chen Mobai still needs to verify one thing. He teleported back to the Great Tao Tree, and after taking 10 steps, unleashed the myriad Dharma body. An incomplete avatar, granting you the heavenly marrow realm. As the Great Tao Trees will descended, Chen Mobai was slightly lost in thought. He hadn't expected that this myriad Dharma body was actually an external avatar among the 24 great techniques of the longevity sect. He entered and exited the Great Tao Tree one after another, imparting the 1st to 3rd level of his external avatar's understanding to himself. Through Granny Ming, he learned that this external avatar had 5 levels. Even among the 24 great arts of the longevity sect, it is one of the top 3 most powerful spells. These 5 levels are Heavenly Marrow, Heavenly Vein, Heavenly Organ, Heavenly Star, and Heavenly Garment. Once everything is perfectly in place, it will be time to emulate the heavens and the earth. After confirming that the source of the myriad Dharma bodies was indeed an external incarnation, Chen Mobai was no longer so resistant to Granny Ming's suggestion to become Luo Yixuan's protector. He returned to Zion Enshin, and after passing on the 10,000 Dharma body to Luo Yixuan, he also gave her the piece of soul-nourishing wood that had been parasitized by Granny Ming. Xuaner, with a protector, you have risen to great heights. I hope you can maintain a humble attitude and not be blinded by powerful strength, thus neglecting your own cultivation. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Luo Yixuan nodded solemnly. However, she was still secretly delighted to have an avatar at the core formation level. This at least shows that the 10 years of suffering she endured in the underworld were not wasted. I need to familiarize myself with Miss Luo's body a little more to make sure there are no problems. Then I need the Holy Sun to send me to the Yellow Springs Road to form my core. Ghost cultivators definitely cannot form their core in the mortal world, because the intensity of the heavenly tribulation would be terrifying. Chen Mobai nodded, indicating that he could call him anytime once he was ready. Meanwhile, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju were also working hard to upgrade the soul-nourishing wood, setting up arrays and array plates in the lesser underworld. Fu Zhangju personally collected materials to make them. Zhuo Ming also communicates with the soul-nourishing wood at all times to understand all its needs. If everything goes smoothly, all that's missing are the methods for obtaining the rejuvenating spirit water and the nascent soul. Chen Mobai also asked Granny Ming, but the latter did not have the method for the nascent soul stage, because as long as a ghost cultivator refines the fifth-order soul-nourishing wood, he can directly transform into a fourth-order ghost king. She had seen the rejuvenating spirit water before. It was the best tonic for ghost cultivators like them who had possessed the bodies of demons. She examined the prescription and confirmed that there was no problem with it. Chen Mobai hesitated, wondering whether he should ask Yan Shayin to help him refine it, since he was the only one in the entire eastern wilderness with this ability. But as long as he takes out this pill formula, he will definitely be able to figure out that Zhou Shenking is going to transform into a nascent soul. Even though the two had just reached a deal, Chen Mobai understood that Yan Shayin was unlikely to help the Shenmu sect produce a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, there is even a possibility that, if one is unable to stop it, the matter will be made public. Because to transform it into a Dharma body nascent soul, in addition to the rejuvenating spirit water, there must also be a fifth-order soul-nourishing wood. If this is publicized, the Golden Wind ancestor, who only has a little life left, will have a reason to pour out his last glimmer of life into this eastern wilderness. So after much deliberation, Chen Mobai decided to give up on Yan Shayin as an option. 2 months passed quickly. Metal 23, wood 44, water 34, fire 87, earth 34. Looking at his latest spiritual root value on the spirit testing instrument, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief and put down the dried-up high-grade spirit stone in his hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 625 5 Realms. Chapter 625 5 Realms. The second spiritual root transformation of the 7 Yang body occurred 2 months faster than Chen Mobai had anticipated. This was mainly because of the golden crow holding the sun pill. After Qing Nu verified that the pill's efficacy was not a problem, she also transplanted the green jade spirit tea. Without any worries about pill poisoning, Chen Mobai took this third-tier pill as soon as he returned. After 4 months of self-experimentation, Chen Mobai clearly felt that his cultivation speed of the pure Yang Dharma body had increased significantly. This change in his fire spirit root allowed him to accurately estimate the efficacy of the golden crow holding the sun pill. This saved him nearly a third of his time. Moreover, this pill can increase the progress of any cultivation technique or method related to fire attributes. The Pure Yang Scroll's cultivation is moderate and peaceful, but its speed is not fast. Chen Mo's talent in fire spirit root and fire spirit body is top-notch, but even after forming his core, it would still take him 10 years to break through to the third level of the golden core stage. At this rate, it will probably take him another 8 years to break through to the fourth level of the golden core stage. Although this speed is very fast, whether in the immortal sect or the heavenly river realm, you should know that Fu Zhangju only broke through to the middle stage of core formation after 55 years of core formation, with the help of the blood spirit pill. However, Chen Mobai always held himself to the high standards of a nascent soul cultivator, and felt that this rate of progress was too mediocre. Now, with the help of the golden crow holding the sun pill, he was finally quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. After confirming the efficacy of the pill, Chen Mobai was concerned about whether he could have a continuous supply of the golden crow holding the sun pill. After all, the effect of a single pill can only last for a year. He used the Tangxiani to call Zheng Wuyu. He had already given the Black Crow pill scripture to this sect's #1 alchemist. Now, Chen Mobai asked the alchemy department to refine the longevity dew and golden crow holding the sun pill, in addition to the foundation establishment pill. Sect leader, the other auxiliary ingredients are being collected one after another, but the 2 main ingredients of the golden crow holding the sun pill, fire dragon tree fungus and black crow golden feather, are only said to be found in the sun-bathing sea of Dongyi. I have already asked senior brother Chu of Golden Crow Immortal City for help, but the progress is not ideal. When questioned by Chen Mobai, Zheng Wuyu naturally told the truth. Okay, you should prepare all the necessary medications first. I will also keep an eye on Chu's Yuoshu. After asking the question, Chen Mobai recalled how difficult it was for Chu Zuoshu to purchase just one-third tier pure bamboo last time. This time, the fire dragon tree and black crow golden feather are also third-tier spiritual materials that are no less valuable than pure bamboo, so it might still not go smoothly. Perhaps we'll still need to ask the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce or Yan Shayin for help. However, it's uncertain whether these two items will reveal that the Divine Wood sect possesses the formula for the golden crow holding the sun pill. We need to investigate and consider carefully to ensure that the bathing sun sea won't come knocking on our door before asking for their help. Thinking this through, Chen Mobai made a note of the matter, then picked up his phone and clicked on the tortoise to teleport to the Divine Tree's secret realm. After several lessons, he would never forget the changes in his spiritual root and the matter of trying to extract inheritance from the talent tree. Within the inheritance space, he gazed at the various simple, concrete phantom images representing the 24 great arts and couldn't help but begin to ponder. To be honest, he didn't have any urgent desire for the so-called 24 arts of the longevity cult at first. After all, the immortal sect's magic repository contains all the magic of the 4 major academies, 10 great palaces, and 120 departments. Once he reaches the required level, he can even download immortal techniques. But after realizing that he was trying to force things to grow faster, he felt that it would be better to get his hands on all 24 major arts as soon as possible. What he wants most now is naturally that avatar. After all, the myriad Dharma body he cultivated was written in a cryptic and ambiguous way. He was able to master it thanks to the Enlightenment tea. As for how to advance and improve, he figured it out himself and filled in the gaps step by step. Although he had already reached the first 3 levels of heavenly marrow, heavenly vein, and heavenly organs through the great Tao tree's empowerment, it was like building a castle in the air, knowing the answer but not the question. Therefore, he urgently needs to unlock the complete avatar technique to transform his initiation into real power. Chen Mobai walked to the illusory images of leaves, flames, spears, wooden figures, jade, flowers, and hammers that represented the 24 great spells, and examined them one by one, thinking about which one represented his external avatar. He also asked Granny Ming about the 24 great arts of the longevity sect, but because she had made a vow of faith, she could not reveal the cultivation techniques she practiced within the sect. The efficacy of the vow of the Tao heart is lifelong. It will not dissipate even after you die. Even after reincarnation, if there is a vow of faith in the previous life, it will still come true. It is precisely because of the existence of the Tao heart oath that there is still some order in the environment of the heavenly river realm. Although Granny Ming couldn't reveal the specific cultivation methods, she could easily tell him the names and effects of the 24 major techniques. After all, this information was common knowledge in ancient times. Chen Mobai recalled his own words, being blinded by a leaf and trying to help seedlings grow by pulling them up. The former is a leaf in this space of inheritance, while the latter is a branch, both simple images that fit perfectly with these 2 great arts. So which one does the concept of an external avatar fit best? Chen Mobai walked around the 24 illusory figures in the inheritance space again and again, finally stopping in front of the wooden figure. Incarnation outside the body is the Celestial Venerable's travel technique. The Celestial Venerable is a spiritual tree, and naturally, this wooden figure represents him. After thinking it over, Chen Mobai didn't hesitate any longer and directly reached out and grasped the illusory figure in front of him. In an instant, the wooden figure shattered from his palm and spilled out into 5 colored streams of light. The green leaf symbol representing the holy sun of the longevity sect on Chen Mobai's forehead lit up, and the 5-colored light in his palm flew up, beams of which disappeared into the mark. Subsequently, all the information about the great art represented by this wooden figure began to transform into words, pictures, and musical notes, which surfaced in his Danshan consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mobai left the Divine Tree's secret realm with a hearty laugh. He was right. The great art represented by the wooden figure was the avatar outside the body. heavenly marrow, heavenly veins, heavenly organs, heavenly stars, heavenly garments. The five realms were deeply imprinted in his mind. The so-called heavenly marrow is the bone marrow of the entire body that shapes the external avatar, and it is the foundation of everything. The type of energy a cultivator uses determines the height that the external avatar can reach in the future. For example, if it is condensed using fire spiritual power, then in the future this external avatar will be a fire attribute spirit body. When it manifests the laws of heaven and earth, it will be able to control all the fires of heaven and earth and destroy all things. Chen Mobai's external avatar, the bone marrow, was condensed using the power of the void. In the terms of the immortal sects, this is called a void spirit body. It is an extremely rare and precious spiritual entity. Perhaps it is not as destructive as the fire element of heaven and earth, but it can achieve greater success than the five elements' spiritual bodies. Chen Mobai had heard Zhongli Tianyu say that his ancestor Zhongli had discovered in his later years that the realm above the nascent soul stage was related to the void, and that if one possessed a void spirit body, breaking through would be much easier. It was for this reason that Patriarch Zhongli attempted to cultivate the Xuanwu Dharma image, using the Bagua mirror to evolve a mysterious void realm. After reading the description of the heavenly essence realm of external avatar, Chen Mobai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He used the void power of the void stone to condense his bone marrow, which was a lucky accident. Otherwise, for the sake of future achievements, he might have had to abandon this hard-won avatar and collect resources to cultivate again. After the heavenly marrow comes the heavenly vein. This step requires condensing the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Once mastered, it allows one to draw upon the energy related to one's own foundation and marrow. For example, Chen Mobai needs to rely on resources like the void stone to cultivate his external avatar, but there will always be a day when it runs out. There's no way he could possibly support the cultivation of his avatar to the fourth level, using the void stone, with the resources and mineral veins of the eastern wilderness alone. Once the heavenly vein is cultivated, it will automatically draw upon the power of the void between heaven and earth, continuously injecting it into the external avatar to enhance its realm and strength. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but slap his thigh. If he had had this when he first created the Golden Core realm, he would have made sure to show the immortal sect the potential of a void spirit body version of a nascent soul cultivator. In that case, the title of the most talented immortal in the history of the Yuanyang immortal sect might be shaken by him. What a pity! After a look of regret, Chen Mobai looked at the next realm of his external avatar. The so-called heavenly organs are the essence of the five elements between heaven and earth, which are transformed into the inner substance of the body and form a complete human body and the cycle of the five elements. This state is also called the five elements returning to the origin. Once you reach this level, you can freely transform the five elements of spiritual power, and your external avatar will no longer have any weaknesses that can be countered. It is said that the Celestial Venerable created this realm, so that he could freely use the five great immortal scriptures of the longevity sect to evolve the extreme transformations of the five elements and break free from the shackles of his wooden body. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai thought of the primordial Tao fruit. It is estimated that, when the One Yuan True Lord created this supernatural power, he also took this external incarnation as a reference. The celestial stars behind are the various acupoints that condense the incarnations, drawing in the 72 kinds of earthly evil energy hidden deep within the earth. Because the Celestial Venerable attained enlightenment through spiritual plants, he was born with the ability to suppress, control, and absorb the great power of the earth. Therefore, after reaching this realm, he stood above the vast expanse and was considered invincible. The final heavenly garment is the skin, flesh, and membrane that condense the pure energy of the nine heavens and transform into an external manifestation. The heavenly star and the heavenly garment, respectively, condense the pure and turbid energies. In addition, the essence of the five elements is added, and the complete evolution of a world is contained within this external avatar. Upon reaching this level, the external avatar has reached perfection, and one can unleash the power of the heavens and earth. With a mere gesture, the might of an entire world can strike, far beyond what this world can withstand. Seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. The Heavenly River realm truly had unique features in terms of combat magic. Even a heavenly venerable who had attained enlightenment through spiritual plants had to painstakingly create a protective technique called external avatar to protect himself when traveling. I wonder how much earthly fiend chi that ancient ancestor condensed. After fully comprehending the avatar, Chen Mobai recalled the former ruler of the eastern wilderness, the primordial ancestor, who had also left behind a formidable reputation in the eastern region. It now seems that the reason he appeared in all 6 regions of the eastern lands was to search for the earthly fiend Qi in order to improve the celestial star realm of this external avatar. Although the resources in the Heavenly River realm are much richer than those in the immortal sect, many treasure caves have been occupied by the major sects of the eastern land. Even a powerful figure like the ancient ancestor of 10,000 years can only obtain the earthly fiend Qi he needs through exchange. Therefore, Chen Mobai estimated that he definitely hadn't collected all 72 earthly fiend Qi. Otherwise, given the strength of his avatar's combat power, the holy lands of the East would probably treat him as an honored guest. Looks like I need to really study the knowledge of the elemental energy system. Thinking of the earthly fiend Qi, Chen Mobai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Once he learns this subject created by Master Yungsu, he can try to synthesize the earthly fiend Qi on his own. By utilizing the vast resources and cultivators of the Tian realm, and by persevering, having the Shenmu sect disciples collect the natural earthly evil energy that can be harvested, and artificially synthesizing what is rare and unique even in the Tian realm, one day we can perfect this heavenly star realm. Thinking of the vitality system, Chen Mobai naturally thought of his old friend Yan Bingxuan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. After completing her advanced studies at the Bushan Dao Academy, she returned to the Natural Academy as an assistant instructor, intending to follow in Yan Qiangzhe's footsteps and complete the Golden Core formation process. Since she was a successful example, Chen Mobai was very supportive of her. Yan Bingxuan is currently cultivating to improve her realm and ice spirit root value, while accumulating work experience in preparation for exchanging it for a water element golden core. Chen Mobai thought that the Yuan Qi system was profound and easy to learn but difficult to master. Could he ask the beautiful Yan for help in this matter? That way, he could focus all his energy on improving other aspects. As for how exactly to help, he needs to come up with a plan himself. After all, the Heavenly River realm cannot be exposed. Everything must be conducted within the immortal sect system in a legal and compliant manner. With this in mind, Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect once again. Just then, Wang Shui also brought news that the Kaiyuan Hall had approved the proposal to bring Dangxia City under Chen Mobai's command. Although the formal appointment still required going through the other 2 halls, Chen Mobai could now go to Dangxia City to meet with the official immortal sect system there and prepare to take over. Chen Mobai naturally expressed his gratitude. End of this chapter. Chapter 626, Fiend Energy Company. Chapter 626, Fiend Energy Company. Chen Mobai was naturally familiar with the way back to Dangxia City. It's a pity that fewer people are familiar with it now. Although no evidence of collusion between the previous city lord Qin Beipeng and the Ascension sect was found, he was still held responsible for inadequate supervision as the city lord. So he was stripped of his position and, at the peak of his life, was directly transferred to Beihai to be in charge of fish farming. Not only Qin Beipeng, but among all the departments of the Dangxia City immortal sect's official system, Chen Mobai only knew and had dealings with a handful of people. After Qin Beipeng, the new city lord of Dangxia City was named Sui Shanfu, a graduate of Bushan Dao Academy and considered an alumnus of Chen Mobai. While Wang Shui was working in the Kaiyuan Hall, Sui Shanfu had already received news that Chen Mobai might come to take control of Dangxia City. After the appointment was confirmed, he called immediately. Chen Mobai chatted with him briefly, indicating that everything would remain the same. He explained that he came to Dangxia City simply because it was his home, which was why he disregarded the risk of the Ascension sect's resurgence and stayed to oversee Dangxia Mountain. Sui Shanfu also expressed his admiration for this. Chen Mobai spent 10 years in Yumu City cultivating a persona of austere cultivation and disliking pleasure and management, so no one objected to his coming to control Dangxia City. Counselor Chen, this is all the information about Jade Phoenix Tree. Please keep it safe. On this day, Chen Mobai arrived at the top of Dangxia Mountain, where the person in charge of Jumeng Taoist Academy handed over to him all the research he had done over the years. There is also an original copy of these documents at the forestry headquarters of Xianwu Hall. Chen Mobai also took a copy so that it would be convenient for relevant personnel to refer to when they come over. After that, Dangxia Mountain, a fourth-grade superior spiritual vein, belonged to him. There are 3 wooden houses on the mountaintop, which was where Shi Qing used to live in seclusion. Not far from the wooden house stands a large sycamore tree, towering and majestic at the highest point of the mountain. Its trunk resembles giant dragons with clear patterns, and its canopy covers most of the mountaintop. Chen Mobai walked under the dense foliage, looking at the towering jade-green parasol tree. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it. The rough, thick bark was slightly warm, which made the pure yang spiritual energy in his body slightly more active. Unfortunately, Chen Mobai did not possess Zhuo Ming's all-knowing understanding. He tried to communicate, but never received a response from the spirit tree. However, he didn't pay any attention to these things. After all, the main reason he came to Dangxia City was because he was interested in the fourth-order fire vein here, which could help him cultivate faster. So, after spending 2 days with his family after descending the mountain, Chen Mobai declined all invitations from Dangxia City and returned directly to the mountain to begin his secluded cultivation. Both Dangxia Mountain and Giant Wood Ridge are top-grade fourth-order spiritual veins, but the fire vein is clearly more suitable for him. Under these circumstances, the efficacy of the golden crow holding the sun pill was actually enhanced slightly. Besides this, Chen Mobai also thought about how to legitimately intervene in the business of earthly fiend qi. Among the evil energies available for exploitation by the immortal sects is the greenwood evil. Within the Dangxia Mountains, because the land is covered with phoenix trees, a cave that can produce greenwood evil has been artificially created. When he was in the Taoist Academy, he was famous throughout the entire immortal sect for his Azure Yang Sword Fiend. This sword fiend was derived from the primordial Yang Sword Fiend and also required the use of Azure Wood Fiend to condense. Using his desire to cultivate Sword Fiend as an excuse, Chen Mobai inquired about the production of Green Wood Fiend in Dangxia City. Although the Crimson Cloud Academy is protecting and nurturing this earthly fiend qi, the ownership still belongs to the immortal sect. The first-tier Greenwood Demon can produce 12 per year, the second-tier one every 3 years, and the third tier requires reporting to the highest department of the Wangwu Cave Heaven Resource Management Bureau. Only with their approval can production and mining be carried out. Sui Shanfu had clearly done his homework, and he answered Chen Mobai's questions fluently. I need to use this evil energy to cultivate the Azure Sun Sword evil and improve it, but I don't want to go through the process of Wangwu Grotto Heaven. I wonder if City Lord Sui has a way. Although Chen Mobai, as a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy, has a wide network of connections, it's impossible for him to call Wang Shui for such a trivial matter. Sui Shanfu also expressed his approval of his idea. If you go through the procedures at Wangwu Cave, even if all the paperwork is complete, it will still be delayed until the last minute before it's approved. However, this often involves owing favors to others, so if it can be resolved locally, it is generally not reported. Associate Chen, you control Dangxia and Yumu cities. I remember there's a cave there that cultivates Azure Wood evil. You can use your own name to buy all the azure wood evil produced in those two places, and then invite an outstanding expert who is proficient in the Yuan Qi system to synthesize these first and second tier azure wood evil into third tier ones. After the synthesis, you only need to report to the Resource Management Bureau. There's no need to wait for approval. Sui Shanfu said what Chen Mobai wanted to hear. He pretended to think and hesitate for a moment, then spoke again with a hint of worry. Chen Mobai, as an energy source, this green wood demon is in demand by other companies. If I monopolize the entire production of 2 cities, I might be impeached. Sui Shanfu. Then let's find someone who has no apparent connection with Councillor Chen to open a Sha Qi energy company in the local area. Then, the Danxia city government can sign an investment promotion contract with them and prioritize supplying the Greenwood Sha Qi as a cooperative resource to this company. Chen Mobai, Lord Sui is being wasted in Danxia city. Sui Shanfu simply smiled modestly at this. This was the second time Chen Mobai had experienced the excellence of the immortal sect's talents. The first time was with Wen Ping, the city lord of Yumu City. As expected, someone who could become the lord of a city must have maxed out their skills and mental fortitude. Chen Mobai only gave a slight hint, and he came up with a strategy that perfectly suited his needs. No wonder that, after Qin Beipeng was exiled, the immortal sect sent him to take over the mess in Danxia City. After exchanging greetings, Chen Mobai called Yan Bingxuan. Upon hearing that it was his business, Yan Bingxuan did not hesitate and immediately booked a flight back home. As a foundation establishment cultivator and a top student who graduated from the Heaven Mending Dao Academy, Yan Bingxuan naturally received the best conditions in Danxia City when she returned to her hometown to start a business. Not only did they acquire the 10-year mining rights to the King Sha cave in Danxia Mountain at the lowest price, but they also received land as a gift to build a factory. The funds to start the Sha Qi Energy Company came partly from loans from the Immortal Gate Bank and partly from private funding from his friend Chen Mobai. Of course, since this was nominally Yan Bingxuan's company, she still used all her savings to acquire shares and obtain a business license. Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt after losing money? Although Chen Mobai spent 100 million merits to open a void blind box, the funds in his account were more than enough to support Yan Bingxuan in starting a company. But Yan Bingxuan insisted on getting involved, to which Chen Mobai jokingly asked a question. With you, the local tyrant of Danxia City, protecting me, I can't think of any reason to lose money. Yan Bingxuan answered with a slightly serious tone, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but smile. I am just a mere counselor of the Kaiyuan Hall, and I dare not call myself a local emperor. Everything in the company must be carried out legally and in accordance with regulations. And let me tell you the truth, the reason I started this company is to prepare for the subsequent research on the artificial synthesis of 72 kinds of earthly evil energy. Chen Mobai took out the Sword Fiend collection of the Left Palace and told Yan Bingxuan that he planned to master all the Sword Fiend formations on it, and then merge them into a myriad swords diagram to prove his higher level of swordsmanship. This means that the company must have spent a lot of money on research and development up front, and at most it can only break even, with little to no return. Anyway, you'll be there to cover my losses. Even if I go bankrupt, you can just support me. Yan Bingxuan said something that touched Chen Mobai, and he stared straight at the beautiful woman in front of him. Today, she wore a white shirt that was tightly stretched across her chest, revealing her stunning curves. The button on the shirt looked like it might burst at any moment. She wore a black suit skirt, and her long, slender, fair legs complemented the skirt, making them appear radiant. Her face remained aloof, but when she met Chen Mobai's gaze, there was a tenderness that others could not see. Fine, if this company goes bankrupt, I'll support you for life. Chen Mobai couldn't help but respond, and Yan Bingxuan's slightly pursed lips revealed an unprecedentedly beautiful smile. People who don't usually smile can look so beautiful when they suddenly start to smile. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, a mountain breeze blew by, and the two people standing under the jade-green parasol tree couldn't help but look up as a verdant leaf fell. Chen Mobai reached out and took it. then dried it with pure yang spiritual energy and gave it to Yan Bingxuan. It's a fourth-tier spiritual object. I've inscribed a talisman on it and am giving it to you. Yan Bingxuan reached out and took it, saying thank you. With Yan de Marin by his side, Chen Mobai's emotions were satisfied like never before, and he even neglected his cultivation. He accompanied Yan Bingxuan to inspect the site for the factory construction. With his influence, she could choose any land that the Danxia city government offered for sale. The two ultimately chose the location closest to the Greenwood Demon Cave. Besides the convenience of obtaining materials in the future, it was also because it was not far from Danxia Mountain, allowing them to transfer third-order spiritual energy, which would not interfere with Yan Bingxuan's cultivation. Chen Mobai's puppet factory had this one drawback. It was located in the most remote part of Danxia City and Yumu City. Although the place was large, the spiritual energy that could be transmitted was at most at the second level. If he hadn't used spirit stones, the puppet factory would probably have had to stop for 3 days to recharge after operating for only 1 day. However, it was precisely because of this that Chen Mobai was able to conceal most of the output of his puppet factory, using the talisman paper and ink that matched the annual spiritual energy cost to circulate in the immortal sect market, while the rest were dumped in the eastern wilderness. The talisman paper alone brings Chen Mobai 500,000 spirit stones in revenue every year. Now that talisman ink is also being sold. It can generate an additional 100,000 spirit stones per year. In addition to the spirit rice and spirit wine produced in Xi'an, the eldest disciple's current business goal is to reach 1 million spirit stones per year. If most of the spirit rice from Xi'an hadn't been consumed internally by the Shenmu sect, Liu Wenbai would have been able to achieve his annual income target of 1 million spirit stones long ago. However, at Chen Mobai's current level, he no longer values spirit stones at all, because he already has more than enough of them in the eastern wilderness. Currently, Zheng Woyu from the alchemy department helps him refine longevity dew, which costs him approximately tens of thousands of spirit stones each year. In the future, there will be another type of golden crow holding the sun pill, which may increase to 500,000 spirit stones per year. But for Chen Mobai, this was making the best use of resources. Anyway, these spirit stones can't be spent in the immortal sects, so using them in the eastern wilderness can be considered as boosting the local economy. It is said that because of the pills he refines every year, the cultivators of the spirit plant department and the alchemy department, as well as many families in the 7 kingdoms under the divine wood sect who cultivate medicinal fields, have all become rich. However, precisely because of this, as long as it is the pill he needs, all the major forces of the Shenmu sect will work together to collect all kinds of medicinal materials for him as soon as possible, no matter the cost, so that Zheng Wuyu can start refining it. After spending a month accompanying Yan Bingxuan around Danxia City, the two finally settled everything. For the related machinery and equipment, they naturally sought out their old acquaintance Zhou Tiangong. Because of Chen Mobai's influence, the chief engineer of Tiangong Machinery Factory personally came to listen to their needs, helped design the equipment drawings, and also took care of the factory building drawings that matched the equipment. Meanwhile, the Bushan Dao Academy, which is the source of the Yuanqi system, also needs to purchase the relevant patents. The geniuses of the Heaven Mending Academy have long since figured out how to artificially synthesize all the earthly evil energies that have ever appeared in the immortal sects. If Yan Bingxuan's energy company were to artificially synthesize earthly fiend qi, it would undoubtedly be by directly applying the successful research papers from the Patching Heaven Academy. Given their skill level, it's definitely impossible for them to develop a new method from scratch. Even if it were possible, it would be too much of a waste of time. What Chen Mobai dislikes most is wasting time. The patent fees of Bushan Dao Academy can be purchased individually or as a package, but all of them are very expensive. Chen Mobai's economic level in the immortal sect was only moderately well off, and he was really short of money to buy all the patents for artificially synthesized earthly fiend qi. There was no other way but to use his connections. Fortunately, he was a golden core cultivator and the future head of the Dance Weapon Academy, who was highly regarded by the immortal sects. Everyone was willing to give him face. Master Yuangsu owns a company, and all the patents related to the artificial synthesis of earthly fiend qi are stored in his company's archive. You can buy a 1-year trial under the guise of renting it, and the price will be 1/10 cheaper. After the first year expires, you can renew for another year and keep renewing. You should contact Zio Lu about this. He is currently in charge of that archive. After listening to Fu Borong's advice, Chen Mobai immediately called Lu Fengcheng, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. Fortunately, he wasn't a snob and didn't delete Lu Fengcheng's phone number just because he had reached the core formation stage. However, it took him a long time to get the call answered. End of this chapter. Chapter 627, The Origin of the Five Elements Essence. Chapter 627, The Origin of the Five Elements Essence. Lu Fengcheng felt a dull ache all over her body as soon as she saw Chen Mobai's phone number. He really didn't want to accept it. But I can't refuse to accept it. After all, the other party is a counselor of the immortal sects Kaiyuan Hall, a golden core true person. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fengcheng answered the phone and began by apologizing. "Excuse me, Counselor Chen, I just want to make a pot of tea and didn't bring my phone with me." After settling the patent issue, Chen Mobai and Yan Bingxuan began recruiting talent. This step is more difficult. Because the Yuan Qi system is considered a niche subject in the immortal sects, only the top academies and palaces offer this course. However, those who graduate from these places look down on Danxia City. Besides lacking prospects for development, it's also because it's a place rife with trouble. Although the immortal sect has been thoroughly purged several times, no one can guarantee that the Ascension sect's power won't make a comeback. If they get caught up in it, wouldn't they be in deep trouble? It should be noted that even a golden core cultivator like Yu Tianguang was tricked in Danxia City, and his century-long cultivation was destroyed in an instant. Despite Chen Mobai's repeated calls to Fu Borong, asking him to promote the event within the Bushan Dao Academy, not a single foundation establishment cultivator was willing to come. We could only lower our requirements to the qi refining stage, and finally some low-level qi refining graduates submitted their resumes. Yan Bingxuan selected 6 of them through online interviews. If you want to synthesize the green wood qi, this is barely enough. If you want to synthesize all the earthly qi in the future, you will definitely have to find a way to solve the problem of talent. Yan Bingxuan's Sha Qi Energy Company initially focused on supplying Chen Mobai with Qingmu Sha Qi. This is relatively easy because the raw materials are already available. It can be completed simply through precise testing and instruments. However, if other earthly evil energies are to be artificially synthesized in the future, then the source of the 5 elements essence must be resolved. We still need to hire more employees. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. The immortal sect forbids the sale and trading of the 5 elements essence, but there is one form that is exempt from this rule. That is to open a company, hire employees, and collect their 5 elements essence under the guise of research to condense the earthly fiend qi. As long as a formal contract is signed and registered with the relevant departments of the immortal sect, then this is a legitimate job. It's perfectly normal to dedicate one's vital energy to work and research. However, to prevent anyone from exploiting this loophole, the contract that needs to be signed is a standard contract of the immortal sect, and relevant departments will come to inspect at any time. Once it is found that the amount of 5 elements essence contributed by an employee exceeds the standard, the operation will be immediately ordered to stop, and the business license will be revoked. Although Chen Mobai is considered a local tyrant in Danxia City, he certainly wouldn't do something so unwise. Just do everything according to the rules. Moreover, as the social dynamics within the immortal sects become increasingly complex, employees who only possess the 5 elements of essence are no longer valued. What Yan Bingxuan needs are elite talents who can provide the essence of the 5 elements, and are also proficient in synthesizing papers on at least 3 kinds of earthly evil energies. Bingshuan, do you think it would be feasible if I made more formless puppet and used the 5 elements spiritual power evolved from these puppets to replace the 5 elements essence? Chen Mobai, however, came up with a solution. It seems feasible. Upon hearing his suggestion, Yan Bingshuan's beautiful eyes lit up. She, who was worrying about the 5 elements essence in the future, showed a rare expression of excitement. The formless puppet is the pinnacle of the immortal sect's puppetry techniques. Its greatest function is to help cultivators deduce cultivation methods and simulate the spiritual energy required for cultivation. In theory, with a sufficient supply of spirit stones, a single formless puppet can work day and night to provide Yan Bingshuan with any of the 5 elements essence she desires. Throughout the entire immortal sect, although there are other methods to transform the essence of the 5 elements, none are as intelligent and convenient as the formless puppet. This is because it's like having an unconventional person who is not bound by laws and can work endlessly all year round. Yan Bingshuan thought about it more and more and felt that Chen Mobai's suggestion was brilliant. She looked at the young man in front of her with admiration in her eyes. Is this the most outstanding genius in the 10 eras of the immortal sect? With just a few words, he brought an unprecedented and shocking breakthrough to the entire vitality system industry. Then I'll arrange for the production of the formless puppet. Let's prepare 5 first. We can use simplified versions with fixed 5-element attributes. This way, the speed and cost will be much lower. Under the admiring gaze of the beautiful Yan beside him, Chen Mobai felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. But on the surface, he remained calm and composed, as if he had done something insignificant. Okay, I'll interview a few more people on different job websites to try and assemble a complete team. After dividing up the tasks, the two reluctantly parted ways to attend to their own business. With Chen Mobai's current skill level, he is already capable of creating the formless doll on his own. But if you can hire someone, why do the work yourself? He immediately called Chai Lun and told him his thoughts. Chai Lun was also very interested in this, thinking that the combination of puppetry and the elemental energy system was very interesting and might allow the immortal sect to break through the current bottleneck in puppetry. He immediately booked a plane ticket to come to Danxia City and discuss with Chen Mobai how to improve the Wuxiang puppet into a puppet that is specially made by condensing the essence of the 5 elements. Now that we've notified Chai Lun, we mustn't forget our old comrades who fought alongside us. Zhou Tiangong, who had just returned to Chicheng Cave and arranged for the Tiangong Machinery Factory to manufacture equipment, immediately stopped the workshop after receiving a call from Chen Mobai, indicating that the plan needed to be changed. If we are to use formless puppets to provide the 5 elements essence in the future, then the connection method between these puppets and the equipment must be taken into consideration in advance. If it were anyone else, and they told Zhou Tiangong that they needed to change the plan at the last minute, he would definitely have given them the cold shoulder. However, Chen Mobai's suggestion made Zhou Tiangong realize that it might change the 2 unpopular majors of puppetry and vital energy. The thought that this order would change 2 industries, and that it was Chen Mobai, made Zhou Tiangong stop being angry and booked another flight to Danxia City. The one who was last to notify was naturally Wenren Zuwei. When Chen Mobai called, she was making tea in a pavilion on the shimmering lake. A young girl in a light blue dress held a teapot in her slender, snow-white right hand. Clear, bright tea was poured through the tea strainer, and with her graceful movements, a faint aroma of tea wafted from the crystal-clear amber cup. A light drizzle was falling outside the pavilion. She listened to Chen Mobai's words while drinking tea on speakerphone. Lotus flowers bloomed on the lakeside outside the pavilion, seemingly blooming in anticipation of her drinking this cup of tea. In my leisure time, I brew tea, listen to the wind, and watch the rain. Wenren Zuwei was undoubtedly the most carefree person in the entire immortal sect. However, her elegant movements wavered after listening to Chen Mobai's explanation. The teacup she had placed to her lips froze, and it took her a long time to react. As the future leader of the Jumeng Dao Academy, Wenren Zuwei is undoubtedly already in the upper echelons of the immortal sect. Of the four who created the formless puppet, only she realized that Chen Mobai's suggestion might cause a huge shock to the future of the immortal sect. But then she also felt a sense of honor. Because she is about to be involved, she will at least leave her mark on the immortal sects in the future because of this matter. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Wenren Zuwei only replied to Chen Mobai with this sentence. She then flew directly across the lake and, in the misty rain, arrived at the large Chinese tun tree. The girl in the green robe cast a complex hand seal on the number 1 spiritual plan of the immortal sect. Then, a flash of silver light appeared, and she disappeared from the surface of the lake. In Danxia City, Chen Mobai, who had just been hung up on, remembered that Wenren Zuwei hadn't yet told him how she was coming over. Is it a plane or a train? Given her status, she would definitely go to greet him personally. Just as Chen Mobai was about to strike again, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he looked up at the sky. The void suddenly twisted, then a thin crack appeared, and slender, snow-white hands emerged from the crack. At this moment, Chen Mobai couldn't help but grasp the purple lightning sword in his palm. But remembering that this was a sect of immortals, he held back and merely held his sword without drawing it. Fortunately, when he saw the familiar, beautiful, and graceful young woman step out of the void, Chen Mobai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. How did you get here? Did you walk through the void? Chen Mobai secretly released the purple lightning sword and sent it into his golden core realm. Seeing Wenren Zuwei floating down from midair, he asked with a curious expression. I used the Great Void teleportation with the help of the Great Tun Tree, which allows me to instantly reach most of the immortal sect's territory. Wenren Zuwei's answer amazed Chen Mobai. That's amazing. If my Danxia city is attacked by the Ascension sect again, and I can't withstand the attack, could I call you to come and save the day? If you can't beat an opponent, I certainly can't beat one either. Besides, when I activate the Void Shift, it takes more than half of my spiritual power to come over. I estimate that even if I manage to get here, I'll be at my last gasp. Isn't your Chanchun Kung Fu the best at recovering qi? Upon hearing Chen Mobai's question, Wenren Zuwei revealed a strange smile, then lifted the wide sleeves of her sheer, ethereal blue robe. Chen Mobai saw that her arm was twisted 360 degrees, as if it had been broken. Only nascent soul cultivators can withstand the void shift. If it weren't for the everlasting spring technique protecting me, I would be nothing but a pile of minced meat in front of you. Wenren Zuwei's words left Chen Mobai speechless, his face filled with shock. You could have easily flown here. I don't mind taking a little extra time. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei's twisted arm had been completely healed under the effect of the Chanchun Gong. She tucked her delicate, snow-white arm back into the wide sleeves of her blue robe, smiled slightly at Chen Mobai, and said something playful. The main reason is that I just mastered this move a few days ago and couldn't resist showing it off to you. Chen Mobai could only give her a thumbs up. To be honest, he was genuinely envious of this ability to teleport through the void. But the thought of her long, slender arms twisting like pretzels sent a chill down his spine. He doesn't have the everlasting spring kung fu, so let's forget about it. Chen Mobai never expected that when he finally called Wenren Zuwei, she would be the first to come over. Before Chai Lun and Zhou Tiangong arrived, Chen Mobai simply started talking to her about the Enlightenment white tea. Just then, Wenren Zhu happened to be carrying tea and teaware with her, so she unceremoniously set up a table and chairs on the top of Danxia Mountain and began her tea ceremony performance. The immortal sect doesn't have many resources. Once, a nascent soul ancestor suggested that we implement family planning to control the population. But in that case, if there is a possibility that another world will launch a war to open up the world, we will be at a disadvantage due to a lack of manpower. Therefore, this ancestor proposed to use the power of the immortal sect to create puppet Dao soldiers that can use the inheritance indefinitely. When not in use, these puppet Dao soldiers would be sealed and closed, and then activated and deployed to the battlefield during wartime. But ultimately, due to the immaturity of the technology, this proposal was shelved. While Chen Mobai was having tea with Wenren Zhuwei, the latter told him a piece of history that he was unaware of. This happened at one of the high-level meetings in the Kaiyuan Hall. Because it was not recorded, not many people know about it anymore. At that time, the most outstanding puppetry technique in the immortal sects was that of Jumeng Academy. So although the proposal was shelved at the time, Jumeng Academy still conducted research for over 100 years under the guidance of the nascent soul ancestor. The ability to create the formless puppet is the foundation of many research achievements. You mean? Chen Mobai understood why Wenren Zhuwei had rushed over so eagerly after hearing him talk about using the Wuxiang puppet to produce the five elements essence. Refining the puppet soldiers and classifying them into various war formations was also the core proposal of that ancestor. Wenren Zhuwei continued, saying that she would never have told anyone else this, but Chen Mobai, like her, would one day take charge of one of the four major academies of the immortal sect and was therefore qualified to know. If your research in this area is truly completed, the military will likely come looking for you. The military commander was none other than the master of the Righteous Law Hall, one of the three great hall masters of the immortal sect. Unfortunately, he had already sent Lan Haitian to find Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai, who has a background in the Dance Weapon Academy, respects the three hall masters but is not afraid of them. I wonder which ancestor it is. However, if it were a nascent soul ancestor, Chen Mobai would have to consider it carefully. Wenren Zhuwei remained silent, drinking her tea. After waiting for a while, Chen Mobai could only accept the cup of tea she offered and drink it all in one gulp. Just then, a beam of icy light flew down from the foot of the mountain, and soon the tall and slender Yan Bingxuan appeared on the mountain top. She stared intently at the stunningly beautiful young woman in a blue dress who sat at the head of the tea table. Their eyes met, and Wenren Zhuwei smiled slightly, making an inviting gesture. End of this chapter. Chapter 628, Return Gift. Chapter 628, Return Gift. Bingxuan, this is my friend Wenren Zhuwei, a teacher at Jumeng Academy. She and your teacher, Fairy Qiangji, are best friends. You must have heard of her, right? When Chen Mobai saw Yan Bingxuan come up, he naturally started to introduce her, waving her over to sit down as he spoke. She is also the most outstanding tea master in the immortal sect. Come and drink the tea she brews. Yan Bingxuan nodded, clearly knowing the famous master of the everlasting spring technique. She hesitated for a moment, then greeted Wenren Zhuwei, who was sitting in the main seat, and called her real person before sitting down. So you're Qiangzhi's student. I've heard her mention you before and I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is Fengaming black tea. It has a sweet and mellow taste. If women drink it for a long time, their skin will become more delicate and fair, delaying physical aging and preserving their youth. Try it. When Wenren Zhuwei saw Yan Bingxuan sit down, she gracefully raised her slender hand to pick up the teapot beside her, and with her other hand, she lifted the clear, jade-like teacup from the realm and placed it in her white palm. Yan Bingxuan looked at the teacup handed to her. The clear, bright yellow tea exuded a mellow aroma. She couldn't help but reach out and take it, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this really good for the skin?" No woman is indifferent to this, even if she is already a foundation establishment cultivator with a lifespan of 240 years. She is already 52 years old. According to the 100-year lifespan of a mortal, she is already over 20 and no longer a young girl. Of course, this Fengaming black tea was discovered by the sages of Jumeng Taoist Academy in the deepest part of Xianwu Mountain in Qingcheng Cave. It absorbs the essence of the earth and the dew of the sweet spring. When it is roasted, I also carefully selected 100 kinds of mountain flowers to release their fragrance. Furthermore, with the authority of the Taoist Academy, I used the essence of the sun and moon to smoke and dry it in the shade, which is why it is such a spiritual tea. As Wenren Zhuwei spoke, she took out her phone and immediately played a video for Chen Mobai and Yan Bingxuan showing her picking tea leaves at Qingcheng Cave, frying them with the energy of the sun, and drying them in the shade with the essence of the moon. This video is very professionally made. After seeing it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but pick up the bright yellow tea that Wenren Zuwei had refilled in his hand. To be honest, it tasted even better. However, he didn't really care about the benefits of maintaining youth for the skin. According to his lifespan, because he broke through his cultivation level early, his physical body has always remained at the tenderest age equivalent to 18 years old. He will only show signs of aging after he turns 100. What's even more terrifying is that Chen Mobai's physical body won't pass its peak and begin to weaken until he's 350 years old. During his 300 years at the peak of his career, if the otherworldly resources he discovers next are abundant, he will definitely be able to obtain more than one nascent soul elixir if he is willing to leave the mountain and participate. It is precisely for this reason that, among this batch of golden core cultivators in the immortal sect, he is second only to Wenren Zuwei and is considered by the higher-ups to be the one who can form a nascent soul. This is a documentary produced by Zionmen TV to promote tea culture. The Taoist Academy recommended me to film 3 episodes, and this is one of them. At this moment, Wenren Zuwei poured Yan Bingxuan another cup, and the somewhat subtle atmosphere between the two of them became harmonious and happy. Chen Mobai couldn't help but give Wenren Zuwei a thumbs up in his heart. As expected of the future head of Jumeng Academy, her way of dealing with people was something he could learn from. When Wenren Zuwei and Yan Bingxuan were talking, they were actually addressing each other according to Yan Qiangzhi's seniority. Chen Mobai felt a little strange, but since the 2 female cultivators had already addressed each other, he just kept his head down and drank his tea. Nisk Shuaner, take this box of Fengaming black tea. Take 3 slices each day and you can drink it all day long. When an elder meets a younger generation, Wenren Zhu generously presents a box of second-grade spiritual tea as a gift. Upon hearing this, Yan Bingxuan waved her hand shyly, indicating that she could not accept the money. Bingxuan, please accept this. Senior sister Wenren may not have much else, but she has a lot of all kinds of spiritual tea. As the head of the Shenmu sect, Chen Mobai now mainly drinks 3rd-tier Snow Needle Immortal Bud and Green Chan Spirit Tea. He feels that 2nd-tier tea can only be used as a small gift for the younger generation. It's fine if Yan Bingxuan accepts it. She can always prepare a gift for Wenren Zuwei when she leaves, as a return gift on her behalf. Hearing his words, Yan Bingxuan, who was initially declining, hesitated for a moment and then politely accepted it. Deep down, she still really wanted it. Next, the 3 began to discuss methods for creating the 5 elements of energy using puppets. A day later, Chai Lun and Zhou Tiangong also arrived. The 4 most outstanding puppeteers in the immortal sect, along with Yan Bingxuan, a graduate of the Yuanqi department of the Heaven Mending Dao Academy, began to discuss how to evolve the most basic spiritual energy into the 5-element spiritual power through cultivation techniques, and then transform the spiritual power into the 5 elements essence. Soon, all the theories were completed on paper. All that's left is to verify it. Given your status and position, you should be able to get 5 mid-grade spirit stones that can be charged with energy without any problem. But it would be best to apply for 10, so that they can be used in rotation to recharge, which would greatly promote the research of the experiment. The process of transforming puppets into the 5 elements of essence can definitely be handled without any problems if the 4 of us from the immortal sects are in charge of puppetry. However, your Danxia city is too remote and lacks a master of the Yuan Qi system to oversee it. I'm afraid the research on the earthly fiend Qi will not go smoothly in the future. Chai Lun is a straightforward person, and he said it directly to Yan Bingxuan's face. After all, compared to the 4 3rd-tier puppeteers, Yan Bingxuan was only a 2nd-tier Earth Master. The immortal sects have very strict requirements for the 3rd-tier assessment. Keep in mind that even Chen Mobai hasn't passed the exam to become a 3rd-tier talisman maker. The theory of artificially synthesizing earthly fiend Qi has been largely solved since the time of Master Yuangsu. The main thing is that A very large amount of human resources is needed to conduct experiments and observations. If there are only a few or a dozen people, they can only focus on the research of one or two kinds of earthly evil energies at most. How about we move the company to Linwu Cave Heaven? The resources of the Greenwood Demon there are the richest in the entire immortal sect. Although our Tao Academy's Yuan Qi system is not as good as the Heaven Mending system, after catching up over the years, it is not a problem to assemble a team of 100 people. Wenren Zuwei was essentially speaking up for Yan Bingxuan, and her suggestion was also endorsed by the other two. In fact, the Dance Weapon Academy also has a Yuanqi department, but this elective course is extremely unpopular within the academy, even less popular than some other academies that have established cooperative relationships with the Heaven Mending Academy. That's right. I plan to apply to the Ministry of Education to add the Yuanqi department as a discipline in the Qing Academy, Chixia Academy, and Danju Academy under its jurisdiction, and even to make it a key support program to develop it into the flagship discipline of the three academies. We definitely need to persevere in this project to see results. It's held every 10 years, and I believe that after 3 or 4 sessions, we will be able to gather enough manpower. The problem is that we might need to invite the teaching staff of the Yuanqi department from the Bushan Dao Academy. I don't know if Fu Borong will give me that kind of face. Chen Mobai definitely didn't want Yan Bingxuan to move the company to Linwu Cave. His reason for artificially synthesizing evil energy was simply for his own cultivation. It wasn't, at all, what Wenren Zuwei and the others thought about changing the future landscape of the immortal sects. Then let's prepare for both possibilities. I'll also set up a Sha Qi energy company in Linwu Cave Heaven, and you can all invest in it. Chen Mobai did not object to Wenren Zuwei's words, as he only needed Yan Bingxuan's company under his name. As for what Wenren Zuwei wanted to do with this, he wouldn't care. After the 5 people signed the contract, Chen Mobai immediately called Fu Borong. This matter of yours is a bit difficult to handle. Fu Borong hesitated when Chen Mobai proposed opening courses in the Yuanqi department at his 3 affiliated universities. Dangxia City is too remote. The teachers at Bushan Dao Academy who are ambitious will not come here. The immortal sect values human rights above all else, and Chen Mobai's influence wasn't so great that Fu Borong could force the teachers of the Yuan Qi department to come and teach. The Yuan Qi department of Taiyuan Academy is second only to our Bushan department. Why don't you ask them? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that Fu Borong had politely declined. Okay, thank you very much, Director Fu. Although the matter was not resolved, Chen Mobai still thanked him politely. The Yuan Qi system of Taiyuan Academy is indeed excellent, even surpassing that of our Jumeng Dao Academy. When Wenren Zuwei saw him hang up the phone, she nodded to indicate that Fu Borong was telling the truth. Shall I call Master Kingping and ask? Chen Mobai said something that shocked Yan Bingxuan and the others present, but Wenren Zuwei remained calm. Back when the two of them opened up the realm at Wufeng Immortal Mountain, their mentor was Master Kingping. That's a venerable man. Wouldn't it be too presumptuous to bother him with such a trivial matter? Chai Lun spoke hesitantly. Then I'll send him a text message first. If he doesn't reply, then forget it. Chen Mobai agreed, and since Master Kingping was his idol, he hoped to have a positive and good image in the master's mind. After I edited the content and sent it over, Master Kingping never replied. After waiting for a long time, and having drunk 3 rounds of tea brewed by Wenren Zuwei, everyone looked dejected as it was getting dark. Although our Jumeng Dao Academy's Yuanqi department is not as good as the Mending Tian department, it still has a solid foundation. If all else fails, I will send 3 teachers over to assist you. Wenren Zuwei spoke up, and Chen Mobai nodded, agreeing that this was the only option at the moment. After finishing their last cup of tea, they said their goodbyes and parted ways. Zhou Tian went back to make the equipment, while Chai Lun started his puppet company to customize the 5 Elements Essence puppets that had been finalized in the past few days. At the summit of Dangxia Mountain, Wenren Zuwei nodded slightly to Chen Mobai and Yan Bingxuan, about to perform the void shift in front of them. Senior, I opened a void blind box before and got this pearl with rich water elemental energy. Since you have the heavenly water root, I thought it would be best to give it its best effect if it was in your hands, so why don't I give it to you? Chen Mobai immediately stopped him. He remembered that Wenren Zuwei had given Yan Bingxuan a second-grade spiritual tea as a gift, and he couldn't be stingy, so he simply took out a round and clear pearl as a return gift. This Wenren Zuwei originally wanted to refuse, but after seeing the large pearl in Chen Mobai's palm, her outstretched hand stopped and involuntarily fell on the pearl. Feeling its smooth and delicate texture and the abundant water spirit within, her usually elegant and graceful face couldn't help but be slightly shocked. How lucky you are. I opened 3 void blind boxes, and the most valuable one was just a bag of mixed low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones. After regaining her senses, Wenren Zuwei said somewhat unconvinced. Maybe it's just the newbie's luck. Maybe next time they'll get a blank card. Chen Mobai laughed heartily as he spoke. Yan Bingxuan, who was standing next to him, was shocked to see that he had given away such a precious gift for the box of black tea she had brought. She hesitated to speak. This thing is enough to buy all the spiritual tea I have. It's too valuable for me to accept. You should keep it and give it to someone you know. Wenren Zuwei seemed to notice Yan Bingxuan's expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. She withdrew her hand from the large pearl and shook her head in refusal. Once I give something away, there's no reason to take it back. If you feel unworthy of it, Senior, why don't you give me some of your third-level enlightenment tea? I happen to be facing a difficult point in my cultivation and need to use it to comprehend it. Chen Mobai, however, boldly handed the large pearl in his hand to Wenren Zuwei. The latter trembled slightly, but after asking herself, she realized that she really liked it, so she nodded. Junior, with your personality and such outstanding talent, you are truly admirable. Wenren Zhu gave Chen Mobai a large jar of third-tier enlightenment tea from her own realm. If he consumed all of it, its effects would last for a year. You're too kind, Senior. How could my talent compare to yours? Chen Mobai was very modest. In the entire immortal sect, who would dare to say that they were more outstanding than Wenren Zuwei, who had 3 heavenly spiritual roots? Junior brother, although the enlightenment white tea I grow is quite good, its effects will gradually decrease if consumed over a long period of time, until it only lasts for a few minutes. Therefore, we only consume it at crucial moments of cultivation and enlightenment, so please remember not to waste it. Chen Mobai had also noticed this. His enlightenment white tea was already at the 2nd level, but because he had taken it so many times, he now needed to drink it constantly in order to ensure its long-term effects. However, Wenren Zuwei's 3rd-grade superior enlightenment white tea already has 1/10 the effect of the genuine enlightenment tea. Chen Mobai can use this to solve a problem that has been worrying him for a long time. His spiritual power technique. End of this chapter. Chapter 629-3, Major Cultivation Techniques. Chapter 629-3, Major Cultivation Techniques. Chen Mobai had already cultivated his divine control technique to its peak. Although it could still enhance his divine sense, it was no longer sufficient for his current level. The 3 most suitable spiritual cultivation techniques for pure Yang cultivators are the Great Sun Golden Crow technique, the Candle Dragon Carrying Light technique, and the Phoenix Facing the Sun diagram. Chen Mobai had already used his points to download all the books from the Immortal Sect library and read them several times. Because during the formation of the nascent soul, divine consciousness and spiritual power merge, transforming into a pure nascent soul. Therefore, when choosing a cultivation method based on divine consciousness, one needs to consider whether it can help or even promote the formation of the nascent soul. Moreover, once the nascent soul is formed, there is no possibility of changing it except through physical dissolution, so this step also determines the cultivator's future path. Among these, the combination of the Great Sun Golden Crow method and the Pure Yang scroll is arguably the strongest. In the past, the primordial ancestor of Yuan Yang used this method to form his nascent soul, eventually cultivating the nine heavens' primordial yang purple extreme form, which encompassed the yang harmony of heaven and earth. With a thought, he could burn mountains and boil seas, and even had the terrifying feat of burning a star. However, when the Yuan Yang ancestor practiced this path, his essence, energy, and spirit became too masculine and domineering, preventing him from breaking through the Danshan and emerging from the nascent soul. He also frankly admitted that if he hadn't been born with a pure Yang body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such domineering Yang fire energy. The pure Yang body was the foundation he cultivated in advance for this purpose. Several people in the immortal sects have already successfully traversed the path from the acquired pure Yang body to the formation of the nascent soul stage. But whether he can actually become a god is still unknown. Although Chen Mobai felt that with his status and background, as long as he could cultivate to a critical point, the immortal sect should be able to give him the treatment of the Yuan Yang ancestor and send him to Taiyin Star for cultivation through the boundary gate. However, the reason why ancestor Yuan Yang was able to take this step was because he was a true genius, the undisputed #1 talent in the history of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai was afraid that if he were sent to Taiyin Star by the immortal sect, he would not be able to comprehend the breakthrough of the elixir breaking through the nascent soul stage, and would return in disgrace, ruining his lifelong reputation. However, if he had enough enlightenment he felt he could consider following the path of the primordial ancestor. The second technique, candle dragon holding light technique, is one of the spiritual cultivation methods that complements the 6 imperial scriptures. It lays the foundation for the nascent soul stage. If one becomes a deity in the future, one can gather strength from a single point and use the pure Yang primordial spirit to evolve the strongest candle dragon dharma form of the immortal sect, riding the righteousness of heaven and earth and controlling the debate of the 6 qi. This is also a conjecture put forward by the Yuan Yang ancestor after he transformed into a deity, because the essence of the Yang section scripture and Ming section scripture in the 6 imperial scriptures is the same as that of the pure Yang scroll, but the 6 imperial scriptures have a broader exposition of the great Tao of the universe than the pure Yang scroll. After his cultivation reached a bottleneck in his later years, ancestor Yuan Yang wanted to explore the realm beyond the nascent soul stage, so he chose the 6 imperial scriptures. Although he ultimately failed, he believed that he had completed all the theories from the pure Yang scroll to the 6 imperial scriptures. He thought that if he had chosen the candle dragon holding light technique to lay the foundation of his primordial spirit from the beginning, he might have been able to turn theory into practice and take that step beyond the nascent soul stage. The knowledge of the immortal sects is shared, so after the passing of the Yuan Yang ancestor, the relevant content was also unlocked to the general public. Chen Mobai, who cultivates the pure Yang scroll, was also extremely interested in it. The final phoenix facing the sun painting was passed down by ancestor Yunya of the Dance Weapon Academy along with the pure Yang scroll. It is a technique from the heavenly book of the outer realms. Before the existence of the primordial Yang ancestor, cultivators of the immortal sect who practiced the ancient pure Yang scroll used it as their spiritual consciousness cultivation method. Although no one in the immortal sect has ever reached the highest realm using this method, ancestor Yunya said that in the distant depths of the universe, in the ancient dojo where he came from, someone used this method to cultivate the 3 azure bird dharma form, becoming invincible among all the heavens. The Dan Ding sect, from which ancestor Yunya originated, refers to this sect. However, this technique also has problems. First of all, it belongs to the ancient method. When combined with the new pure Yang scroll revised by ancestor Yuan Yang, cultivators need to spend some time getting used to it. Moreover, the realm division is relatively simple, unlike the detailed division of each realm from 1 to 9 levels that the immortal sect currently uses. The phoenix facing the sun painting only has 7 levels in total. These represent the early, middle, and late stages of the golden core and nascent soul realms, as well as the final stage of the deity transformation realm, which no one in the immortal sects has ever reached. However, with the golden words of ancestor Yunya, it can be confirmed that the content of the last layer is correct. However, after the local ancestor Yuan Yang became a deity, most cultivators in the immortal sect who practiced the pure Yang scroll abandoned the phoenix facing the sun diagram and instead chose the great sun golden crow method. After the passing of the Yuan Yang ancestor, another option, the candle dragon carrying light technique, was added. 1,000 years ago, there was a heated debate within the immortal sects regarding the ancient and modern methods of the pure Yang scroll. The representatives from both sides were Wuki Daeyuan and Chunyang Academy. The conservative faction, represented by the Meiki Dojo, suffered a crushing defeat in this debate, as was to be expected. However, the Dance Academy is also very straightforward, since they can't win the argument they join. In any case from the source, they are the pure Yang Orthodox lineage. Although Chunyang Academy is supported by Bushan Dao Academy, even Bushan Dao Academy cannot refute this point. However, the feud between Wuki Dao Academy and Chunyang Academy was thus formed. Compared to the Great Sun Golden Crow technique and the Candle Dragon holding light technique, the Phoenix facing the sun painting has another drawback. It is slow to cultivate. But this flaw is actually an advantage for Chen Mobai. This is because cultivating this spiritual technique requires a phoenix tree as a place for spiritual consciousness to reside. The higher the grade of the Wudong spirit wood, the faster the cultivation speed. When Ancestor Yunya came to the immortal sect, he brought many tongue tree seedlings, instructing his disciples to search for suitable spiritual veins throughout the sect and plant them. The one that ultimately grew the best was the jade phoenix tree in Dangxia City. After Yu Tianguang formed his core, the reason he came here was to see if he could use this fourth-grade high-quality jade parasol tree to cultivate the phoenix facing the sun painting. However, due to a single mishap, he encountered a heretical leader of the Ascension cult and was cursed with the god-devouring technique, resulting in his utter disgrace and ruin. Chen Mobai is currently stationed in Dangxia City, essentially enjoying the jade phoenix tree all to himself. Now that he has this advantage, he feels that it would be a great disservice to the immortal sect not to make use of it. Over time, he also figured it out. The immortal sect had given him this precious fourth-grade high-quality spiritual plant so easily, probably because they wanted to support him, a nascent soul cultivator, and help him improve his cultivation level as quickly as possible. However, Chen Mobai was always cautious, and even though he already had the jade phoenix tree, he still had some concerns about the phoenix facing the sun painting. After all, the other two techniques are no less than the phoenix facing the sun technique, and may even be superior. The Great Sun Golden Crow method is the great Tao that the primordial Yang ancestor has traversed. The Candle Dragon carrying light technique was completed by Ancestor Yuan Yang in his later years, offering a path to break through to the level of nascent soul. Before acquiring the jade phoenix tree, the phoenix facing the sun painting was ranked last in Chen Mobai's mind. But now that the immortal sect has given him this condition, he feels that taking this path is not impossible. Since this was related to the foundation of his future nascent soul formation, Chen Mobai still wanted to use the Enlightenment Tea to truly comprehend these three cultivation techniques. After all, with the jade phoenix facing the sun painting, no one can say for sure how much progress one's cultivation will make. If it's you, I think you should choose the most promising candle dragon light technique. After hearing what Chen Mobai said, Wenren Zuwei expressed full confidence in his talent. After all, he was capable of surpassing the nascent soul stage talents of their generation, and it was very likely that he would become a nascent soul stage expert. Since one can reach the divine transformation stage, one should naturally consider anything beyond that. To avoid ending up like the Yuan Yang patriarch, who died with regrets in his later years. While I am very confident in myself, this is really a bit too ambitious. Although Chen Mobai's persona in the immortal sect is that he looks down on everything, he can't start thinking about the supreme realm beyond the nascent soul stage, which no one in the immortal sect has ever reached, when he is only at the golden core stage. That's really too arrogant. Upon hearing this, Wenren Zuwei couldn't help but lift her sleeve, squint her eyes, and smirk. Her words just now could be considered a joke. After the joke, she began to offer her true opinions from the perspective and insight of the future head of the Jumeng Academy. When practicing the Great Sun Golden Crow technique, the Yang fire is vigorous. When breaking through, one needs to prepare yin attribute spiritual objects to help neutralize it. Moreover, no one has verified whether a pure Yang body can transform into a god. When the word harmony was mentioned, Wenren Zuwei seemed to suddenly realize something, and her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows glanced lightly at Yan Bingxuan, who had been silent all along. But her movements were so subtle that neither of the two people opposite her noticed, as they were both captivated by what she was saying next. The original heavenly book of the Phoenix facing the sun was also brought to the immortal sect by ancestor Yunya and is stored in the Heavenly Book Academy. It is said that the cultivation methods after the 7th level can be comprehended from it. If you can really become a god in the future, with your unparalleled talent, you may be able to obtain more and better knowledge from directly comprehending the heavenly book than from the 6 imperial scriptures. If you reach the nascent soul stage, with the support of ancestor white light, you can transplant this jade phoenix tree into your own realm's cave heaven. I think that's probably what the higher-ups were thinking, but they're all a bunch of riddle makers who don't like to be direct. But the fact that they gave you this jade phoenix tree so easily is probably because they want you to feel that it would be a huge waste not to cultivate the phoenix facing the sun painting. Chen Mobai deeply agreed with Wenren Zuwei's words, something he had only recently come to understand. Would the higher-ups in the immortal sects not know that he was cultivating the pure Yang scripture? They must know the significance of the jade phoenix tree to the phoenix facing the sun painting. Lan Haitian's attempt to recruit Chen Mobai on behalf of the righteous law hall master failed, but he still reminded him of this matter. Besides wanting to befriend him, it was also because no one in the immortal sects was more suitable for this jade parasol tree than Chen Mobai. The only one who could rival Chen Mobai, Nangong Xuanyu, had long since cultivated the Great Sun Golden Crow technique. The immortal sects may not have many resources, but they always make the most of them. Instead of wasting this top-grade 4th-tier spiritual plant in Dangxia City, it would be better to give it to Chen Mobai. Perhaps 100 years later, the immortal sect will have another Nangong Xuanyu. After talking with you, I understand now. Thank you. Chen Mobai thanked Wenren Zuwei, who gracefully performed an ancient bow before using the void shift technique to disappear from the top of Dangxia Mountain. Is this the future leader of the immortal sect? Yan Bingxuan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke after Wenren Zuwei left. The master of Changchun Gong has a high probability of reaching the nascent soul stage, or even the deity transformation stage. At least none of the current nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect have a higher probability of becoming a deity than Wenren Zuwei. Therefore, it is not wrong for Yan Bingxuan to call her the future leader of the immortal sect. What's wrong? Chen Mobai sensed a hint of disappointment in Yan Bingxuan's words and asked in surprise. It's nothing. I'm just a little impressed because it's the first time I've seen a genius like Yizai who is no less talented than you. It's all right, considering that when we sparred offline, she was the only one who could fight me to a draw with her Changchun Kung Fu. Chen Mobai said that Wenren Zuwei was barely evenly matched with him, completely failing to understand the hidden meaning in Yan Bingxuan's words. Right now, he's only thinking about using the Enlightenment tea to see how well the 3 major cultivation methods match his own. End of this chapter. Chapter 630 Auspicious Blessing. Chapter 630 Auspicious Blessing. Although the 3rd-level Enlightenment tea grafted by Wenren Zuwei only has 1/10 the effect of the original, the quantity is too large to be underestimated. She gave Chen Mobai a large jar of money she had saved up over the years. Although Wenren Zuwei said that the effects of this stuff would weaken if you drank too much, Chen Mobai was very clear-headed and understood that the spiritual sense cultivation technique was related to his future potential, so he brewed a large pot of it. Even if there are only a few minutes of sage time left, we cannot skimp on this point. After seeing Yan Bingshuan off, Chen Mobai sealed off the summit of Dangxia Mountain, took his first sip, and entered a state of enlightenment that he had longed for. In his state of enlightenment, the mantras and mental techniques of the Great Sun Golden Crow method, the candle dragon holding light technique, and the phoenix facing the sun diagram seemed to come alive in his mind. Within his sea of consciousness, the jade phoenix trees that his divine consciousness had differentiated were scattered in various places, like a universe in itself. A great sun slowly rose on the east side of the purple mansion sea of consciousness, causing the verdant leaves to be tinged with a faint golden glow. From afar, it seemed as if a large golden bird was leaping and spreading its wings in the sun. The radiance flowing from its golden feathers was the all-encompassing sunlight that shone on all things. The entire sky became exceptionally bright because of its rise, and clusters of rosy light fell on the jade phoenix trees in various parts of the sea of consciousness, making them appear vigorous and full of vitality. It is the sun. As Chen Mobai watched the sun and crow rise in the east and dance gracefully, he instantly understood the essence of this divine sense technique. This is not merely a method of destruction and annihilation, but also contains creation and vitality. No wonder the Yuan Yang ancestor chose this to lay the foundation for his career. After studying it for a while longer and confirming that he had grasped the Great Sun Golden Crow technique, Chen Mobai did not waste the effects of the Enlightenment tea. He let the golden bird soar in the sky above the purple mansion and began to focus on another divine sense cultivation technique, the candle dragon's light-carrying technique. In an instant, the sky seemed to darken, and Chen Mobai saw a dark outline appear around the dancing sun on the horizon. Then, it was as if heaven and earth were closing in, slowly obscuring the sun. Chen Mobai felt an unprecedented shock. The sun did not disappear. Rather, it was like an eyeball whose eyelids were closed by darkness. This is Yulong closing his eyes. With eyes open, it's daytime. With eyes closed, it's nighttime. The purple mansion consciousness sea, which was originally bathed in the bright sunlight of the rising sun, was plunged into darkness at this moment. In this dark environment, Chen Mobai felt only a bottomless stillness and loneliness. All the jade-green parasol trees were quiet and no longer active at this moment. It was as if a colossal and majestic being, possessing boundless power, was awakening in the darkness, and the creatures shrouded in the night no longer belonged to themselves. As long as this being looked down, everything would turn to ashes and fall into eternal slumber. The overwhelming sense of oppression, the feeling that one's life and death are not in one's own hands, is chilling. But Chen Mobai still suppressed the turmoil rising in his mind and began to comprehend the darkness of this eternal night. However, the more one gazes into the darkness, the more profound and vast it seems. The darkness holds endless mystery, and each exploration brings new insights. Each discovery draws Chen Mobai deeper into the experience. He gradually became addicted to this harvest of groping in the darkness and uncovering the secrets hidden within it. It's like cultivating an obscure and difficult-to-understand technique, where all the true meaning is hidden in the darkness. Only when you understand it will each and every word emerge. This jigsaw puzzle-like feeling made Chen Mobai feel as if he had returned to his childhood. He scooped up a few pieces in the darkness, preparing to complete the puzzle in one go, when a long, deep bell suddenly rang out in his mind's sea of consciousness. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the bell jolted Chen Mobai awake. In the process of comprehending the essence of the candle dragon holding light technique, he was unknowingly captivated by the technique, as if a real candle dragon had entered his purple mansion sea of consciousness and become a deity in this world. Day and night follow its flow, and our breath is the wind and rain of the four seasons. Only by worshipping this deity can Chen Mobai ensure good weather and a life free from disasters and calamities. Fortunately, his natal magic weapon, the morning bell, sensed his mind was out of control and automatically activated, waking him up. Otherwise, with his golden core realm of spiritual consciousness, he might have been forever trapped in the darkness of the candle dragon holding light technique. However, at this moment, He also understood why the immortal sects possess things like enlightenment pills and enlightenment tea, yet these things were rarely passed down. Because if one's own cultivation level is insufficient and one's will is weak, it is easy to become immersed in the profound Tao if one comprehends a high-level cultivation technique. This candle dragon holding light technique is also considered part of the 6 imperial scriptures. Upon directly comprehending it, Chen Mobai almost suffered a severe injury. Through horizontal comparison, Chen Mobai finally realized just how high Wenren Zuwei's talent really was. She was able to master the everlasting spring skill using the enlightenment tea when she was at the foundation establishment stage. And yet I was able to suppress her to the point of only being able to remain undefeated. Now that I think about it, resources really do change destiny. However, in Wenren Zui's mind, Chen Mobai was the most terrifying. She could only barely manage a draw by relying on the thick blood of the Changchun Gong. Therefore, she believed that Chen Mobai could directly comprehend the entire 6 imperial scriptures without any problem, so she did not remind him of this point. The deep, resonant tolling of the bell gradually subsided, signifying that Chen Mobai had regained control of himself. Then with a thought, he opened the candle dragon's eye, which had been closed. In this place, he is the only true God, and everything is subject to his will. A ray of horizontal light appeared on the farthest horizon of the purple mansion sea of consciousness, the light spreading upwards and downwards, and a golden bird with outstretched wings reappeared. A dazzling light poured down, completely dispelling all the darkness that had enveloped it, and revealing all the mysteries hidden within to Chen Mobai. He doesn't need to grope in the dark for answers. Once the sun rises, everything will be clear and he will reap a bountiful harvest. However, after this lesson, Chen Mobai did not continue to study the candle dragon carrying light technique. After confirming that his natal magic weapon, the morning bell, was always in operation, he confidently began to study the phoenix rising to the sun diagram. Although this technique is generally considered to be inferior to the 6 imperial scriptures, Chen Mobai was always cautious. He carefully recalled the phoenix facing the sun image he had memorized. As the sun shone brightly, and all things came to life, a ray of 5-colored light lit up the western sky of the purple mansion sea of consciousness. A magnificent bird with wings burning fiercely like fiery feathers, its cry stirring the 8 winds and its breath responding to timely rain, gracefully landed on the largest jade parasol tree in the center of the purple mansion sea of consciousness. Then, one after another, spirit birds in various postures appeared on the small paulownia trees in various parts of the purple mansion. They chirped and twittered, as if playing a beautiful and peaceful melody, and flew towards the phoenix at the top of the highest tree in the center. All birds pay homage to the phoenix, but the red phoenix faces the rising sun. At that instant, Chen Mobai clearly felt the auspicious 5-colored light emanating from the phoenix bird bestowed upon the jade parasol tree formed from his divine consciousness. Through the effects of the enlightenment tea, he realized that he was blessed by the phoenix and was like an auspicious omen. When the time is right, heaven and earth will lend their strength. After mastering this skill, one can actually ward off disasters and misfortunes and have good luck one after another. From now on, while Chen Mobai's reliance on luck may not guarantee him a stroke of good fortune every time, it will certainly prevent him from having the worst possible outcome. For example, in alchemy, with his current skill level, it's very likely he'll fail. With the blessing of the phoenix, he is certain to succeed in making pills with a 50% success rate. However, if he only has a 10% or 20% chance of success, the auspicious symbol will not work. Moreover, it can make good things even better. For example, he could normally only produce 6 pills in one batch, but with the blessing of auspicious omens, he might produce 1 or 2 more. After understanding this, the first thing Chen Mobai thought of was the Earth Vein Pill. Each time you take this, it increases the value of your Earth Spirit root, depending on luck. Chen Mobai had asked Wenren Zuwei this question before while they were drinking tea. She was lucky. 9 pills increased her Earth Elemental root by 32 points. This is considered one of the top 3 periods of good fortune in the history of Jumeng Taoist Temple. There are indeed some special tricks to taking the earth vein pill, such as looking at the quality of the pill, feeling its spiritual energy, or finding someone from the ancient Taoist lineage of Bu Cliff to temporarily boost one's luck, etc. If Chen Mobai cultivates the phoenix rising to the sun diagram, and his own auspicious phoenix aura is stabilized, then taking this earth vein pill will guarantee at least 3 points per pill. Moreover, his luck can only fluctuate upwards, not downwards. There will definitely be 3 or 4 points that exceed 3. If he also incorporates the tips on taking pills taught by Wenren Zhu, the increase in his earth spirit root value from 9 earth vein pills will definitely exceed hers by 32 points. Having read this far, Chen Mobai was already envisioning his return to Golden Light Cliff to study the primordial stone after acquiring his heavenly earth spiritual root. He just happened to have a can of third-tier enlightenment tea from Wenren Zhu, and he refused to believe he couldn't comprehend it. I'll practice this. Once Chen Mobai grasped this point, he didn't hesitate at all and confirmed his choice of divine sense cultivation method. In addition to its auspicious blessings, the phoenix facing the sun painting also provides additional beneficial buffs with each subsequent level of mastery. If he can cultivate to perfection and reach the divine transformation stage, Chen Mobai himself will be equivalent to an auspicious omen, the very essence of a phoenix. At the summit of Dangxia Mountain, beneath the towering jade-green parasol trees, Chen Mobai opened his eyes, smiled, and stretched. Just as he was about to light the incense he had prepared beforehand to rest and prepare to transform the divine control technique into the phoenix rising to the sun image, he discovered that there was still 1/3 left in the pot of enlightenment tea he had brewed. We can't waste it. He wondered whether the remaining one should be used to comprehend the longevity sword intent, the external avatar, or one of the other 2 great techniques. But upon further reflection, he realized that he already possessed the great Tao tree, so there was absolutely no need to waste the precious enlightenment tea. Then let's upgrade our skills in alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman making. Just as Chen Mobai was about to open his phone and study all the cultivation manuals he had downloaded, he suddenly saw the jade parasol tree beside him. He remembered a martial arts technique that he had almost forgotten. Devouring God technique. He didn't actually want to practice it. He was just curious and wanted to see what was so mysterious about this technique that it could trick even a seasoned golden core cultivator like Yu Tianguang. Moreover, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to winning every battle. Chen Mobai killed the Flower Blossom Academy master, and in the future he will definitely face those evil giants of the Ascension sect. If he understands the foundation of the Devouring God technique in advance, he will be able to be confident when fighting. Perhaps they can even come up with a way to solve the Devouring God technique and help Yu Tianguang. After considering many reasons, Chen Mobai closed his eyes again and entered a meditative state. They began to recall the Devouring God technique that Yu Tianguang had memorized. Above the sea of consciousness in the purple mansion, a tiny black dot appeared. At first, it was only the size of a grain of rice, but as time went by, the black spot grew larger and larger, and all the past wind, rain, and sunlight began to be swallowed up and absorbed when they came within 3 zhang of it. Gradually, the void began to distort, and the black ball fully matured, transforming into a black hole the size of a fist. With Chen Mobai's permission, the black hole expanded rapidly, devouring everything it could absorb. In the end, the great sun on the horizon was also unable to stop itself from sinking into the enormous black hole. Although he was in darkness, Chen Mobai could still feel the black hole falling toward the earth, trying to devour the entire world into nothingness. As the bells tolled, another sun rose on the horizon, illuminating the night. Then, as Chen Mobai uttered his thoughts, the enormous black hole that seemed to devour the heavens and the earth dissipated into his purple mansion sea of consciousness like illusory wisps of smoke. This devouring God technique is indeed incredibly terrifying. If it is not destroyed before it reaches its full potential, it will likely cause endless trouble in the future. However, the devouring god technique that Yu Tianguang transcribed was obviously incomplete, so Chen Mobai's understanding of this technique was not as profound as that of the previous three techniques. He further studied the cultivation methods recorded within, and discovered that as long as a divine seed had not been planted, this heavenly path was a normal divine consciousness cultivation method, and there was nothing wrong with it. Unfortunately, there is no other way to cultivate in the human realm, which is why the devouring god technique is so terrifying and is regarded as a forbidden technique by the immortal sects. After satisfying his curiosity, Chen Mobai broke out of his meditation, picked up the teapot, and drank the remaining tea in one gulp. He used the last of the tea to thoroughly understand the formulas for the golden crow, holding the sun pill, and the earth vein pill. Just as he was preparing to comprehend the formula for the infant nurturing pill, his sage-like state of mind receded like the tide. A weariness he hadn't experienced in a long time, emanating from the depths of his soul, made him slightly dizzy. Chen Mobai did not try to resist with his mind. He lit the calming incense he had prepared beforehand, then leaned against the jade parasol tree and fell into a deep sleep. He had a long-awaited dream in which he seemed to have transformed into a golden crow, a candle dragon, a phoenix, and other divine beasts, enjoying the wonders of life in the embrace of heaven and earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 631 Yuan Yang Sword Technique. Bonus chapter for 12,800 monthly tickets. Chapter 631 Yuan Yang Sword Technique. Bonus chapter for 12,800 monthly tickets. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mobai had been stationed in Danxia City for a year. He spent his days on the mountaintop, absorbing the pure spiritual energy of the fire veins to cultivate the pure Yang scroll, making rapid progress. If it weren't for that day when he suddenly felt that his speed of refining spiritual energy had slowed down, and realized that the golden crow holding the sun pill in his body was about to run out of power, he probably would have forgotten that he was still the sect leader of the Divine Wood sect. Before going back, he went down the mountain to find Yan Bingxuan. Her Sha Qi Energy Company has already established a basic team structure, with a total of 13 people divided into two groups, one responsible for King Mu Sha and the other for synthesizing Hoyang Sha. The reason for choosing the fire Yang Sha is that Danxia City has abundant fire veins, so Chai Lun first created the fire element essence puppet. Moreover, Chen Mobai also nominally cultivated the Yuan Yang sword demon and needed this to cover it up. However, it's time for his yellow gourd to be upgraded. Although the Yuan Yang sword fiend can easily mow down opponents at the foundation establishment level, most of Chen Mobai's opponents in the future will be core formation cultivators, so he needs to upgrade to at least the third level. Unfortunately, the Dance Weapon Academy did not have the complete Yuan Yang sword manual, so Chen Mobai had to spend 100 million points to download it from the Immortal sect library. These points were exactly what he had earned from purchasing the Void Blind box last time. Without any hesitation, he immediately redeemed the second sword technique of the Immortal sect. The Yuan Yang sword technique is naturally profound and extensive, but the core of the entire text is another pinnacle of swordsmanship that Chen Mobai is very familiar with. One sword breaks through all laws. After reading it, Chen Mobai extracted the essence and decided to ignore the various exquisite moves and supernatural abilities recorded in the sword manual, and only learn the most crucial Yuan Yang sword fiend. If he can cultivate this orange-red radiance to its peak, then the yellow gourd in his hand will inevitably become a deadly weapon that will terrify all living beings. But this is a long road, and the first thing you need is a higher level of fire Yang Sha. Chen Mobai had long ago instructed the Divine Wood sect to search for third-tier or higher fire Yang fiends in the eastern wilderness, offering a reward of 100,000 spirit stones. A generous reward is bound to yield clues, but unfortunately, the highest grade item found was only a second-tier superior fire Yang fiend. However, his bounty was always displayed at the very top of the Lingbao Pavilion, inspiring the Shenmu sect and countless cultivators from its 7 kingdoms to search for it. Although Chen Mobai was looking forward to it, he wasn't in a hurry. Because within the immortal sects, there are fourth or even fifth-order fire yang fiends. Right there at the very Wuki Dao Academy, where he graduated, deep within the core of the spiritual vein in the Wanbao Cave. However, within the immortal sects, spiritual items of the fourth rank and above are not allowed to be traded. Only after advancing to the nascent soul stage can one be qualified to use some of them. However, Chen Mobai had already come to regard this as his own. Once he can form a nascent soul, the entire Dance Weapon Academy will probably be his, not to mention the Fire Yang Fiend. It was precisely because of this confidence that he kept the yellow gourd by his side and did not give it to his apprentices. It was with the help of the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein that the Yuanyang ancestor was able to perfect the Yuanyang sword demon. The Chunyang Academy was located in Chicheng Cave Heaven for this very reason. Dangxia City is also a land of fire veins. It used to have a natural fire yang evil cave that could produce third-order evil energy. Unfortunately, when the jade wudong tree advanced to the fourth order 1,000 years ago, it shook the cave to its core. In addition to artificially synthesizing the fire yang sha, Yan Bingxuan's company has also found the site of this collapsed cave and is preparing to restore it. If they can obtain a continuous supply of natural fire and yang energy, then their new company will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the immortal sex energy market. Chen Mobai could also use this as a cover, so that even if he revealed an even more powerful Yuan Yang sword fiend in the immortal sect in the future, it would not attract attention. Yan Bingxuan's company is registered under the name Xuan Shuang, which she chose herself. When Chen Mobai arrived, she was wearing a white lab coat for research and glasses with various observation and analysis functions, intently watching the colorful filaments of light suspended in the laboratory. Beneath her beautiful features lay a seriousness that Chen Mobai had never seen before. As the five elements' essence reacted to each other, she directed the researchers to operate different instruments, adjusting the proportion and amount of the synthesized evil energy. The entire experiment lasted for nearly half an hour. In the end, the colorful light filaments merged and transformed into a wisp of dark red airflow that hung in midair, like a red line floating on the water, appearing and disappearing. The successful synthesis of this wisp of fiery, yang energy brought applause and joy to everyone in the laboratory. Only Yan Bingxuan breathed a sigh of relief, her cold and aloof demeanor remaining unchanged. "Thanks for your hard work." A gentle voice sounded behind her, causing Yan Bingxuan to turn around in surprise. She had been so focused on the experiment that she hadn't noticed anyone else. Seeing Chen Mobai with a gentle smile, the coldness on her face melted slightly, and a faint curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. The two walked out of the laboratory side by side. "What brings you here?" "I've gained some insights into cultivation and am preparing to go into seclusion. I might not see you for a long time, so I couldn't resist coming over." Chen Mobai's words completely melted away the reserve on Yan Bingxuan's face, and her aloof temperament suddenly softened. But this was quite different from her usual demeanor. She couldn't help but gently raise her slender hand to cover the corner of her mouth, but the smile was impossible to hide, like a flower blooming, making people hold their breath in an instant. "Come sit in my office." Yan Bingxuan said that since this is the suburbs, there is not much to do. "Let's take a walk in the Sycamore Grove near Chixia Academy." Chen Mobai shook his head and mentioned a place, mainly because after he arrived, almost everyone from Xu and Shuang Company came over, wanting to see the rare golden core cultivator. He doesn't like being surrounded by people. "I'm going to get something, wait for me at the door." Although the simple white shirt could not hide Yan Bingxuan's stunning figure, she thought that since she was going out for a walk with Chen Mobai, it would be better to change her clothes. However, she did indeed have something to give Chen Mobai. This is a second-tier azure wood fiend. At the entrance of Xu and Shuang, Yan Bingxuan, who had changed her clothes, handed Chen Mobai a well-packaged transparent box. It contained the research results of another group over the past year, But Chen Mobai shook his head and did not take a single piece. The company is currently operating at a loss. Let's keep these and turn them into a liquid that can be circulated in the market. That way, your pressure will be reduced. In the immortal market, some high-powered magical artifacts require the addition of spiritual liquid or spiritual stones to be activated. With spirit stones under control, spirit liquid became the most widely traded energy source among the general public. Because the essence of earthly fiend chi is a high-level spiritual energy, the essence of heaven and earth, a single wisp contains more than 10 times the energy of ordinary spiritual energy. Therefore, after being mixed and diluted with a special liquid, it can be used in place of spirit stones. Furthermore, the immortal sect has many special devices that require compatible energy of the same attribute to activate. These devices are made by customizing the evil energy liquid with specialized energy companies. Xuan Shuang is now positioned in this area. After all, with Chen Mobai around, companies in Dangxia City and Yumu City with such needs will give them priority. In the immortal market, the price of first-tier evil energy liquid is around 10,000 merit points per level, while second-tier liquid has reached over 100,000 merit points, and the price will continue to rise according to the demand for customization. Generally speaking, a wisp of earthly evil energy can be diluted into about 10 liters of spiritual liquid. This amount may fluctuate due to factors such as the quality of equipment and technology, but it will generally not exceed 10%. If these 3 green wood demons were made into spiritual liquid and sold, they could bring Xuan Shuang Company at least 4 to 5 million merit points in revenue. After deducting wages, equipment depreciation, bank interest, etc., there should still be a profit of millions from good deeds. Chen Mobai was able to receive 500,000 yuan, which was nothing to him, but it allowed Yan Bingxuan, who had invested her life savings, to catch her breath. Thanks. Hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Bingxuan lowered her head and thanked him softly, then put away the green wood fiend in her hand. Why are we being so polite? Let's go. I've heard that the sunset is most beautiful in the sycamore grove at dusk. Chen Mobai smiled slightly. The two of them did not use any escape techniques. Just like two ordinary people, they walked in the nature on the outskirts of the city, admiring the green grass and trees on both sides. Although they did not say much, there was an extremely harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. Yan Bingxuan changed into a color-block tank top sweater with a slightly loose hem. The soft fabric at the chest was pushed up high, making her curves look more upright. However, Chen Mobai could tell at a glance that she was trying to conceal it, and that the curves were not her true level. The grass was lush and green, and a gentle breeze carried its fragrance. Yan Bingxuan's hair fluttered in the breeze, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but look at her, only to be drawn to her fair skin. Against the backdrop of 2 black halter straps, her snow-white, rounded shoulders appeared even more radiant and pure. The delicate lines of her collarbones drew the eye downwards involuntarily. A large expanse of off-white fabric shone brightly against the skin, truly outshining even the snow. At that moment, Yan Bingxuan's gaze also turned over, and the expression on her face was a bright smile that I had never seen before. Only when facing Chen Mobai would she take off the cold mask she wore. After the snow melted, her lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes bright and gentle, radiating an unprecedented charm and allure from within. The two walked on the green grass, and Chen Mobai felt as if a breeze was blowing on his face, his mood filled with only joy. Arrive. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at the sycamore grove, which was indeed breathtakingly beautiful under the glow of the setting sun. But in their eyes, the other was the most beautiful sight at that moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 632, Luo Yixuan forms a pill, 13,600 monthly votes plus more updates. Chapter 632, Luo Yixuan forms a pill, 13,600 monthly votes plus more updates. After spending a wonderful night with Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai returned to the Shenmu sect. He first summoned Zheng Woyu to inquire about the progress of collecting materials for the golden crow holding the sun elixir, and received good news. Chu Zuoshu was very helpful this time, managing to get through an outer sect elder in Yu Rai Hai and purchase the two most crucial main ingredients: fire dragon tree fungus and black crow golden feather. Moreover, this time he was smarter. After buying the goods, he didn't try to deliver them himself, but instead entrusted them to the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce for shipment. With Chen Mobai's influence, the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce would definitely help with such a small matter. Moreover, as the overlords of Dongyu, they wouldn't tarnish their reputation for two third-tier spiritual items. However, due to the long distance, it will probably take another month to deliver the items to the Shenmu sect. As for the other auxiliary medicines, Zheng Wuyu had already collected them all. After all, it was Chen Mobai's business, so no one dared to neglect it. Sect leader, let me make this clear from the start. When refining new third-tier pills, I usually fail a few times to practice. But don't worry, this time I have fully comprehended the pill formula, and I will be able to produce a qualified finished product after failing twice at most. Zheng Wuyu had failed to refine the longevity due for a long time before, wasting a lot of resources. He was under great pressure at every sect conference, so before refining the golden crow holding the sun pill this time, he wanted to reduce the pressure on himself. Don't worry, I've hired a master alchemist this time, so you won't have to trouble yourself. However, Chen Mobai planned to do it himself, since he had already comprehended the formula using the enlightenment tea. Is the sect leader going to ask Master Yan for help? Upon hearing this, Zheng Wu was slightly surprised. In the entire eastern wilderness, he only admitted that he was inferior to Yan Shayan in alchemy. I never expected the sect leader and Master Yan to have such a good relationship. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Just give me all the medicinal herbs. Chen Mobai began to use veiled language, and Zheng Wu nodded. He then returned to the alchemy department and packed the auxiliary ingredients for the golden crow, holding the sun pill into a storage bag. After receiving the auxiliary medicines, Chen Mobai, being cautious, took out each one and checked it thoroughly. It has to be said that the Shenmu sect treats his matter as a top priority. The medicinal properties of these auxiliary medicines are all first class. If they were taken to the immortal sects, they would at least be of the highest grade. However, it also cost a lot of spirit stones. This storage bag is worth about 50,000. But the most expensive items were the two third-tier main medicines. With the cost of pulling strings, Chu Zuoshu spent 80,000 spirit stones. In other words, the material cost for this batch of pills is already 130,000 spirit stones. If the refining fails, it can basically bankrupt a small sect. Even a core formation cultivator would feel the pain of failure. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't refine the golden crow holding the sun pill within the divine wood sect. He returned to the immortal sect and booked the best workshop at the Crimson Cloud Academy. This was personally created by the previously undisclosed master of the Flower Blossom Academy. It draws upon fourth-tier fire vein energy, allowing for both alchemy and weapon crafting. Even within the city of Dongshan, it would be considered the most top-tier. As a golden core cultivator residing in Dangxia City, if he needed this fourth-tier fire vein workshop, he would definitely be the first to be allowed to use it. After preparing all the external conditions for alchemy, only the two main ingredients were missing. Chen Mobai specifically estimated that the golden crow holding the sun pill in his body would run out of effect in about half a month. He was thinking about whether he should set off for the eastern wilderness plateau, then enter the wilderness ruins, and travel in both directions with the people of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild to try to get the medicinal materials as quickly as possible. But something else interrupted his thoughts. Holy Sun, we have completed the necessary adjustments and are ready to form our core at any time. At Xianenshan, Luo Yixuan, dressed in palace attire and with fair skin, spoke respectfully to Chen Mobai. After a year of familiarizing herself with the host body, Granny Ming believed she was 70–80% confident she could condense the ghost pill. Under her wholehearted guidance, Luo Yixuan also mastered the art of creating an avatar, and the two recently achieved a synergy. Chen Mobai asked her to demonstrate, and suddenly a chilling, sinister aura filled the bright, sunny Xian mountain. However, a dazzling, holy silver-white light shone from behind Luo Yixuan, illuminating a phantom female shadow that was 3 or 4 meters long and had a waist the size of a palm. The extremely disproportionate body width, combined with the holy silver-white light, created an incomparably sinister and eerie atmosphere. At this moment, a strong fragrance of peach wood suddenly filled the air, and the slender figure behind Luo Yixuan flickered and then shrank back into the shadow beneath her feet. Master, I moved this peach wood to my Miao Mountain after I started cultivating the body avatar. After Luo Yixuan took back Granny Ming, she looked at Chen Mobai with a pitiful expression. If she had condensed a ghost core, she would naturally not be afraid of this third-grade, high-quality, immortal peach tree on the top of Xian Mountain. However, now that she has actively fused with the spiritual power of the Yellow Springs, and given that she is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, living here every day is very uncomfortable. Haha, after a while, I will transform this immortal peach tree into a fourth-order tree, making you even more afraid. Seeing her like this, Chen Mobai teased her, making Luo Yixuan's cheeks puff out slightly. At that moment, a beam of earth-yellow light flew down from the foot of the mountain. It was Zhuo Ming. I'm taking Xuaner to the Yellow Springs to form her golden core. You take good care of the house. Chen Mobai gave Zhuo Ming a message, and the latter's pupils widened in shock upon hearing it. Although she had long known that this day would come, she was still extremely shocked that Luo Yixuan was really going to rise to the top of the eastern wilderness and become a core formation cultivator. Yes, master. After a while, Zhuo Ming came to her senses and bowed to Chen Mobai. For the condensation of the ghost pill to proceed smoothly, it is best to do so on the road to the underworld. This way, one can replenish the yin-cold spiritual energy at any time and avoid the heavenly tribulations of the mortal world. This is something Granny Ming had told Chen Mobai long ago. When Chen Mobai left with Luo Yixuan, he naturally notified Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju. The two knew that this was for the advancement of the soul-nourishing wood, but they also told him that if he encountered any accidents in the Yellow Springs, he must prioritize his own life. Soon after, news of sect leader Chen's departure from Giantwood Ridge began to circulate in small circles. It was ostensibly a trip to visit friends. However, some well-informed people knew that the sect leader had gone to Huishan Valley. Having received the news through certain channels, Yan Shaiyan deliberately stopped refining a batch of pills, sealed the furnace in advance, and freed up his time to eagerly await the outcome. But half a month passed, and Chen Mobai still hadn't come to visit. Yan Shaiyan naturally dared not blame Chen Mobai for this, and could only curse the guy who notified him for fooling him with false information. Just as Yan Shaiyan was about to rekindle the fire of the sealed batch of pills, a disciple suddenly came to report. Sect leader Chen of the Shenmu sect has arrived. Yan Shaiyan was naturally overjoyed. He had been studying the pill formulas in the 3 longevity elixir scriptures for a long time and had gained new insights and questions. He wanted to ask Chen Mobai, the holy son of the longevity sect, for guidance. However, he was reluctant to go up Giant Tree Ridge, so he was very happy to hear that Chen Mobai was coming. Sect leader Chen, what a rare guest. When Chen Mobai saw Yan Shaiyan approaching with a big smile, he smiled back. The 2 core formation cultivators from the pinnacle of the eastern wilderness exchanged words, and all the other third-tier alchemists from Huishan Valley came over. These were all disciples who had received Yan Shaiyan's true teachings, and they had also heard their own masters say that sect leader Chen's alchemy skills were also extraordinary. I benefited greatly from listening to their conversation. Chen Mobai's immortal sect mindset, his casual use of terms like norms, standards, and norms, made them feel as if they had heard the true essence of alchemy passed down by the longevity sect, and vaguely glimpsed the golden age of alchemy in ancient times. After 3 days of communication, Chen Mobai was about to take his leave, but Yan Shaiyan warmly invited him to stay, even bringing out his treasured Panlong spirit rice and Green Chan spirit tea to entertain him every day. Chen Mobai also had his own purpose, so he pretended that he couldn't refuse the hospitality and stayed for another 3 days. 3 days later, then another 3 days, and finally half a month later, Yan Shaoyan, feeling that all his questions had been answered and that he had gained a lot, was about to demonstrate a batch of Gijin pills on the spot when Chen Mobai took his leave, citing the inconvenience of observing the alchemy techniques of Huishan Valley. In response, Yan Shaoyan personally escorted him out of the Xia kingdom. I wonder how Xuaner's progress in forming her golden core is. Watching Yan Shaoyan's departing figure, Chen Mobai, who had just crossed the border, was pondering this question. The rift between the Yin and Yang realms that Granny Ming controlled was located within the Ming kingdom. Although Chen Mobai was confident that he could silently bring Luo Yixuan into it, after thinking about it, he decided that it would be safer to have his Wuxiang puppet take her there. After all, in the land of the dead, no one can say for sure what unexpected situations might arise. If, during the process of condensing the ghost core, he were to unfortunately encounter a wandering fourth-tier ghost king, even with his pure yang spiritual power, he wouldn't be confident he could face such a being directly. His true form went directly to Huishan Valley to communicate with Yan Shaoyan, attracting the attention of all those who were interested. A month ago, the faceless puppet had already taken Luo Yixuan into the Yellow Springs Road. Chen Mobai didn't want to go to the Ming kingdom in his real form again, lest Zhou Yi find out and arouse suspicion. He thought for a moment and realized that the two transplanted green jade tea trees seemed to be nearby. He wondered how well the dragon vein energy was being collected, so he decided to go to Dragon Horn Gully to take a look. There will be another update tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 633, Caught on the Spot. Chapter 633, Caught on the Spot. In Longjiegu, General Song Huang drew a thick, bright yellow dragon aura from the depths of the earth, solemnly sending it into the spirit sealing tube. He then expertly affixed a spirit sealing talisman and breathed a slight sigh of relief. The dragon vein's energy was powerful and profound. If he hadn't already reached the second level of his geomancer skills, he wouldn't have been able to extract it so easily. I wonder what old Demon Chen of the Divine would sect wants to do with this dragon vein energy. Although Liu Wenbai and Zhu Ming said they wanted to draw the dragon vein energy of Longjiegu to Xiaonanshan to irrigate the LV Chan tea trees, Song Huangda, who possessed the most advanced geomancer inheritance in the eastern wilderness, knew that this was almost impossible. The energy of a dragon vein is extremely special. Generally speaking, once it is extracted, it will continuously dissipate. The ability to seal this spirit tube must be a technique from the ancient longevity cult. Even if they manage to preserve and obtain Xiaonanshan in this way, once the seal is broken and the dragon vein energy is released, the green jade spirit tree can only absorb up to 1% of it, and the rest will all dissipate into the void of the earth. During that year, Song Huangda even consulted with the superiors of the Restoration Society about this matter and received confirmation. Even though he knew this, he could only extract the dragon vein's energy day after day. Liu Wenbai said he could draw one in 3 months, but in reality, Song Huangda only needed 2 months. However, to avoid surprise inspections by people from Xiaonanshan, Song Huangda still extracts dragon vein energy every day to ensure that his progress does not arouse suspicion. Relying on his excellent geomantic skills, Song Huangda was able to find time to cultivate after completing his tasks each day. To avoid attracting attention, he suppressed his cultivation progress while at the Longevity Academy, only barely reaching the 7th level of Qi refining upon graduation. After joining the Divine Wood sect for a year, he had solidified his 7th level of cultivation and was then assigned to Dragon Horn Gully. Although the environment is not good, it is at least a 3rd-tier spiritual vein. Because he couldn't show that his cultivation had improved, he didn't use his spare time after refining the dragon vein energy to cultivate spiritual power. Instead, he chose a powerful body tempering technique. He walked lazily to the green tea tree, sat down cross-legged, took out a piece of silver gray ore from his storage bag, held it in both hands, and began to absorb the void power within it into his body. To be honest, Song Huangda had actually grown to like this kind of life. After completing his daily tasks, he could relax and practice his cultivation techniques. He would also receive a reward of 100 spirit stones every year. Moreover, being under the formation personally set up by that old demon Chen, he didn't have to worry about safety. His tense mind was relaxed like never before. If he could, he would like to continue living such peaceful days for a few more years. It's unclear how much time passed, but the color of the ore Song Huangda was holding had dimmed slightly, while his skin shimmered with a silvery light, like an electric current flowing through every part of his body before disappearing into his dantian. He let out a long breath, feeling his physical strength increase once again. Satisfied, he opened his eyes and was about to put the remaining ore back into his storage bag when he suddenly widened his eyes and stared in disbelief at the person standing in front of him. "You cultivate the vacuum body." Chen Mobai looked at the slightly chubby Shenmu sect disciple in front of him with some surprise, pointed to the void stone he was holding, and a playful smile flashed across his lips. "Greetings, sect leader." At this moment, Song Huang's brain completely shut down, and he couldn't think of anything other than bowing down in worship. "Get up, what's your name?" Chen Mobai never expected that his casual visit to Dragon Horn Gully to check on the refining of dragon vein energy would lead him to discover such an interesting person hidden within the Divine Wood sect. "Is it because of the auspicious blessings I received after practicing the phoenix facing the sun painting?" Reporting to the sect leader, this disciple's name is. After Song Huang got up, he dared not hide anything and told his story from beginning to end, starting from the Changsheng Academy, then talking about how he received this mission at the Lingbao Pavilion, and how he was eventually sent to Longjiegu by Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming, where he diligently extracted dragon vein energy every day. "You haven't answered my first question yet." After listening, Chen Mobai suddenly smiled and said something else. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Song Huangda's lowered forehead. He never expected that the dignified sect leader of Shenmu sect would come to such a remote place as Longjiegu to personally inspect the area. It's also because he's been too comfortable here for the past year and has completely lost his vigilance. They were caught red-handed. However, Song Huangda also felt very wronged. This Dragon Horn Gully has a third-order formation. Even if the top core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness came, they would have to make a huge commotion to break it. Even if Liu Wenbai and Zhuo Ming wanted to enter, they would have to use the token to activate the formation. In the entire eastern wilderness, only Chen Mobai, the one who set up the formation, was able to enter undetected, so that Song Huangda, who held the core of the formation, would not feel a thing. Reporting to the sect leader, I exchanged for this vacuum body technique when I was selecting cultivation techniques in the library. I grew up in Yan Kingdom, and although my talent is average, I dream of traveling through the heavens and the earth. When I saw this book, I remembered that it was the #1 body tempering technique in the eastern wilderness, which can teleport through the void, so I couldn't help but choose it. In that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Song Huang, and he finally came up with a reason and excuse. He didn't know if there was a vacuum body in the library, but he knew that after this old ancestor Chen broke through the top of the shaking mountain, he had consulted the cultivation families of Yan Kingdom about the vacuum body. Therefore, he guessed that the Shenmu sect must have obtained this body tempering technique. Logically speaking, it should have been placed in the library so that all disciples of the sect could choose to practice it. After speaking, Song Huangda awaited Chen Mobai's verdict. Facing a core formation cultivator, he knew he had no power to fight back and could only hope that his judgment was correct. As time went by, the long silence made Song Huangda's heart grow heavier and heavier. Just when he thought he was about to die, Chen Mobai finally spoke. "Yes, I personally put the qi refining chapter of the vacuum body into the library." These words, though seemingly ordinary, resonated deeply with Song Huang, who let out a long breath but kept his head down, not daring to look directly at the leader of the greatest evil force in the eastern wilderness, for fear that Chen Mobai would see through his disguise. But I didn't record the secret of using the void stone to cultivate the vacuum body. How did you know that? Song Huenda had only just begun to breathe a sigh of relief when Chen Mobai's second sentence choked him back down. Reporting to the sect leader, I saw this in a miscellaneous book stall in Baiyuan City. I love reading these kinds of random books, and Han Jiling knows this habit of mine best. Song Huenda could only continue making things up. In order to gain Chen Mobai's trust, he could only bring up Han Jiling, hoping that the name of this top graduate would have more credibility. Which book is it? Chen Mobai looked at Song Huenda, who was bowing his head and not daring to raise it, and his smile grew wider and wider. Although his tone was gentle, his eyes became sharper and sharper. It seems to be the deciphering of stone names, which is quite old. It describes how the void stone contains the power of the void, which can help in cultivating spatial magic and supernatural abilities. When I was a beginner, I saw the vacuum body in the library and wondered if I could use it to cultivate. I tried it and unexpectedly succeeded. As Song Huenda fabricated more and more lies, he became increasingly calm, and his tone became smoother, as if the story were true. I told senior brother Fu that if anyone in the sect could master the vacuum body, we would pass on the subsequent chapters. If someone had exceptional talent, we could even take them under our wing. Chen Mobai spoke again, his tone still gentle. Upon hearing this, Song Huenda gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and immediately knelt down again, ready to become the disciple of his mortal enemy. Get up. If you want to become my disciple now, you must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Chen Mobai immediately unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, stopping Song Huenda's apprenticeship ceremony. Yes, yes, sect leader, I was ignorant and presumptuous. After Song Huenda got up again, he smiled awkwardly at Chen Mobai, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had passed this hurdle. As for what happened after Chen Mobai returned to the sect and went to the library to verify his words, he couldn't care less about that. Anyway, Song Huenda had already decided that after fooling Chen Mobai away, he would dig up the green jade plant, pack his bags and run away, never to return to Giant Wood Ridge. There's one last question. At this moment, Chen Mobai smiled and spoke again. Song Huang's brain immediately started working, thinking of how to lie. When I put the qi refining chapter of the vacuum body into the library, I specially changed its name to void spirit body. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Song Huenda's face turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Grandmaster, spare my life, I'll tell you everything. The threat of death completely broke down Song Huenda's defenses, and he forgot all about hatred, restoration, and the organization. He kept kowtowing to Chen Mobai, desperate to save his life. Half an hour later, Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised by the truth that Song Huenda had revealed. He was actually a remnant of the Shaking Mountain sect. His father, Song Zishun, was a disciple of Jai Yunqi, the former master of the Nine Peaks. However, because he offended the Jai family, Jai Dingjin found an excuse to expel him from the sect, and he became a rogue cultivator. However, Song Zishun always considered himself a disciple of the Hanshin Peak, inheriting the master-disciple lineage of the Hanshin Peak before Jai Zhenqi. It was precisely because of this that Song Zishun escaped a calamity during the Great Purge that followed the Shenmu sect's attack on the summit of Hanshin Mountain. Later, Song Zishun helped many of Shenmu sect's enemies. Among them, a disciple from Hanshin Mountain recognized him and invited him to join an organization called the Restoration Society. This organization was enormous. Song Zishun was paired with a rogue cultivator as a partner. After they got together, they had a son named Song Huenda. Then, during a mission, they never returned. Young Song Huenda was told that his father was killed by Zhou Wangshan, the guardian deity of Xiaoguo, while carrying out a revenge plan against Shenmu sect. He naturally directed his hatred towards the Shenmu sect, and under the organization's arrangement, he and his mother came to Baiyuan City to make a living. Later, he even managed to join the Changsheng Academy and gradually entered the Shenmu sect. However, his revenge plan had only just begun when he was caught red-handed by the sect leader of the Chen Mobai sect. What is the highest cultivation level among the Restoration Society cultivators? Chen Mobai only cared about this. I've only ever seen foundation establishment cultivators, but to strengthen our belief, they said the guild leader is a core formation cultivator. Although I haven't seen him, I think he probably is. Song Huangda answered truthfully. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Without a core formation cultivator in charge, which foundation establishment cultivator would dare to oppose the Divine Wood sect? Even the remnants of the Shaking Mountain sect fled to the eastern barbarians after their sect was destroyed, living in constant fear. However, it now seems that these people may have gone into hiding and returned to the eastern wilderness to oppose the Divine Wood sect. I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it? Chen Mobai spoke calmly, and Song Huangda immediately nodded repeatedly. Just pretend you didn't see me today and continue your undercover work within the sect. In 2 years, you can resign from this mission, then diligently cultivate within the sect. Tell the Restoration Society that you want to become a true disciple and obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill. They will definitely be happy to place a Foundation Establishment pawn within the Divine Wood sect, so they will try every means to support you. After listening to Chen Mobai's words, Song Huangda looked surprised and doubtful, but under the pressure of the core formation cultivator, he gritted his teeth and made a vow of Dao heart, indicating that he would do everything according to what sect leader Chen said. Upon hearing the name Restoration Society, Chen Mobai knew it was an enemy organization of the Divine Wood sect. It might not only be the remnants of the Mountain Shaking sect, but also other major sects from the eastern wilderness lurking behind it. Since there was such a venomous snake in the shadows, he naturally had to find a way to kill it. To strike a snake, strike its vital spot. To kill an enemy, behead him. As long as Song Huangda's status in the Shenmu sect continues to rise, the level of cultivators he can come into contact with in the Restoration Society will also increase. Moreover, Chen Mobai suspected that there were other spies within the Shenmu sect, and this was a good opportunity to lure them out as well. Your biggest task is to help me find the location of the Restoration Society's leader. Once I kill him, no one will know what role you played. At that time, you will be a true meritorious disciple of our sect. In addition to receiving the true teachings, I will also secretly reward you with a Foundation Establishment Pill. Yes, sect leader. After confirming that Song Huangda had confessed everything, Chen Mobai left Longjiegu with a smile. Master, I beg you to punish me. In the center of the scenic Feilongqi Island, Liu Wenbai stood beside Chen Mobai with a look of shame on his face. Han Jiling, who was cooking rice in the distance, was completely bewildered by this scene. When the master and disciple were talking, a barrier was set up so she couldn't hear anything. This is not your fault. From now on, just pretend you know nothing and continue to interact with him normally to absorb the dragon vein's energy. Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't pay attention to someone like Song Huangda all the time. He called his eldest disciple over and told him to keep in touch with him from now on. When Liu Wenbai learned that he had actually chosen an undercover agent, even with his composure, he was so angry that he wanted to rush to Longjiegu on the spot. Master, leave him to me. I'll keep a close eye on him. Just as Liu Wenbai was about to give Chen Mobai a guarantee, a powerful spiritual energy surged from the distant sky. At that instant, the entire flying dragon pool began to tremble violently, and all the lake water rose into the sky. Oh! Upon seeing this scene, Chen Mobai's expression shifted slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Liu Wenbai was initially shocked, then his pupils widened as if he had thought of something, and his lips trembled slightly. Amidst the rippling water, a female cultivator with skin as white as snow, an extremely beautiful face, and flowing, ethereal long-sleeved palace attire flew in with a smile from the horizon. Her eyes were as clear as lake water, and her lips were slightly upturned with undisguised smugness. Her gaze fell upon the lake's surface, and she seemed to control the clear water as a tide, embracing herself as she moved toward the island. Who is this core formation ancestor? Is it Master Kong from the Snowfall Palace? Han Xialing was struck by the vast spiritual power emanating from this elegant and jade-like fairy, as well as the terrifying sight of her controlling the entire flying dragon pool. He couldn't help but speculate in his heart. She had a good relationship with her teacher Ding Ying at the Longevity Academy, and had experienced the spiritual energy of a foundation establishment cultivator. But she is not even a tenth or a twelfth as beautiful as the fairy in palace attire before her. However, Han Xialing looked at the core formation female cultivator who was riding the water towards her, but there was no worry on her face, because not far behind her was her sect leader, the #1 swordsman in the eastern wilderness. Perhaps today we will witness a battle between core formation cultivators. Just as Han Xialing was thinking this, the fairy in palace attire with snow-white skin arrived on the island, and then she made a gesture that made Han Xialing's eyes widen. She immediately bowed to Chen Mobai, who was drinking tea by the green jade spirit tree, as a teacher. Disciple greets master. End of this chapter. Chapter 634 Molten Fire Technique. Bonus chapter for 14,400 monthly tickets. Chapter 634 Molten Fire Technique. Bonus chapter for 14,400 monthly tickets. The one who performed the ceremony was naturally Luo Yixuan. Her successful formation of the golden core made Chen Mobai extremely happy. Although it was Granny Ming's ghost pill, after being refined into an external avatar, it was equivalent to Luo Yixuan's strength. At least when facing foundation establishment cultivators, one can achieve a crushing defeat in terms of cultivation level. In this way, the Divine Wood sect will have 4 core formation level combatants, making it the undisputed #1 sect in the eastern wilderness, even without considering Mo Duguang. Come here, your senior brother and I have been waiting for you here for many days. Chen Mobai smiled and waved to Luo Yixuan, who had just stepped ashore. She immediately rode the waves past Han Xialing, who was standing there in shock, and arrived at the green Chan tea tree. Master, these are your things. After Luo Yixuan arrived, she immediately handed a storage bag to Chen Mobai. Inside are the formless puppet and the Hayashan mirror. If they encounter a ghost cultivator on the road to the underworld, as long as it's not a fourth-order ghost king, the pure yang fire can at least protect Luo Yixuan and ensure her safe exit. How do you feel after forming your core? Chen Mobai nodded to Granny Ming, who was hidden in Luo Yixuan's shadow, took the item, and put it into his own domain before asking a question. After all, this kind of core formation is the first time in the eastern wilderness. Your Majesty, everything is proceeding as we anticipated. Grandma Ming said succinctly. Although plans are always subject to change, at least this time, no surprises have occurred. After entering the road to the underworld, they found a sacred place with yin veins and began to form their core. Although 1 or 2 little ghosts wandered over unconsciously during this time, they were all dispersed by Granny Ming and turned into yin energy that had reached the core formation stage. Granny Ming was originally a powerful ghost cultivator who was close to the completion of the core formation stage. This time, she was very skilled at condensing a ghost core and succeeded easily. After achieving the core formation, the 2 of them did not linger on the road to the underworld, but immediately returned to the eastern wilderness and then found this place. When Luo Yixuan saw Chen Mobai, she couldn't help but want to show off her achievements in front of her master, so she asked Granny Ming to demonstrate her current strength, which caused quite a commotion. Very good, very well done. Are you feeling all right? Chen Mobai, naturally aware of her personality, was generous with his praise and asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Luo Yixuan's face lit up with even more joy. Master, I feel better than ever before. As Luo Yixuan spoke, she skillfully extended her hand, allowing Chen Mobai to take her pulse. Yes, your yellow spring spiritual power has condensed into a ghost core, perfectly formed. However, you are only at the early stage of foundation establishment, so never try to control it yourself in the future. If you encounter an enemy you can't handle, let your avatar take action. Luo Yixuan's current situation is very peculiar. The ghost pill that Granny Ming condensed in her dantian occupies the central position, and her physical body has also transformed into the third level. However, the black water spiritual power she cultivated is like ripples on water, floating in a corner. If she were to act on her own, she could only control the black water spiritual power, which would make her a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, if the external avatar is activated and Granny Ming controls the body, then the yellow spring spiritual power at the core formation level can be unleashed instantly. It's like having both large and small sizes that you can switch between at any time, and it's very flexible. Yes, master. After Luo Yixuan withdrew her hand, she nodded obediently. Although she had also reached the core formation stage, she did not consider herself to be comparable to her godlike master, and she placed herself in a very proper position. However, after you condense the ghost core, you will not encounter any bottlenecks in your black water technique until you reach the early stage of core formation. It seems that among my disciples, you will surpass others and become the one with the highest cultivation level. Chen Mobai discovered this after his examination, and Luo Yixuan was overjoyed when she heard it. This means that all she needs to do is increase her spiritual power. When Luo Yixuan reaches the core formation stage in the future, she will only need to complete the transformation of her divine consciousness to successfully form her core. Of course, heavenly tribulation is unavoidable. Moreover, because of the cultivation of the yellow spring spiritual power, the power of this heavenly tribulation might be amplified, becoming extremely terrifying. Luo Yixuan's situation reminded Chen Mobai of a forbidden technique he had once come into contact with. It is the two-part divine technique, practiced by Yang Jing and Kong Feiken. Luo Yixuan and Granny Ming, her external avatar, are naturally separate, and Granny Ming has made a vow of Tao heart, so she definitely won't turn against Luo Yixuan. Wouldn't cultivating this to increase divine sense be very suitable? But after thinking about it, Chen Mobai gave up. After all, the divine split technique is a forbidden technique. In order to solve the problem of the second personality, Yang Jing and Kong Feiken did not hesitate to betray the immortal sect and join the Ascension sect. Luo Yixuan possessed the power of the core formation level at a young age, and Chen Mobai saw that she had become somewhat arrogant, but she remained obedient in front of him. Let her work hard to cultivate her spiritual sense and solidify her foundation. If she really gets stuck in a bottleneck of divine sense in the future, then I will consider whether to get 2 parts of divine arts and pass them on to her. At this moment, Han Xiaoling brought over the prepared food, and Liu Wenbai immediately stepped out of the barrier and took the food back. Bring her along too. Seeing Han Xiaoling preparing to leave, Chen Mobai said something to his eldest disciple. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenbai put down the food and once again used the restriction to bring Han Xiaoling in. What you have seen today, you must not reveal a single word to anyone else. Since Luo Yixuan had condensed a ghost core, Chen Mobai did not intend to publicize this matter. Moreover, her core formation level combat power could be more effective if kept hidden. Therefore, he calmly gave instructions to Han Xiaoling. Of course, this is mainly Luo Yixuan's fault. If she hadn't been so eager to show off, Han Xiaoling wouldn't have seen it. But Luo Yixuan was also aggrieved. She thought that Chen Mobai and Liu Wenbai had found a secluded place where only the two of them were there. Little did she know that there was an outsider, Han Xiaoling, cooking and serving them. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing this, Han Xiaoling made a vow of Tao heart in front of the 3 masters and disciples without any hesitation. You little girl, we are destined to meet. These past few days I've eaten your food. If you have any questions about your cultivation, feel free to ask me. Chen Mobai, who liked to teach, thought Han Xiaoling was a promising talent and said something with a gentle expression. After hearing this, the pretty young girl hesitated slightly, then gritted her teeth and knelt down to pay her respects to Chen Mobai. Please, sect leader, accept me as your disciple. Chen Mobai's reputation as a great and virtuous teacher has spread throughout the entire eastern wilderness in the last 1 or 2 decades, and countless cultivators want to receive his guidance. After her father's death, Han Jiling suddenly realized the impermanence of life, and that if she did not strive hard, she would end up as nothing more than a handful of dust. If one could become a disciple of Chen Mobai, at the very least, one would be guaranteed to reach the foundation establishment stage in the future. If it were before, Han Jiling might not have had such courage, but after Luo Yixuan revealed the power of the core formation stage, she was deeply shocked. The cultivators of the Shenmu sect all know that Chen Mobai has 4 disciples, all of whom are outstanding figures in the sect. These 3 disciples, known as the Fairies of Nanshan, were the most talented and the first among Chen Mobai's 4 disciples to achieve foundation establishment, but they are said to have been missing for more than 10 years. I never expected that he went into seclusion to form his core. As expected, he is the most like Chen Mobai among his disciples. It was for this reason that, when Chen Mobai offered to instruct her in cultivation, Han Jiling immediately bowed down in reverence. "Get up, I do not accept qi refining cultivators as disciples." Chen Mobai refused with the same reason he gave Song Huanda, but he was a little more tactful with Han Jiling. Han Jiling was lifted up by the pure yang spiritual power, her pretty face full of disappointment. Master's guidance in cultivation is a rare opportunity, so don't miss it. Liu Wenbai, being a kind person, spoke up to remind her. Upon hearing this, Han Jiling immediately composed herself and brought up all the confusion she had encountered in her cultivation. She had already reached the peak of the 7th level of qi refining when she was at the Changsheng Academy. After a year at the Divine Wood sect, coupled with the cultivation of the 3rd-tier spiritual veins at the Flying Dragon Pool, he had shown signs of a breakthrough, but he still couldn't overcome the bottleneck. "Chen Mobai, what kind of cultivation method do you practice? To get guidance, you first need to know this." Han Jiling answered that it was molten fire technique, a technique with both earth and fire attributes. Her father had specially sought it out for her after her spiritual root attributes were tested when she was old enough to cultivate it. Among independent cultivators, this technique is considered top grade. After reaching the 7th level of qi refining, one can refine spiritual energy into true fire and also master 3 spells: Flame Bullet, Fire Mist Dust, and Melting Fire Blade. Han Jiling was able to win first place in the Longevity Academy because of the power of this technique. Master within the sect, the Molten Fire technique only covers the initial foundation establishment stage. The subsequent training content is the Earth Core True Fire technique of Returning Heaven Valley. Chen Mobai was not very familiar with the cultivation techniques in the Eastern Wilderness, but Liu Wenbai knew this and immediately told him through telepathy. It turns out that this Molten Fire technique is a simplified part of the Earth Core True Fire technique, which originated from the Valley of Returning Heaven. If any rogue cultivator is able to cultivate this technique to the 7th level of qi refining or above, they will almost certainly be accepted into the sect of Huishan Valley. After all, once you've mastered the true fire technique, even if you know nothing else, you can still be a fire-starting boy. The alchemy business of Huishan Valley is widespread in the Eastern Wilderness. As soon as the pills are refined, they are snapped up by cultivators. Therefore, as long as the cultivators meet the requirements, they will not refuse any comers. Chen Mobai had Han Jiling recite the contents of the Molten Fire technique. The latter thought that the sect leader wanted to test her understanding of the technique, and after reciting it, she was thinking about how to answer the question. However, Chen Mobai was simply unaware of this martial art. With his core formation realm, even without using the formless puppet for deduction, he could easily discover many problems in Han Jiling's cultivation. After they pointed it out one by one, Han Jiling suddenly realized what was happening. Right in front of the 3 of them, she entered a meditative state, absorbed spiritual energy, broke through her bottleneck, and reached the 8th level of qi refining. "This child has good comprehension skills," Liu Wenbai said with considerable appreciation, while Luo Yixuan remained reserved and silent. She had always felt that her master had too many disciples, and Han Jiling's earlier attempt to become her disciple had displeased her somewhat. 2 days later, Thank you for your guidance, sect leader. After stabilizing her realm, Han Xialing opened her eyes and bowed deeply to Chen Mobai in gratitude. It's also because you have exceptional talent. By the way, transfer a strand of spiritual energy to me. Chen Mobai habitually checked Han Xialing's spiritual root. Although Han Xialing was a little confused, she obediently transferred her spiritual power under his guidance. After waiting for a while, the values of the 5 elements were not displayed on the screen. It seemed that the little thing had been used for a long time and was getting old. Chen Mobai counted. He had bought the spirit testing instrument from Qing Nu when he was a senior in high school, and now it had been 37 years. Time flies. With a sigh, he accepted the green jade tea handed to him by Luo Yixuan, and slowly drank most of it before raising his hand again. Now all the values of the 5 elements' spiritual roots on the spirit testing instrument are displayed. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Metal 4, Wood 12, Water 5, Fire 62, Earth 20. Putting aside the fact that the total number of the 5 elemental spiritual roots is 103, just the 62 points of the fire spiritual root alone is a bit too astonishing, isn't it? It should be noted that Yun Yangbing and Ming Yihua, who were in the same year as Chen Mobai, were not as good as Han Xialing in terms of fire spirit root stats. What did she just say? Should I become an apprentice? End of this chapter. Chapter 635, The Face of 3 Generations. Chapter 635, The Face of 3 Generations. I should have tested her spiritual roots first. Now that the words have been spoken, as the head of the number 1 sect in the Eastern Wilderness, he can't go back on his word and renege on it on the spot. Forget it, my own face is more important. I can't lose face in front of my 2 apprentices. Chen Mobai thought about it and restrained his desire to take on a disciple. He couldn't let this young girl ruin his image of being a dignified and authoritative figure. Master, what's wrong? Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, was focused on Chen Mobai. Seeing him staring at his palm for so long with a conflicted look in his eyes, she couldn't help but ask him a question. Nothing. Chen Mobai shook his head, about to put the spirit testing device back into his storage bag, when he suddenly remembered something and looked straight at Luo Yixuan. Master. Luo Yixuan found his gaze somewhat strange and wondered if there was something wrong with the ghost pill she had condensed. A hint of panic began to appear in her eyes. Xuaner, you are not young anymore. Now that you have formed your core, your cultivation has reached a peak. Have you ever thought about taking on some disciples to carry forward the Xiao Nanshan lineage of your master? Chen Mobai couldn't contradict himself, but it would be a great pity to let such an outstanding fire spirit root genius slip through his fingers. Upon seeing Luo Yixuan, he immediately came up with a solution. Their Xiao Nanshan sect is still lacking a 3rd-generation disciple who can keep the sect in check. Why not let her, who has just formed her core, take Han Xialing as her disciple? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Liu Wenbai, who was standing to the side, was slightly surprised after hearing this. But Han Xialing was even more shocked. She never expected that there would be a turning point. Although she could not become a disciple of Chen Mobai and become a 2nd-generation disciple of Xiao Nanshan, she would be overjoyed to become a disciple of Luo Yixuan, who was also at the core formation stage. After hearing this, Luo Yixuan hesitated for a moment. She really didn't expect that Chen Mobai would ask her to take on disciples. Although she was very obedient, according to the rules of Xiao Nanshan, once she took on an apprentice, she would be responsible for him for life. Luo Yixuan didn't think she was as responsible as Chen Mobai. If Han Xialing joined the sect and she didn't teach her properly, Chen Mobai would punish her if he found out. So she quickly came up with an excuse and politely declined. Master, I am actually still young, and senior brother and senior sister Zhuo have not yet accepted any disciples. If I were to be the first to do so, wouldn't that be presumptuous? Hearing this, Chen Mobai did not press the matter. After all, under his example, everyone in the Xiao Nanshan lineage valued the master-disciple relationship very much. Moreover, Luo Yixuan's personality is indeed not suitable for teaching others. If Han Jiling falls into her hands and she doesn't keep a close eye on her, she might really go astray. Wenbai, what do you think? Since Luo Yixuan didn't want any apprentices, Chen Mobai could only try to sell his apprentice to the eldest disciple present. I will naturally obey my master's orders, but I spend 90% of the year traveling around the eastern wilderness. If my junior sister Han were to become my disciple, it would probably delay her cultivation. Liu Wenbai was speaking the truth. As the head of the second-generation disciples, Chen Mobai trusted him the most in terms of his character and work. However, if Han Jiling were to become his disciple, it might really cause her further trouble. We can't exactly let her go into business with Liu Wenbai, can we? She hasn't even reached the foundation establishment stage yet. This is the crucial time for her to cultivate qi and build a foundation. Han Jiling's emotions fluctuated wildly, shifting between surprise and disappointment, hope and despair. Even her resilient personality, cultivated since childhood, couldn't withstand the strain. Her lips were pursed and her eyes were slightly red. As expected, the standards for accepting disciples in the sect leader's lineage were too high, and he was not chosen by Uncle Liu and Uncle Luo. Just as she was feeling down and doubting herself, Liu Wenbai spoke up again. How about we let her go farming with junior sister Zhuo? After hearing this, Chen Mobai had no other choice but to accept it. Given Zhuo Ming's personality, Han Jiling is actually the most suitable match for her. This way, they can stay in the sect to cultivate, and also give Zion Enchen an extra person to look after the spirit fields, easing some of Zhuo Ming's increasingly heavy burden. Han girl, you are the first graduate of the Longevity Academy that I personally selected, and we met again at the Flying Dragon Pool. It is clear that we are of a deep lineage. However, I don't accept disciples who have mastered qi refining. If you're willing, after you finish this guarding mission at the end of the year, come to Zion Enchen and stay by Minger's side for a while. If Minger doesn't object after you two have spent time together, I will personally preside over your apprenticeship ceremony. How about that? Chen Mobai's tone made Han Jiling feel respected like never before. The dignified sect leader of Shenmu sect actually asked her, a mere qi-refining disciple, for her thoughts. She nodded repeatedly, indicating that she would leave it entirely to the sect leader's arrangements. Haha, all right Wenbai, you stay here and teach Han a lesson about the rules of Zion Enchen. Also, find new guardians for these 2 green jade spirit trees planted on the tributary of the Dragon Vein. After that little guy in Dragon Horn Gully drains the Dragon Vein's energy, think of a reason to bring him back. You can decide how to handle him yourself. With Han Jiling present, Chen Mobai didn't mention the Restoration Society, but Liu Wenbai immediately understood his meaning and nodded gently. Xuaner returned to the sect. As Chen Mobai spoke, colorful rays of light rose from beneath his feet and instantly transformed into a colorful cloud. Luo Yixuan rose gracefully, landing like a fairy on the crimson clouds and mist. Respectfully bidding farewell to the sect leader and grandmaster, and respectfully bidding farewell to Uncle Master Luo. Han Jiling was quick-witted at this moment. She immediately bowed deeply to Chen Mobai and his apprentice who had flown into the sky, shouting extra loudly for fear that they might not notice. Master, senior sister Zhuo will definitely be very surprised when she finds out that you have arranged a disciple for her. Flying towards the Divine Tree sect, Luo Yixuan said with a smile. Xuaner, your teacher hopes you can remember today well. Chen Mobai's words gave Luo Yixuan a jolt. Is it because this is the first time my master and I have met since I formed my corps? Haha, that's a reason, I guess. Chen Mobai laughed but didn't say anything, leaving Luo Yixuan to guess. Hopefully in the future, she won't regret giving up Han Jiling, who was right in front of her, to Zhuo Ming. The speed of 2 core formation cultivators was naturally incredibly fast. They soon arrived at the nearby Qinghang Market and, using the teleportation array there, returned to Giantwood Ridge. Chen Mobai brought Luo Yixuan to Zhou Shenking's Longevity Wood Dojo. Soon after, Fu Zhangju, who had received the news, arrived. Upon hearing that Luo Yixuan had indeed condensed the ghost pill, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju were both surprised and moved. They recalled the time when they formed their core, when they were basically prepared to die, and had even written their wills. Unexpectedly, among the younger generation, Chen Mobai achieved core formation at the age of 44, and Luo Yixuan achieved core formation at the age of 50. Seeing the master and apprentice standing together with their fair skin and youthful faces, they sincerely felt that they were getting old. At this moment, another beam of earth-yellow light flew over. It was Zhuo Ming. Luo Yixuan immediately went over and took her hand, showing their deep sisterly bond. When Zhuo Ming heard that she had successfully formed her core, he was genuinely happy and more excited than anyone else present. Then let's prepare for the soul-nourishing woods upgrade. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chen Mobai beckoned to his two disciples, and together they walked to where Zhou Shenking's illusory figure was. If this spirit tree advances to the next level, it will definitely trigger a heavenly tribulation. However, the tribulations of spirit plants are far less severe than those of human cultivators. As long as we are well prepared, there should be no problem. The one who said this was Granny Ming, who was the one who knew the most about soul-nourishing wood among those present. But the sudden appearance of a heavenly tribulation at Giant Tree Ridge might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If they discover any clues about the soul-nourishing wood, it might draw the attention of those major sects outside the eastern wilderness. Fu Zhanju expressed his concerns. A fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood represents a nascent soul, which would be coveted even by major sects in the eastern lands. Master, why don't we announce that I have formed my core? Otherwise, outsiders will only think that I am undergoing tribulation. Luo Yixuan came up with an idea and took the initiative to speak. But Chen Mobai and the other two shook their heads at the same time. Zhou Shenking, if you reach the core formation stage, more people will come to test you, and your enemies will treat you as a core formation cultivator. Once you expose your yellow spring spiritual power in front of everyone, you will easily be mistaken for a ghost cultivator who has been reborn through possession. Where will junior brother Chen's face be then? As the personal disciple of the leader of the #1 sect in the eastern wilderness, being possessed by a ghost cultivator is a disgrace that neither Chen Mobai nor the Shenmu sect can afford. Luo Yixuan listened and felt it made a lot of sense. Although she has reached the core formation stage, she is probably only capable of exchanging blows with Meng Hong, so it's better for her to remain hidden. How about we take this soul-nourishing wood to the Divine Tree Secret Realm to upgrade its level? Chen Mobai made a suggestion, which everyone thought was feasible, so they immediately opened the secret realm and went to investigate it in person. But after reading it, Grandma Ming shook her head. Holy Son, most of the spiritual veins here have been suppressed by the 3 longevity trees. If the soul-nourishing tree wants to advance, it will lack spiritual energy. Although there are also 4th-grade high-quality spiritual veins in the Divine Tree Secret Realm, the Great Tao Tree alone occupies 50%. The Magic Treasure Tree and the Talent Tree each occupy 20%, and the last 10% is scattered and propagates the lush trees in this secret realm. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai searched for a long time before finally finding 6 third-tier Golden Sun spirit trees. In fact, most of the spiritual energy in the secret realm was concentrated in the 3 longevity trees. To solve the problem of spiritual energy, you can use a large number of spirit stones. However, since none of them had experience in upgrading spiritual plants to the 5th tier, they didn't know exactly how much spiritual energy was needed. What if there aren't enough spirit stones, causing the upgrade to fail? There's only 1 4th-tier peak soul-nourishing wood left. Let's place it in Giant Wood Ridge to upgrade it. Then Fu Zhanju can personally manipulate the myriad wood array to continuously supply spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. Having confirmed this, Granny Ming took the various yin attribute materials prepared by Fu Zhanju, intending to create a small yin space environment in Zhou Shenking's longevity wood Taoist temple. Master, I have an idea. Just as the core formation cultivators were about to make their move, Zhuo Ming, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Ominger, please speak freely. Chen Mobai regarded this disciple as his successor and looked at her with encouraging eyes. Actually, if the immortal peach tree on the top of Zion Mountain were to be enlightened by pulling up seedlings to help them grow, it would very likely be upgraded to a fourth-order spiritual plant. I was thinking, could we bring the soul-nourishing wood to Zion Mountain? That way, even if the advancement triggers a heavenly tribulation, we can say that it was caused by the breakthrough of this immortal peach tree. Moreover, my Earth Mother technique can play a greater role over Zion Ancient, and I can also draw on the power of Tai Sui, which can further increase the success rate of the soul-nourishing wood's advancement. As soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, Chen Mobai and the others' eyes lit up. The more I thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But if that's the case, then the whole show has to be done. Junior brother Chen will probably have to enlighten that immortal peach tree to advance its level. If both spiritual plants trigger the heavenly tribulation at the same time, will it cause a chain reaction, making the combined power fail instead? Zhou Shenking, however, thought of something deeper and raised his own concerns. There's a way to avoid this. For example, we can first enlighten the soul-nourishing wood to advance its level, and then enlighten the immortal peach tree after the soul-nourishing wood is successfully enlightened. Even if there's a period of time between the two heavenly tribulations, others will only think that the immortal peach tree has a deep foundation, which is why the heavenly tribulation it triggered lasted for such a long time. Fu Zhanju spoke up, and Chen Mobai also thought it was feasible, so he nodded and added a sentence. Moreover, the soul-nourishing wood is of a higher grade, so the power of the heavenly tribulation will definitely be stronger than that of the immortal peach tree. The heavenly tribulation is weaker with each wave, so outsiders will only think that the aftershocks have not yet subsided, which can just confirm this statement. At this point, they had basically reached a consensus to follow Zhu Ming's idea and move the place for upgrading the soul-nourishing wood to Zion Mountain. Actually, if we trigger the tribulations of these two spiritual plants at the same time, it might actually be a good thing. Just then, Granny Ming suddenly spoke through Luo Yixuan's body. "Oh, what do you mean?" Chen Mobai asked curiously. The peach tree spirit plant and the soul-nourishing wood are mutually restraining, and their heavenly tribulations are naturally also mutually restraining. If the heavenly tribulation of the soul-nourishing wood is triggered by the heavenly tribulation of the immortal peach tree in the same place, then the heavenly tribulation of the latter can be used to disperse part of the heavenly tribulation of the former. I've also seen this soul-nourishing wood. It's been nurtured very well by Miss Zhu. As long as the threat of the heavenly tribulation weakens, its advancement to the next level is practically guaranteed. After hearing Granny Ming's words, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhanju looked at each other in shock. They truly hadn't expected that they could utilize the heavenly tribulation in such a way. Faced with something beyond their comprehension, the two of them hesitated greatly and were unable to make a decision. After all, if the tribulations of the two spiritual plants are not mutually restraining, but rather superimposed, then both the immortal peach tree and the soul-nourishing wood may be reduced to ashes. On the contrary, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible Granny Ming's plan seemed. "I think it's feasible. What do you two senior brothers think?" As soon as Chen Mobai spoke, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhanju nodded in unison without hesitation. "Let's do it this way." End of this chapter. Chapter 636 begins advancing. Chapter 636 begins advancing. After Chen Mobai and the other two reached a consensus, the matter progressed very quickly. Zhu Ming and Luo Yixuan first took the soul-nourishing wood to Zion Mountain to prepare the environment for its advancement and the connection with the Zion Mountain's ley lines. Subsequently, Chen Mobai issued the sect leader's decree, doing something he had wanted to do for a long time, to have the sect's spirit vein department and array department join forces to upgrade the spiritual vein level of Zion Mountain. Both the spirit vein department and the array department were deeply troubled by this matter. For them, minor improvements are not a difficult task. However, Chen Mobai's order was to directly raise the spiritual vein of Xianenshan by one level, from the third level to the fourth level. For the Shenmu sect, these are all expenses that would require significant financial strain. In the Heavenly River realm, there are essentially two methods to enhance spiritual veins. One method involves a geomancer who moves mountains and alters their course to attract nearby spiritual veins, essentially sacrificing other spiritual veins to enhance the area. The second method is to bury spirit stones, and then use an array to fuse them with the spiritual vein, using the endless spiritual energy of the spirit stones to continuously nourish and enhance the level of the spiritual vein. Generally speaking, a first-tier spiritual vein requires 10,000 spirit stones. A second-tier spiritual vein requires 100,000 spirit stones. A third-tier spiritual vein requires 1,000,000 spirit stones. And a fourth-tier spiritual vein requires at least 10 million spirit stones. If the first method is adopted, it would be necessary to draw water from the 3 longevity trees in the core of Giant Tree Ridge, which would damage the spiritual veins used by the 3 ancestors for cultivation. The 2 ministers weren't ready to die yet, so naturally they wouldn't use this method. Then it can only be the second option. But there are also big problems. It should be noted that the Shenmu sect's annual net income from spirit stones is only 1 or 2 million. In recent years, due to the war between Yunmengs and the demon beasts, a large portion of the wealth that Chen Mobai had accumulated steadily over the past 10 years since taking office was emptied. If another 10 million spirit stones were to be allocated to upgrade Xianenshan to a 4th-tier spirit vein, it is estimated that the sect would not be able to provide spirit stones for compensation to its disciples for the next 3 years. Luo Zuer frowned as she faced the heads of the array department and the spirit vein department, who came with Chen Mobai's decree to ask her for spirit stones. She dared not disobey, but she also dared not really empty her family's coffers. All she could say was that there weren't enough spirit stones in the Hall of Rewards and that she wanted to delay for a while. When Yishaoking from the Array Formation Department and Ma Gang from the Spirit Vein Department heard what she said, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only tell Yue Zhudao about it and ask him to report it to the sect leader. The sect leader already knows about this. He asked me to give this to you. However, Yue Zhudao was waiting for them at the Shenmu Hall. He then took out a storage bag and poured it onto the table. The dazzling luster of the 1,000 crystal-clear, square, top-grade spirit stones caused even well-traveled people like Yishaoking and Ma Gang to tremble involuntarily. The 2 of them have only ever owned a maximum of 5 high-grade spirit stones in their entire lives. Complete the tasks assigned by the sect leader as quickly as possible. He is very concerned about this matter. Yue Zhudao emphasized something, and Yishaoking and Ma Gang both nodded solemnly. Holding 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, the 2 of them instantly felt very confident. Moreover, upgrading to the 4th-tier spiritual vein is a very rare and valuable experience for them, so all the elites from both departments want to participate. However, there is still one problem. That is, if you use spirit stones to upgrade the spirit vein to the 4th level, you will still need something to suppress the spirit vein. Otherwise, the forcibly enhanced spiritual veins will slowly dissipate and eventually return to their original grade. For example, the Earth Mother stone at the top of Mount Han could also be a 4th-tier spiritual plant, such as the longevity wood. Planting a few more 4th-tier medicinal herbs would also be acceptable, or it could be a special spirit-gathering treasure, etc. Although the Spirit Plant Department has not yet received the sect leader's order, Minister Shi Fengping has already begun searching for suitable 4th-tier spirit plants among the 7 kingdoms under the Shenmu sect. He personally inspected the Changsu immortal mushroom, emerald spirit flower, and rejuvenating grass of Giant Tree Ridge, as well as the 5-cornered ancient maple of Tianpeng Mountain Villa in Yun Kingdom and the cloudwood dragon vine of Dayun Villa in Jiangguo, and prepared transplant plans in advance, striving to perform well when the sect leader asked. But soon, Shi Fengping realized that all his hard work had been in vain. Yishaoking and Ma Gang, who went to Xianenshan to upgrade the spiritual veins, talked with the landlady Zhuo Ming. She said that the immortal peach tree on the mountaintop had a breakthrough phenomenon. In order to ensure success, sect leader Chen mobilized the sect's cultivators and even took out 10 years' worth of rewards obtained from the medium-sized spirit stone mine in Feng Kingdom after he formed his core, in order to help this spiritual plant upgrade. If the immortal peach tree successfully advances, then there will be no need for any other fourth-tier spiritual object to suppress the spiritual veins. Upon hearing this, Shi Fengping couldn't help but look sullen. I originally thought I could flatter the sect leader. Shi Fengping was also in the late stage of foundation establishment. Although he might be over 200 years old by the time he reached the peak of foundation establishment, he was still filled with desire to form the core after seeing Meng Hong, who looked younger than his age. Not only him, but all the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Wood sect are now watching Chen Mobai's every move. They all knew that Chen Mobai still possessed a heretical golden core, which, even if its attributes were unsuitable, could still be used to slay a third-tier demon beast when the sect leader unleashed his divine power in the future. Therefore, after Chen Mobai returned this time, he found that many foundation establishment cultivators from the 3 palaces and 12 departments were trying to find excuses to pay their respects to him. He ignored them all and had Gu Yan turn them away, not seeing a single one. It was precisely for this reason that, when Chen Mobai wanted to upgrade the Zion Ancient spiritual vein to the 4th rank, Yi Shaoqing and Ma Gang initially thought that the sect's spirit stones would be used. Although they felt something was wrong, they did not object. Their first thought was to help the sect leader get things done. Now that Chen Mobai has contributed spirit stones, they are working even harder. The 2 departments have completed all the work in just 1 month. Of course, the main reason was the help of Zhuo Ming, the local patron. After the spirit stones were buried and the spirit gathering array was set up, the array department began to guide the spiritual energy flowing from the myriad wood array. Within the vast giant tree ridge, the spiritual energy that naturally emanates from the earth every day is also enormous. Even for a core formation cultivator like Chen Mobai, the amount of spiritual energy he can absorb and exhale each day is limited. The majority of the remaining energy is naturally circulated back into the earth's spiritual veins, but a considerable amount of spiritual energy, being pure and light, will continuously rise and return to the heavens. After the cultivators of the heavenly river realm discovered this, they developed a method of locking spirits. They used their own mountain-protecting formations to lock these pure spiritual energies, and then used methods such as spirit-gathering formations to gather these pure spiritual energies together for refining and absorption. The Divine Wood sect's myriad wood array works in this way. This vast amount of pure and light spiritual energy accumulates above giant wood ridge. Once it exceeds a certain warning line of the array will guide and distribute it. Some of it is condensed into pure spirit morning dew by the alchemy department, while the rest is dispersed into the 3 halls and 12 departments to provide for the foundation establishment cultivators. Because this part of the pure spiritual energy is of extremely high quality and very easy to refine, it is basically exclusive to high-level cultivators. Within the myriad wood array, there is usually a storage of pure spiritual energy equivalent to 1,000,000 spirit stones. This energy serves as a lubricant for the array flags and spirit hubs when the array is activated, allowing the array's power to be maximized in the shortest possible time. Zion Ancient was going to upgrade to a 4th-tier spiritual vein, so all the pure spiritual energy that was originally allocated to the 3 palaces and 12 departments was naturally requisitioned. Zhuo Ming also put aside everything he was doing and moved to the wooden house on the mountaintop. Every day, he used the all-encompassing spiritual rhinoceros and the all-encompassing virtue cauldron to help the spiritual veins of Zion and Mountain refine spirit stones and spiritual energy. With the combined efforts of both, the spiritual energy of Zion and Mountain quickly began to rise steadily. In just 6 months, he reached the peak of the 3rd tier. After reaching this point, Zhuo Ming stopped. If we upgrade to the 4th tier now, the immortal peach tree might not be able to suppress it, so let's leave it as it is for now. Anyway, Fu Zhangju will control the myriad woods formation and draw on the spiritual energy from the 3 longevity trees on Giant Wood Ridge, so there's no need to worry about insufficient spiritual energy. That day, inside the Divine Tree Hall, the sect's usual meeting was being held. The foundation establishment cultivators of the 3 palaces and 12 departments were all talking about how Ancestor Chen had spent millions of spirit stones to upgrade the spiritual veins of Zion and Mountain, their tone full of envy. The richest among them only had a few 100,000 spirit stones. Old Ancestor Chen didn't even blink before throwing out tens of millions of spirit stones. He was incredibly extravagant. Just as they were talking casually, Chen Mobai walked in with Yue Zhudao and Gu Yan. Everyone was stunned for a moment. It should be noted that Chen Mobai, as a core formation ancestor, generally does not attend these regular meetings unless there is a major event. Yue Zhudao has always done it on his behalf. Why did you suddenly come today? Just as everyone was wondering, another beam of light descended, and Fu Zhangju appeared in the Divine Wood Palace. Something big has happened. Upon seeing the 2 core formation ancestors appear at the same time, the thought flashed through everyone's minds. Then, everyone's expression turned serious, and they took their places. 7 days from now, the immortal peach tree I planted on Zion and Mountain will begin its tribulation. To ensure success, I have invited Senior Brother Fu to help control the myriad wood array to supply spiritual energy. You should inform every disciple in the sect about this matter, because at that time, most of the spiritual energy in the sky above Giant Tree Ridge will be drawn to the sky above Little South Mountain. If you cultivate at that time, there is a high possibility that you will fail due to insufficient spiritual energy. Furthermore, no outsiders are allowed to watch this tribulation. I do not wish to see any sect cultivators appearing within the 5 mountain ranges surrounding Zion and Chen. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Chen Mobai and Fu Zhangju took their leave, the latter also taking Yishaoking to prepare the formation. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, arrived at Qingdai Mountain. Greetings, Godfather. When Yin Qingmei saw him descend from the sky, a look of joy appeared on her pretty face, and she bowed respectfully. Qingmei, I need to use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique to help the immortal peach tree advance to the next level. To avoid any accidents, I've come to collect some of your Azure Emperor longevity spiritual power. Chen Mobai only managed to master this, pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique by relying on the methods of his fellow practitioners and borrowing Yin Qingmei's spiritual power. In the past 6 months, he has fully mastered the 4th-order essence of this great technique within the heavenly calculation beads. Although he feels confident of success, Chen Mobai still doesn't want any unexpected events to occur. Yes, Godfather, Yin Qingmei agreed without hesitation, but then asked somewhat shyly, how do I get the Godfather's hand? Relax, just transfer your spiritual energy to me. I have my own way. Chen Mobai smiled and unleashed his avatar. Yin Qingmei was horrified when she saw the myriad swords avatar, which was as huge as half a mountain, for the first time. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the small void of a vertebra that Chen Mobai had cleared, he had already used the returning origin secret technique to store Yin Qingmei's Azure Emperor longevity scripture spiritual power. As she watched Chen Mobai leave, Yin Qingmei, whose spiritual power had been drained 3 times, was so weak that she could barely stand. Chen Mobai felt a little embarrassed about this, so he gave her 2 pearls to help her restore her spiritual power. The watery spiritual energy of the pearl was very nourishing for the jade phoenix tree. When Yin Qingmei saw it, her pale face instantly glowed. She asked Chen Mobai if he needed more spiritual energy, as she could extract a little more without damaging her own source. However, storing other people's spiritual power using the returning to origin secret technique will gradually cause it to lose its vitality. Chen Mobai had conducted an experiment, and 7 days was the longest. After leaving Qingdai Mountain, he flew directly to Zion and Mountain. The timing was perfect. Fu Zhangju sent him a message using the Tongxiani, a type of telescope. The core of the myriad woods formation is 3 everlasting woods. He led Yishayaking and other elites from the formation department to unleash the power of the formation's spirit-gathering ability to the fullest extent in his own dojo. A series of white rainbows shimmered with faint 7 colors under the sunlight, cascading from a towering ancient tree to the distant Zion-Enchen mountain, like a waterfall of spiritual energy. On the shady slope of Zion-Enchen mountain, Chen Mobai, Luo Yixuan, and Zhuo Ming stood around the soul-nourishing wood. Zhou Shenking, who was originally in it, was transferred to the piece of soul-nourishing wood belonging to Granny Ming. After the latter became Luo Yixuan's external avatar, she no longer needed it. Let's begin. After confirming with Fu Zongju using the Tangshan instrument, Chen Mobai took a deep breath and then extended his right index finger. The 4th tier, pulling up seedlings to help them grow, technique is used. A beam of yellow-green spiritual light burst forth from his fingertips and landed precisely on the soul-nourishing wood. Then, as if time were rushing forward, the surrounding yellow spring soil began to emit a dense yin energy, like wisps of green smoke, which was absorbed by the dark tree branches, and the soul-nourishing wood began to grow and sprout continuously. Without hesitation, Granny Ming, who had taken over Luo Yixuan's body, activated the field array she had set up after Chen Mobai, creating the little underworld. This is a magic array developed by ghost cultivators in the mortal world, because they could only exert 70–80% of their strength due to environmental limitations when fighting against other cultivators. Within this small underworld formation, ghost cultivators can unleash their peak power, while mortal cultivators will be suppressed. But this formation is not for combat today. After Granny Ming made her move, all the sunlight disappeared from the shady slope of Zion Mountain, as if it had turned into a sinister ghost realm. Waves of cold air surged from the ground, turning into an even more terrifying cold wave, causing Zhuo Ming, a Foundation establishment cultivator, to tremble all over. Just as Chen Mobai was about to make a move, he noticed that the cold energy was suddenly weakening. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the soul-nourishing wood had begun to sprout a tender, jade-like, pale yellow bud. This bud continuously absorbed the surging cold tide and grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the soul-nourishing tree had already sprouted 3 black leaves and a dark yellow spiritual flower. End of this chapter. Chapter 637, Double Happiness. Chapter 637, Double Happiness. Chen Mobai and the others couldn't help but show their joy when they saw this. The blooming of spiritual flower signifies that this soul-nourishing wood has successfully advanced to the next level. However, a vast amount of spiritual energy is still needed to stabilize the realm and prevent this newly blossoming spiritual flower from withering. Upon receiving Chen Mobai's signal, Fu Zongju immediately activated the myriad wood array, restraining the pure spiritual energy accumulated in Giant Wood Ridge, as well as all the spiritual energy that had dissipated from the spiritual veins today, transforming it into a long rainbow of spiritual energy that landed precisely in midair, where the soul-nourishing wood was located. In an instant, the rich spiritual energy of this land condensed into patches of white mist, enveloping the entire shady slope of the mountain. The soul-nourishing wood instinctively began to absorb this enormous spiritual energy, and the dark yellow flower gradually began to bloom, with another petal emerging. Chen Mobai and the others were relieved to see this. Next, there's only the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Just as I was thinking this, the sky was already covered with dark clouds, with lightning flashing and streaks of golden lightning emerging from the clouds. Electric sparks, carrying the scorching heat of the sun, intertwined and weaved through the air, finally coalescing into an even thicker and more violent thunderbolt amidst a thunderous roar. Accompanied by an incredibly dazzling light, a thick, pillar-like golden bolt of lightning scorched the air and crashed heavily down upon the soul-nourishing wood that had just sprouted dark yellow spiritual flowers. A deep black light burst forth from the dark tree trunk, easily blocking the golden lightning. But this was just the beginning. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, more golden lightning intertwined and flashed, as if a sea of lightning had been formed in the sky. Then, like a funnel, it poured down beams of golden lightning from the center. The deep black light supported by the soul-nourishing wood gradually began to thin under the constant roar and crashing of thunder. Seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that relying on the soul-nourishing wood to overcome this tribulation might be difficult, and it was time to proceed to the second step. "Xuaner, I'm leaving this place to you." After saying this, he immediately led Zhu Ming towards the peach tree on the mountaintop, whose petals had fallen due to the heavenly tribulation. After landing, Zhu Ming first reached out to comfort the seemingly frightened peach tree. With the help of the all-encompassing spiritual power, the immortal peach tree calmed down. The earth cracked open, and the Tai Sui darted out, wriggling to Chen Mobai's feet. "You'll have to work hard for me now, but I'll find a way to upgrade you to Tier 4 in the future." Chen Mobai comforted Tai Sui, who, amidst its whimpering, sensed Zhu Ming's gaze and immediately retreated back into the earth. "Master, I have already communicated with the immortal peach tree. It also knows that this is the best opportunity to advance and hopes to begin as soon as possible. The most difficult part of upgrading spiritual plants is overcoming the heavenly tribulation. On the eastern wilderness, the Divine Wood sect has discovered the remains of high-level spiritual plants in many spiritual veins. These plants had unknowingly broken through their limits, triggering heavenly tribulations, and ultimately their souls were scattered under the mighty power of heaven and earth." After hearing Zhu Ming's words, Chen Mobai did not hesitate at all. He used the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique again, and the yellow-green spiritual light spread out, turning into a fan shape that covered the entire peach tree. Then the same thing happened as when the soul-nourishing wood was upgraded. As if time had sped up, the bark became even rougher and stronger, and the already lush canopy expanded outwards again, even covering the wooden house where Chen Mobai used to live. There were still some bright red peaches left on the branches, which all naturally ripened and fell to the ground at this time. Having anticipated this, Zhu Ming took the bamboo basket and collected them one by one. Subsequently, cracks appeared in the ground on the mountaintop where the tree roots were located, as the tree trunk expanded and pushed the ground open. Under Zhu Ming's control, streams of rich spiritual energy surged into the earth where the immortal peach tree was rooted. Tai Sui also let out a wail, and could only unfold its true form again, covering the thickest roots of the immortal peach tree to help it refine the endless stream of spiritual energy. Because the advancement of the soul-nourishing wood only required the use of the pure spiritual energy stored in the myriad woods array, all the spiritual energy of the Little South Mountain could be supplied to the immortal peach tree. Chen Mobai had prepared 100 high-grade spirit stones, thinking that if the spiritual energy of the veins was insufficient, he would crush them and inject them into the body of the Tai Sui, and then let it provide it to the immortal peach tree. Now it seems that these contingency plans are not necessary. Yin Qingmei did not use the spiritual power of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. This technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow used very little spiritual power, and it seemed to only play a catalytic role. However, it is also possible that the two spiritual plants themselves had accumulated a lot of spiritual power. Before long, all the leaves of this peach tree had fallen off. Zhu Ming didn't waste it either, and put it away in his bamboo basket again. This was also a medicinal herb that could detoxify and relieve itching, and both the sect's spiritual plant department and alchemy department were willing to buy it. Having shed all its burdens, and now only its branches and trunk, the peach tree, after its roots suddenly absorbed a large amount of the sap from the Tai Sui, finally broke through the boundary that had troubled it for hundreds of years. Rumble! Just as the immortal peach tree advanced to the next level, another roar resounded from the sea of thunder in the sky above Little South Mountain. A silver bolt of lightning, resembling a thin snake, appeared within the golden sea of lightning. But in just a moment, it was annihilated by the enormous golden lightning. Clearly, compared to the tribulation of the soul-nourishing wood, the tribulation of the immortal peach tree is simply insignificant. However, this scene made Chen Mobai nod repeatedly. Granny Ming's guess was correct. The tribulations of these two spiritual plants were indeed mutually restraining. Strands of silver lightning flickered and appeared within the golden sea of thunder, though they could not last long before being submerged and disappearing. But it couldn't withstand the continuous generation. Soon, the terrifying golden sea of lightning in the sky shrank visibly and continued to shrink. The golden lightning that was originally striking the shady slope of the mountain gradually thinned, giving the soul-nourishing wood, which was already at its limit, a chance to breathe. Granny Ming immediately sent all the yin energy from the underworld into the soul-nourishing wood, while the dense spiritual energy in the surrounding void, which was almost liquid, was also frantically devoured by the somewhat withered dark yellow spiritual flower. Compared to the soul-nourishing wood that endures the arduous tribulation, the immortal peach tree is far more carefree. Its heavenly tribulation was absorbed by the golden sea of lightning as soon as it was generated, and it was not threatened at all. Under Zhuo Ming's guidance of the all-encompassing spirit, the immortal peach tree slowly adapted to its familiar, yet unfamiliar massive body after its advancement. In an instant, her roots grew dozens or even hundreds of meters underground, piercing through the Tai Sui body once again, and then shattering the millions of spirit stones buried in the spiritual vein. The spiritual vein, which was originally at the peak of the third rank, broke through to the lower fourth rank after the action of the immortal peach tree. However, the immense spiritual energy scattered by the millions of spirit stones caused Little South Mountain to tremble continuously, and the mountain peak seemed unable to withstand it. Zhuo Ming placed his myriad virtues cauldron in front of the wooden house, which was the highest point on the mountaintop, to suppress the spiritual veins. She then used her supernatural powers of spiritual resonance to command the immortal peach tree to stabilize the earth and rocks with its root system, and to give full play to its talent of sorting out the earth's veins and suppressing and guiding spiritual veins. Gradually, the tremors of Zionan Mountain subsided, and the enormous spiritual energy scattered by the millions of spirit stones was dispersed by Zhuo Ming, using the immortal peach tree to the surrounding Tingshan and Myoshan areas where he and others lived, as well as the thousands of acres of spiritual fields that had been cultivated. As time goes by, all of these spirit fields will be able to be upgraded to Tier 2. Their 3 disciples were also able to cultivate in third-tier spiritual vein caves. Minger, well done. After Chen Mobai used the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique, he had been observing from the sidelines. As expected, Zhuo Ming did not disappoint him. With this upgrade of the immortal peach tree, she directly brought about a great leap forward in Zionan Mountain and the surrounding spiritual fields. Even if Chen Mobai were to personally direct the operation, he couldn't achieve this level of skill. Because Zhuo Ming's geomancy skills have already reached the 3rd level, and because he has integrated the inheritance of the Shenmu sect and the Hanshan Peak lineage, his level is even higher than Ma Gang's. It's a pity that, when they wiped out the top of Hanshan Mountain, they didn't get the most core geomancers' manuals of this lineage. I wonder if those remnants of the Restoration Society have any 4th-tier geomancer inheritance. Seeing how outstanding Zhuo Ming was, Chen Mobai felt even more that he couldn't let her talent go to waste. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching, but unfortunately, we haven't achieved complete success. Zhuo Ming, pale-faced, lowered her hands, leaned against the peach tree, wiped her sweat, and said, after all, she was only at the foundation establishment stage, so guiding the spiritual veins of Zionan and the nearby 1,000 acres of spiritual fields to advance in all aspects was still somewhat difficult for her. Even with the help of the great virtue cauldron and the immortal peach tree, the hundreds of acres of spiritual fields on the outskirts did not benefit from this wave of spiritual energy. However, Chen Mobai thought this was a good idea, since a 1st-tier spirit field was still needed to grow 1st-tier spirit rice as a control experiment. We can't exactly go outside Zionan to plant experimental fields, can we? After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhuo Ming suddenly realized what was going on and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, Only the final ripples remained in the golden sea of lightning in the sky. After a period of violent shaking and roaring, it completely dissipated. At this moment, the sky above Xian'anchen is a clear, cloudless blue, like a pure sapphire without any impurities, hanging above it, incredibly clear and clean. As the sunlight streamed down, the grass and flowers on the mountain, which had withered due to the heavenly calamity, began to stretch out again, adorning the earth. Chen Mobai had no interest in watching this scene. He took Zhuo Ming and flew to the other side of the mountain. Master, we succeeded. Luo Yixuan stood beside the soul-nourishing wood, which was blooming with dark yellow flowers, and smiled at Chen Mobai, saying words that completely put him at ease. That's good, that's good. Amidst Chen Mobai's laughter, he saw Zhou Shenking's almost tangible phantom emerge from the soul-nourishing wood and thank him. Junior brother Chen, thank you so much for this, you and your two nephews. Senior brother Zhou, you're too kind. The three of us, master and disciples, have received great kindness from the sect, and this is our duty. As the two were talking, another beam of light flew in from the horizon. It was Fu Zhangju. Although he had already guessed that he had succeeded from the traces of the heavenly tribulation. But upon actually seeing the fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. With this, even after more than 100 years, Zhou Shenking's soul would not dissipate. It would only dissipate after his lifespan had ended. Senior brother, now all that's missing is the cultivation technique for the Dharma body and nascent soul, and the refining of the rejuvenating spirit water. Alas, these two things are as difficult as climbing to heaven. Zhou Shenking sighed. To be honest, he felt extremely lucky to possess a fifth-tier soul-nourishing wood. The sect is already collecting the herbs for the rejuvenating spirit water. Because this pill formula is of great importance, we dare not make a big fuss about it and have scattered it among various pill formulas. Whatever exists in the mortal world, we will be able to collect it all sooner or later. Among them, the sect happens to have the rejuvenating herb, a fourth-grade main ingredient. Now all that's missing are the main and auxiliary drugs that only grow on the road to the underworld. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Luo Yixuan immediately volunteered, saying that she could enter the Yellow Springs Road to collect these. Everything else is fine, but the other shore flower and the nine-dragon locust bud are extremely rare even in the underworld. They are basically all in the hands of those fourth-tier ghost kings. I'm afraid we'll have to go to the end of the Yellow Springs Road and enter the real underworld to find them. Granny Ming immediately conjured up her own image and spoke, lest Luo Yixuan, the host, really headlong into the end of the Yellow Springs. Let's wait until we have news about the cultivation method for the nascent soul and Dharma body before we start preparing the medicinal materials for the rejuvenating spirit water. Otherwise, storing it for too long will affect its efficacy. Zhou Shenking took the initiative to speak, and Chen Mobai, not wanting Luo Yixuan to enter such a dangerous place as the Yellow Springs Road again, readily agreed. Haha, today is a double celebration. My little South Mountain spiritual vein has also been upgraded. Why don't we have a grand feast here? Chen Mobai invited Fu Zhangju to stay, and the latter did not refuse. It was just a pity that Zhou Shenking was only in a soul state and could not eat. Zhuo Ming immediately went to prepare fresh ingredients. Luo Yixuan stayed at the place where the soul-nourishing wood underwent its tribulation, intending to deal with all the remaining yin energy from the Yellow Springs. Chen Mobai specially brought out the third-tier pure bamboo spirit rice cultivated by Zhuo Ming. Its refreshing taste, different from that of Panlong spirit rice, made Fu Zhangju nod repeatedly and eat 3 large bowls. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate third-grade spirit rice using the jade bamboo spirit rice method. It's just a pity that the yield is too low. But it's better that it's low, because if it were too high, it might attract the covetousness of the 3 major sects of Dongyi. Zhou Shenking, who could only watch helplessly, was also very moved. He had originally obtained the jade bamboo spirit rice method from the Eastern barbarians through auction. He never expected that something that even the 5 Elements sect at its peak could not achieve would be accomplished by Chen Mobai's disciple. So we still need senior brother Joe to reach the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if this disciple develops third-grade spirit rice, our divine wood sect won't be able to survive. Chen Mobai's words made Zhu Ming, who was grilling fish on the side, lower her head somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Chen Mobai, who was being pulled to drink by Fu Zhangju, Luo Yixuan, who flew over to help brew sobering tea after dealing with the yin qi of the Yellow Springs, and Zhu Ming, who, although not outstanding in appearance, seemed to be loved by this mountain and earth, Zhou Shenking felt a sense of peace he had never felt before. With these people around, even if he were to die right now, the Shenmu sect would continue to thrive. End of this chapter.